We are joined today by the Controller and Auditor General Seán McCarthy as a permanent witness to the committee, and he is joined by Deirdre Quaid, Deputy Director of Audit. Apologies have been received from Deputy Pat Peering. The minutes of the meeting, I want to hold those over. I haven't had an opportunity to review them yet. Matters arising, we move on from the minutes, so we're straight into items of correspondence. So the first category of correspondence is briefing documents and opening statements in respect of today's meeting. And the first item is correspondence 1848 and 1877 from Des Fitzgerald, President, University of Limerick, dated the 17th and 23rd of January 2019, enclosing a briefing paper and opening statement for today's meeting. So we will note and publish that and discuss it at the meeting. Next item is 1853 and 1854 from Brendan McCormack, President to Sligo IT, dated 16th January. Briefing papers and opening statements. So we note and publish that and discuss it at our meeting. Next item is 1855 and 1878 from Professor Willie Donnelly, President, Waterford Institute of Technology, dated the 17th and the 23rd of January, enclosing a number of briefing documents and opening statement for today's meeting. We'll note and publish these and discuss it at the meeting. Next item is 1856 and 1879 from the Higher Education Authority, dated the 17th and the 23rd of January, enclosing a briefing paper and opening statement for today's meeting. We'll note and publish this and discuss it at the meeting, but Deputy Cullinane wants a comment on this document.
Yes, I just want to raise this issue now before we go into the meetings with the institutes. The HEA's opening statement refers to its draft report into Waterford IT. This was the examination it did by Mr McClune. And if you remember, several times we raised this with the HEA, where the report itself was referred to the Attorney General. There was legal advice sought from the legal team of the HEA. But at the last meeting that we had, the outgoing head of the HEA was confident that some report would be published. It seems from the correspondence they're now saying no report, and that they will, even the board will have to formally decide this, but they seem to be suggesting there won't be any report, and that they simply write to the 50 whistleblowers, thanking them for their input, which I don't think is acceptable at all. And what we need to establish, Chair, and if that means at some stage, if it isn't today, at a future date, that we have the Secretary-General, or if he has a conflict of interest, the next best person to do that, and the HEA, to explain to us what are the other options. Because the key issue here is that they're saying the HEA didn't have the authority to do the report that it did. And I think it's more to do with the information that actually surfaced in the course of the investigation, more so than being able to do an examination. In any event, there does seem to be precedent in the past, Cathaoirleach, where in Waterford and other areas the Minister appointed inspectors to examine issues. And I think that mechanism does allow them to examine the type of issues that maybe were examined in the course of the McClune report. But in any event, my point is we simply can't accept. We overstepped our powers here. What hasn't changed are the facts, and I suppose whatever conclusions or recommendations or whatever was in the report, I would imagine is not in dispute. What's the only contentious issue here is their powers. And I think as well we need to be looking at the issue of the powers of the HEA, because if they don't have the powers to do these type of examinations, they're expecting us as a PAC to do some of the work, which we are doing. We're not equipped to deal with it. They're hiring all sorts of outside organisations at huge cost to the taxpayer. And we're seeing this where some reports are being discredited, even in terms of whistleblowers saying they don't agree with them, don't agree with the outcomes, and there's individuals can have their own opinions on them. So I think there's a number of issues here. But the primary issue is that we don't simply accept the HEA's assertion, if that's what they are going to assert, that they can't do anything and it's dropped. That can't happen. And second of all, we did say we come back to this issue of, I know it's a policy issue, but we can still recommend to the Minister, if we so wish, and I think it is being looked at, the powers of the HEA. And I think at some point we need, as a committee, to reflect on that as well, because it impacts on our work. But my primary concern is the first part. So can you give me guidance, Chair, on how we would...
It's very clear from the opening statement, which will be discussed, but there's a big matter of principle here. We were assured that a report of some description would be concluded and published, and now to say the advice provided to the HEA now makes it clear that this is not possible. So they've gone down a long road with a lot of people to find at the end of the day we had no authority to go here at all. So two questions. One, if the HEA hasn't the authority to do the job that people thought they should be doing, that's a legislative issue which we'll have to come back to. But given that there was a general understanding the need for such an investigation and a report, that's accepted by, I'm sure, the department. So some alternative method of carrying out that report will, a separate issue, will have to be found by the department or the minister or whoever, because you can't go 3/4 way down the road and say, sorry, we shouldn't have come here. The job still needs to be done, and maybe this was not the right method of doing it, but we don't just stop. So we'll have to raise that with the Secretary General in relation to the powers of the department to actually bring this matter to a conclusion.
And is he in today?
Oh, certainly.
Okay, yeah.
He's
Well, if they're
certainly
here today, my point is we don't leave today without some sort of indication from them as to how they feel we should proceed.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
And
so
can I
he's
just
certainly
ask,
here this
the
morning.
CNAG would have been across this, it was the previous pack would have dealt with the Quigley report, I think it was, into Waterford. Was that was an inspector that was appointed by the minister, so it would be a statutory inspection?
That's my recollection, that there is provision in the Institutes of Technology Act for the appointment of an inspector, and that was done in the case of Mr Quigley, who previously looked at Waterford.
Well, maybe we can put that to the Secretary General as to why can that now be looked at.
This morning, Deputy Murphy.
Yeah, just to press the same point, I think we've assumed the HEA had a specific remit, which they appear not to have. So there's a gap in the institutional oversight, and we appear to be, you know, kind of the final point where you know. Where they're supposed to be held to account. And the problem is that we could be spending an absolute small fortune on every well-known organisation that crop up here all the time, and there are 4 or 5 of them that crop up here all the time. In actual fact, this is costing not just money by virtue of the fact that it is a historical look back on things that have gone wrong, but it actually undermines the institutions themselves. And if people think that there isn't oversight, well, in fact, it prompts behaviour that we're then going to be we're then going to have to look at, you know, as a look back rather than preventing that behaviour in the future. I mean, we've got to get to the root cause of this, because there's a whole sector here that is featuring way too large, and like the Department of Education are the ones that I feel that we have to explore this with, as much as the Higher Education Authority.
So we'll take it up with the Secretary General as soon as he comes in an hour's time. Deputy MacSharry.
Yeah, 100% with both previous speakers that there is absolutely a gap in the competence and authority between the Department of Education, the HEA and the institutions themselves about who is responsible for what. In fact, on another issue, the ETBs are out there on an arm that's pretty independent as well. And there doesn't seem to be anybody to tie it together. They just kick it back in here, and we all know what happens in here then. Well, you know, that's a matter of investigation and a protected disclosure before the courts, so we can't say anything. So I think, and while I appreciate, as David has said, it is policy, which isn't our remit. We can make recommendations, and I think there are major deficits in the overall oversight of the education sector, particularly third level, but also, as I mentioned, the second level with the ETBs. And secondly, I think, and we talked about this before, about maybe doing a whole session on protected disclosures, and the fact that certainly would be my view, and I've said it here before, that the protected disclosure legislation is defective and needs to be reviewed, because it's focused on, in effect, the internal investigation of one's own problems, where people selected as those responsible may well be closely associated with the investigation of a protected disclosure, or certainly their proximity to do it wouldn't help in terms of perception and integrity.
Okay. Thanks. So,
just to add to what the Deputy said in relation to the gap in terms of the HEA's powers, that's precisely my understanding of what the outgoing head of the HEA was saying in terms of why he resigned. So we lost, potentially, the head of the HEA because of the lack of powers and the inability of the HEA to actually do the work that we want them to do. And my point is, it does impact on our work. So separate from the Waterford one, and we might be able to get an inspectorate or whatever, we do need to have some shape into that issue to the Minister or whatever, because it's going to have an impact ongoing in our work. We've shone a spotlight on institutes of technology and universities, and it's shown up an awful lot. As you know, how many if we had in here, we have more to come in, and an awful lot of them are dependent on the reports that Dr. Murphy was talking about. So it's a key issue for us, and I think whether it's in a periodic report or whether we do a separate letter to the Minister to say this needs urgent attention.
okay, and we'll come back and review that after our meetings today. Okay, the points are well noted, and we'll take them up with Mr. Falloux, the Secretary General, here shortly this morning. Next item is 1881 and 1882 from Education and Skills, enclosing their opening statement. We'll note and publish that and discuss it at the meetings. Next item is correspondence category B from accounting officers to ministers, follow up to previous PAC meetings. And the first item is in relation to NAMA, in relation to Project Nance and the legal advice. We'll try and schedule that in the next week or so. We had a private meeting on Tuesday. We need another half hour on that issue alone and one or two other items. So we may have to schedule a private meeting for an hour fairly soon. But we won't set a date just today. So we'll hold that over. But we've published that already. We've arranged for that to be published. But we'll get the legal advice shortly. Next item, 1795 from the Department of Communications, Climate Action and Environment, dated the 11th of December, providing a briefing note on the National Broadband Plan in the metropolitan areas. We decided that we would hold this over. We did publish it, but we're holding it over for discussion. And essentially, we're dealing with some of the other people in that industry in 2 weeks' time. So well in advance of that, everyone will have had an opportunity to review and discuss that. Next item, 1816 from the National Treasury Management Agency, providing information requested in relation to the percentage owner of the Strategic Investment Fund. We agreed to note and publish this, and we decided to write to them because we didn't believe that they answered the question that the committee wanted answers to. So we've written to them, and we're waiting to get a reply to that more specific question the next time. So next item.
There's something to come back on when they do come back to us.
Pardon?
I think there is something more to look at in terms of when they come back to us. It appears that there's a parallel arrangement. Like they had no idea, for example, or they appear not to have been aware, for example, that the remainder of ENET was being purchased, or that it was the contracts were being extended when they were considering purchasing it for two arms of the state, and where there's potentially public money, not to know that there is something happening, again shows that we're kind of in this silo. And the problem is that it's the public purse that is the cropper in this kind of an environment. If they don't know that something is going on, I'm not saying that they should know the detail of it, but they certainly should know that is happening.
Okay, so look, we are coming back to that for definite as soon as we get that response and the broader issues. So next item of correspondence 1837 from John O'Sullivan, Commissioner of Evaluation of the Valuation Office, dated 11th of January 2019, providing information requested by the committee in relation to the basis of the valuation of Harold's Cross Stadium and comparisons used. We'll note and publish this, and people can read it as the way she gives two tables, the comparable transactions that were on the market around the time of the Harold's Cross issue, all in 2017, ranging from a property in Harold's Cross Road, in Sandymount, Rathgar and Montrose. I know they're not all in the same location as the Harold's Cross Stadium, but they're using kind of distance from the city centre, and the price per acre in many of those were more expensive than the Harris Cross Stadium, but some of them were perhaps in a more valuable location. And then he gives table number 2, which gives subsequent transactions in approximately the same distance from the city centre, and he talks about one in Donnybrook, Grand Canal Harbour, Dunville Avenue, which would be very close to that area, I think, Swords and the cinema in Harris Cross. So people can make their own views. Some of those properties are well in excess of the price per hectare that was put on Harris Cross. But I know every property is different, and I'm not suggesting they're all comparable, but I'm just outlining the information provided by the Valuation Office, and people can digest it and comment as they wish.
Can I just, I mean, I think there's a critical paragraph on page 2, and it's the third one down. You know, in relation to the valuation, it says, I'll go down halfway through the paragraph. It says, similarly, the Valuation Office would have no regard to the motives or strategic interest of either party to the transaction. The duty of this office under the circular is to provide a formal, independent, and professional red book valuation based solely on market evidence, and no other factors can or would be taken into account. Now, there were different valuations depending on the zoning. Now, this is a very well located site. Completely accept that, but it's just very hard to. And you can look at these tables, and you can look at the valuation that was put on those properties, and accept the point you're making that they're very different. But we still come back to the same point. It is a bit of a stretch to say that, that there was. It's a bit of a stretch to say that there happened to be exactly the same amount as the amount that would have got the racing board out of trouble. And if this was to be replicated in terms of the purchase of sites for educational campuses, we'd have very expensive educational campuses.
The most worrying thing about the valuation, as far as I'm concerned, the price assumed that Dublin City Council or the relevant local authority would amend the zoning either by material contravention or rezoning. And perhaps they felt there were public bodies, another public body was going to assist them. Maybe not an unreasonable assumption that anyone who's been a member of local authority would assist any school development if it did require a material contravention. But in relation to all the other items they're comparing Harold's Cross to, they're in the private sector, you couldn't make any of those assumptions in relation to any of the other sites. And that assumption, I think, definitely would have had an influence in terms of future use and future zoning that they assumed would come through, which is a bit of a leap, but maybe they were being pragmatic about it.
But the point, one of the points is, the higher valuation would be a residential valuation. Yeah. Okay? An educational zoning would be a lower valuation. Correct. And yet it was the higher valuation that the department, it was the higher valuation with the assumption that the City Council, had it been earmarked to the City Council that this was for an educational campus, they would have zoned it educational, and it would actually have been not at the premium residential zoning, it would have been at the educational zoning, which would be lower. Now, whether that would have been fair to the owners of the site is a whole other matter. But there's a happy coincidence that it happens to be the higher amount, and it got another entity off the hook in terms of their financial balance sheet.
Okay. Deputy, can I just maybe cut to the chase a little bit, but bring in Deputy? What I believe will be helpful here is, yes, it looks a remarkable coincidence that 23 million was precisely what the Greyhound Board required. That's what the parent department, the Department of Agriculture, wanted for that site. And it is a remarkable coincidence, and we've no evidence yet. But what I want now to write from here today is I want to see a copy of all communications, emails, correspondence between the Valuation Office and the Department of Agriculture in relation to what price would be acceptable, had the department an indicative price it was looking for. And that will be instructive, because the Department of Education wrote the cheque, but the people selling the site and who wanted the actual 23 million really were the Department of Agriculture. And we need the full communications trail between the Valuation Office and the Department of Agriculture to see what toing and froing happened in respect of that price, Deputy Cullinane. And that's a request now to go to both organisations.
The problem here with this issue is that we have a lot of communication already, and this has gone over and back, and we can seek more documentation, and we can fill this room with it. At the end of the day, I don't think this committee is in a position to make a determination on whether or not there was anything wrong. So if that's the case, then we need to look at, well, who does? So does this need to be examined? And I don't know whether, does this come up in any of the routine audits anyway that the CNAG would do with...
A significant purchase like this would be typically examined as part of the audit, and it was a 2018 purchase. So I plan to look at this in the context of the audit. Now, I think your points are very well made, and there is a question of how do you take it forward from here, where professional opinions have been presented. If we were to try to look into that, we'll have to hire professionals to look at it. So I don't want to prejudge it. I want to look at it and then determine whether
but that seems
something
to be
further would
to
be
me,
required.
because if you felt there was an issue in the course of the audit, you could then look at what's the best way to proceed.
An issue that was capable of being judged. Because there's no point in getting into something that you can't make a call on at the end.
Okay. And ultimately...
I'll just make a point, just generally. That's only a selection of the paper today.
Correct.
It is not possible to go on like this. And we have made the point repeatedly from day one. We need help from research officers of whatever title they're given. It is not possible to continue to hold systems to account on the budget that we have. It is, and we're given an illusion that we're doing it in a sense, and we are doing our best. And I want to pay tribute to you, Chair. You're doing tremendous work as Chair and going through the correspondence, which in itself is a full meeting, to actually even go through it, tease out little bits. But then we're left with pieces of correspondence. And I think we need a meeting, privately or publicly, I don't mind, in relation to this matter and how we can go forward without enough staff to look at it. It'll be very obvious today later on when we're dealing with the University of Limerick and Waterford. It is simply not possible, despite our best efforts.
We agree, and we'll move on. I'll take both deputies now in a moment. The staff, we're looking here, since this PAC was established, we're at item of correspondence 1850 at this stage, and that's just letters in. The volume of letters that went out would be multiples of that, following up the various issues, and I think that far exceeds by a long way. I think correspondence received, I suspect, by every other Oireachtas committee combined since this Dáil was established. And we need research staff. The staff are providing fantastic administrative support, but we need dedicated. We have 3 sets of financial statements, we have 2 special reports from the CAG, we have several independent commission reports in relation to the various colleges. It's a full-time job on its own to do.
Correspondence with all of that.
With all of that. So definitely we will discuss that, because the PAC, if we're to be thorough in our work, and we are very thorough and exact in doing our interim reports as much as is humanly possible, we do need some research specific to this committee facility. Deputy Cassells and MacSharry, but we'll try and move it on as quickly as we can. But we'll come back to that.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and no intention of holding up proceedings, but I mean, this was not just an issue in terms of monies paid by the department and so forth. We saw the protracted discussions in here when the Greyhound Board were before us and trying to extract answers on that particular day on huge amounts of money that they are in receipt of from the State Exchequer as well. And as Deputy Murphy has said, a very coincidental price being paid that assisted them in their financial difficulties by one arm of the state to another as well. What I would ask, Chairman, and the CNAG has referred to it as a significant purchase. Can I ask you, I'm not asking you to prejudge CNAG, but just your professional opinion in terms of the value of the money paid in respect of this. My colleague beside me, who is a professional wearing his other cap in this regard, would of course tell you that the value is whatever the buyer feels the money paid for a particular site is garnered. But I mean,
that's the Department of Education and the Department of Agriculture's view on Harold's Cross. It's not my view.
No, maybe she can correct me afterwards.
No, I'm only just
in terms of the processes, you said you would need professional advice beyond, in response to Deputy Cullinane, is professional evaluation, okay? In terms of making a determination as to the value, and then are you going to come back and tell us, well, I really can't get involved in that area because that was a policy decision by the Department of Education. If they said they wanted a facility in that area, well, then they're going to end up paying whatever price was demanded of them in that respect. And secondly, in terms of the process involved, the chairman used the term remarkable coincidence. I wrote it down. In terms of what you're going to assess on the face of it, do you determine on the face of it a remarkable coincidence, considering the long and protracted discussions we had in here with the Greyhound Board and the very perilous state that they were in? And as the chairman said, there was a remarkable coincidence that they got a cheque off another arm of the state that just so happened to coincide with the amount of money they needed to get out the gap and keep the dogs running.
I think the issues you're raising are exactly the ones that I would be considering as part of any review of it. It's clear that it is a coincidence. Whether it's remarkable or not, I'll kind of leave over until I've
okay.
managed
And I appreciate that we can't prejudge, but I share Deputy Connolly's frustration, Chairman. This is a huge transaction. Huge transaction. And I don't want to see another set of witnesses come in, bluff this committee and out the door again. You know, it's a huge transaction, and quite frankly, some of the things that were said here during the debates on the Greyhound Board, you know, were remarkable. And I think we do need a really significant examination of this still.
We'll leave it to the audit, but I still want your agreement that we write to the department for communication. It might be helpful, right? Between the valuation office and the department in relation to the negotiations in relation to the price they would settle for or look for or whatever. And I don't think the volume will be too high. There'll be some transactions there. Now, I'm going to ask your indulgence. I want to go straight into private session in relation to documentation that we require for our next session. This will only take a minute.
A bit on this?
On this, but have a quick minute in private session.
Could you just scroll up what's on the screen there slightly, just to bring, well, back down a little bit now. Yeah. I was looking at valuations comparison there. You had it there at the heading. It was towards the bottom, but now it's gone.
Table 1 and table 2.
Well, have you got it here? Yeah?
It's on the attached tables.
Yeah. See, the problem here is, and we came across this with the Office of Public Works as well, and we had people had made information available to Deputy Kelly and I in advance of that, and we were able to ask certain questions. If the CNAG is looking at things, it seems to me that moves are determined at a higher level. That site works. Let's buy that site. OBW as well, you know, Museum Plaza works, okay? And that's at a policy level where there's no expertise other than they identify the need. We need 2 schools in Harold's Cross, we need a site. Agriculture needs, we have a problem with Board Nagan, we need 20 million. OBW say they need a new Department of Health, Museum Plaza. And then it goes down to the various expertises. And while it mightn't be said, they're retrofitting the case to fit the outcome determined on the top. And I doubt we'll prove any malpractice here, but I know from being contacted by a journalist some weeks ago from the Times who had FOI'd a lot of the material you're writing to look for
Yes.
now. And they provided, I think, something like 20 comparisons, of which only 4 that were prepared to identify the sites. And one of them was the land in RTE, Dublin 4. I mean, that's like, you know, saying there was land in Sligo sold at the same time. I mean, Dublin 4 and Harold's Cross they're not even the same sport, never mind the same league or ballpark, you know. And the reality is, you know, Savills are probably, you know, on this side of the world, certainly Ireland and Britain, are the go-to valuations. Before it was finalised, I asked the question, who valued it? Savills. Can you give us it? No, we can't. Sensitive information. The only thing that made that information sensitive was because it had the potential to block a deal going ahead for 10 million, arguably more than it should have.
Okay.
So Best of luck.
Yeah, we'll come back to that. So I'm now going into private session just for a moment.
Yeah.
public session.
Yeah, go on.
Next item of correspondence in public session is 1839 from the HSC in relation to console staff. To correct the wording in relation to the previous letter, whether it is previously employed or an applied person or a person existing employees. It's only a technical correction. We'll note and publish that. Next item is 1846 from the Secretary-General Department of Education and Skills, providing information requested by the committee in relation to the allocation of places on school buses. So I suggest we note and publish this, and there's a lot of useful information on that, and to give rationales and why some buses do double trips. The next item was a note on cases taken against bus earned by children and their families for legal costs associated. There's a separate item of correspondence given that the numbers are quite small. The next item, the maximum travelling time and waiting time and distance for children. Obviously, those who are on the special education needs maybe have to be transported to schools quite a distance from their house, and the time can be longer there. Special note in the transport grant, including details of the maximum minimum payment and averages available. Very useful for people who have to avail of that. Next item is in relation to transfers between the bus earn reserves from the school transport account back to the department, and money has been refunded to the department. And then in relation to regional cost differences. So in relation to those last three items on the last page, they say that they are collating information with Bus Éireann and will be forwarded to the committee shortly. So quite a bit of information there, but an acknowledgement quite a bit of information still has to come. So we'll note and publish that, and we will then wait for the further information. Next item of correspondence 1847 from the HSC, providing a note requested regarding the businesses cases put forward by Section 38 organisation for non-adherence to public health or health sector pay policy. Now, I'm sure the nurses will be interested in this one, but to summarise it, to say under the Section 38 agreements, and this was ongoing by the last PAC, there were 671 cases closed. That recommendation was given, there no action was taken. There's currently 153 still unresolved. Work in progress between the HSE and the agency in 104 cases. Work in progress with the department. They're with the department 14, and their various items are pending to be dealt with 35 more. So they give the full list of all the Section 38 organisations on Table 2 of the cases, the major cases in relation to salary scales that are in existence and still haven't been formally approved. So we'll watch that, come back to it, and people use that information. As I say, there's over 600 cases dealt with and 153 still to be concluded. Next item of correspondence is from Ray Mitchell in relation number 1850 in relation to our periodic report number 4, and he corrects a slight mistake we had, and we thank him for correcting it in relation to the nursing home support scheme. We said that there's approximately $1 billion spent on that, and we said 2/3 of it went on public nursing homes, and he's saying it should have been 1/3. So we had the figures were in the report, but we had the wrong percentage in saying how much was divided between the private nursing home and public nursing home, and we acknowledge that correction and thank them for that. Next item is 1851 from Mark Griffin, Secretary General, Department of Communications, Climate Action, Environment, providing a detailed follow-up to information requested by the committee in relation to a number of items. We'll note and publish this, but so people will know what we're talking about. Some of it will come up on our broadband discussions yet to take place in the next couple of weeks. The Metropolitan Area Contract Extension, an overview of the 9 million paid to KPMG. There's detailed responses which were published, in an overview of projects before May 2018 and after with regards to the Energy Efficiency National Fund. Then the next item was an update on the clean-up in Ahanish. Next item was an update on the site in Avoca and Silver Mines. Lots of people will be interested in this. The next item then was correspondence on the European Commission ruling of the 3,000 homes removed and the business case removed in respect of the National Broadband Plan mapping process. We'll be discussing that as part of our next meetings on the national broadband issue. Then a note on the number of cards and models of cars with e-call services. That was in relation to the emergency call-out service. Interesting information there. A note on the rolling out of brown bins. People can look at that. Then interesting, people will find this interesting, a note on the capacity and life expectancy of the 4 landfills that are still operating in the state, to include a breakdown between recycling, landfill and incineration, and the current figures for this year. Well, the most recent figures they have, I think, are for 2016, and be that as it may. But the important thing to note is that there are 4 landfills operating in Ireland today. One is Knockharley landfill, Kentstown, Navan, County Meath, whose planning permission expires in August 2021. Ballynargan landfill in Coolbeg, County Wicklow, whose planning permission expires on May 2021. Drehead landfill in Carbery, County Kildare. They have a planning application that's valid for the next 9 years. And then the 4th one is in East Galway landfill, Kilconnell, Ballinasloe, whose, according to this, the planning permission expired last year. So at this stage, they appear to have only a couple of years life in the landfills that are available. And now they do say that that recycling and recovery is 74%, which is high internationally, and only 26% go to landfill. But those organisations where the operators' permissions are almost expired or only a year or two will have to apply for further planning permission. But the only point we make is, unless those are dealt with, somebody has a problem somewhere, or else they all go to Ringsend or whatever. You know, and maybe that was the strategy all along. I don't know.
One in Drogheda, there was a planning application made because we got to crisis point, and it looks like there was going to be nowhere to actually dispose of waste. And in fact, I think both the Wicklow and the Meath sites also were extended on a temporary basis. I know that the Cork incinerator, or the proposed incinerator, because I'm not sure where that is in the process, was being relied on. But I don't know if it's this committee or if it would be maybe the Environment Committee or the Communications Committee. I'm not sure what committee would deal with this. But a lot of these are temporary. And in actual fact, there's a whole cost that's not taken into consideration in that there's no landfill, there's no disposal in Munster at all. And in actual fact, if you stand on the bridge in Sallins in Kildare, you'll see Cork and Kerry and Tipperary trucks every day. And tourism. And I've got to say that there is a real serious problem facing us here. I don't know if this is for the Public Accounts Committee.
But this committee rightly went into the function and role of the department, and definitely we're publishing that, and I believe some other committee or individual deputies certainly take it up. We've done our job on this by publishing this. We're not delving into the landfills personally.
In relation to money, it's not for us now. Yeah. Back in 2000 in Galway, a campaign started for zero waste. It was extremely successful. There was a model rolled out, 70% diversion from landfill. Just that figure now alone, Chair, across everything, including composting, 70% diversion from landfill. That was possible. It ran for 6 weeks as a pilot project. It was rolled out as a local authority service, and it had 56% diversion on a weekly basis from landfill, and we showed what was possible. But really, the government at the time had a plan for incinerators, and we're now reaping and seeing it, and actually bigger and bigger centres, bigger dumps in less areas, and actually Galway showed we wanted to have a county plan and a city plan all in one. We were willing to deal with our waste in a very sustainable manner, and actually they deprived the local authority of the ability to do that by bringing in legislation and removed waste management from the local authorities. Now, it's not popular to say this, they are the facts as happened. So the power was removed, correct. They centralised it, removed it, and we now constantly blame people as polluters. I don't believe they're polluters, actually. I think, well, I won't go into it here because it's not relevant, but it's important for the record to say the people of Galway showed what was possible, and they indicated that all of the things from the engineers' reports and so on that had very low recycling rates were all wrong. We showed what was possible, we did it, and they took it from us, privatised it, and took the power from the local authorities. So there was a combination of forces at work, and now we're going to reap it in terms of the taxpayer paying more and more money, in addition to calling citizens polluters on a daily basis, which is unacceptable. For the record.
Can I just point on this? I mean, if, for example, the incinerator in Ringsend doesn't get a threshold of waste, we then have to compensate them. And so policy is possibly dictating, the incineration policy is possibly dictating that, but the problem is, what hasn't been counted is the cost of transporting the waste, both from the point of view of the damages done to roads and the unsustainability of that so there is a cost element to this policy, but as I say, I don't think it's this commission.
Move on, but I do want to clarify an issue, and I think I glossed over it in that table. And I would say to those people who are interested in the recycling issue, the news is not half as good as I read out a moment ago, because when I look at the table, they say in relation to the total waste of the 2.7 million tonnes in the country in the year, recycling was 34% and recycling involving composting and digestion was 7%. So in fact, the recycling is only 41%. And then they go on to say incineration, they call it energy recovery. So in other words, and then the other 26% in landfill. So really, the figures are, we're actually only at 41% for recycling, 33% for incineration, and 26% for landfill. That's a bit different than because they included the incineration figure under recovery. But people, I just want to spell out the difference between the original figures and the breakdown there now. Deputy Cullinane.
Chair, these are all very serious issues, but can I just propose that at 10:15, if we haven't finished correspondence, that we hold over correspondence? Because we have an awful lot to do today with the two institutes coming in. I just be concerned the time could slip by.
Okay, last thing, I just finish on this item. Next thing, in relation to one issue, and you'll indulge me on this, in relation to the RTE 2+1 channel. Oh, brilliant news, brilliant news. So in June 2018, RTE made a formal request to the Department for an extension of the RTE+1 service and the introduction of a new service, RTE 2+1. The Broadcasting Authority was asked to conduct an assessment and concluded a stakeholder consultation. Following consideration of that report and the outcome of the stakeholder consideration, the Minister approved the proposed extension of RTE+1 service and the introduction of an RTE 2+1 service in December, obviously just in recent weeks. So now I'll be asking RTE, when can we see it on air? Okay, next item, we'll come back to it again, note 11 on mobile coverage. People will be very interested in that, about the black spots around the country. And then in relation to repeaters for improving the signals, which they refer to here, the Comreg says they don't gather information on how many are in existence. So, look, I think we'll just note and publish that correspondence.
Some of the stuff in this report.
Look, most of this relates to communications and those type of issues, aside from the waste, which are part of our broadband and that whole debate, because they affect all that area.
There's one I want to come back to, and that's Auchinnish, and I just for another day about the clean-up.
The clean-up, fine, that's fine. Okay,
if we hold it over and come back to it.
Well, we'll publish it and hold it over for discussion.
Yeah.
We'll keep it on the agenda for discussion, but we will publish it in the meantime, because people will be interested in that document. Next item then, I'll just go as far as I can, is Kieran Breen providing information requested by the committee regarding the total of all payments for compensation and the percentage of payments made by the State Claims Agency in respect to people in the wards of court. And it transpires that the majority of payments made are actually to people who have been made wards of court, and last year it was 53% of the payments went to people, 121 million under the wards of court. Big issue, that's 121 million. Over the year, the 5 years in review, there's 500, there's a £500 million gone in there, being managed by the court service or some people down there. We have to question maybe state claims, or maybe the NTMA might manage that, but that's an issue we'll come back to as a policy issue. Next item, 1857 from Des Fitzgerald, President of UL, providing information today for today's meeting. We'll note and publish it. Next item, Stephen Kent was here in 1861, providing information on school transport, which I read earlier. Item C, correspondence, is from John Kenny, Cyro, who has declined his invitation to attend because they were one of the bidders for that National Broadband Plan, and we note and publish that. 1838 was from Thomas Reid, Breeding Director of Warm Bloods, Stud Book of Ireland. We've corresponded back and forward, and with him and the department, and sent a reply to him about state aid. So I now propose we ask for a note on the oversight arrangements between the department and Horse Sport Ireland, and a requested copy of the service level agreement in relation to that organisation. Next item, 1840 from an individual, providing a briefing for members to the committee regarding matters at UL. We'll note this, we're not publishing that item. Next item, 1841 from an individual, dated the 15th of January, providing briefing for members of the committee regarding matters at UL. We note that, and the members will be aware of it for today's meeting, but we're not publishing. 1842 from Adam Ledwith, Public Policy Manager Ayr, dated the 14th of January, accepting the invitation to attend the meeting of the Committee in relation to the National Broadband Plan. Next item, 1843, Peter McCarthy, CEO of ENET, accepting the invitation to attend their meeting. Next item,
Sorry, on that one, he is actually accepting it.
Yeah, accepting the invitation.
But he's also looking for questions in advance.
Yeah, and
presumably we don't do that.
No, I'll come to that in just a moment, because
Right.
there's a lot of people here haven't ever been at a public account, and they want a little bit of guidance.
We want to be fair to them at the same time.
No, we are. And just as the one item I want to deal with the work programme, and I'll come to it in just one moment, right? Next item is 1844 from Sean Bulger, CEO Chairman of Imagine Communications Group, accepting the invitation to attend. Next item is 1858 from an individual requesting the Commission to make inquiries regarding the selection process of the election observer roster. We've had detailed correspondence on this before, and I propose we forward it to Minister Cannon, who is the Junior Minister, for his attention. Is that agreed? And our consideration of this is now closed, because it gets more voluminous on that. A particular individual was on a panel for over 30 years, and he's not on it anymore. And it's not within our remit, that panel. It's not a financial matter, and it's really a matter for Minister Cannon's department. And we did get a response before, or we dealt with
in relation to the panel being, when it came to an end,
Yeah.
there was a delay on that.
There was a
That was
delay.
the issue that
And
we
arrived-
were following up on, and that still hasn't been resolved, has it?
No, they're coming back to us. We've asked for information, and they updated the panel. They let it expire. You know.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, but this particular one was a very specific.
Oh, no, I'm
personal
not.
Yeah,
I'm
so
just
we won't go
commission.
into that, but refer it to Minister Cannon, and I think we'll tell the individual, we'll refer it to the Minister. The PAC has no role in relation to his particular case. Next item is 1862 from an individual providing briefing for the committee regarding UL. And we can note that and discuss it today if people want, but not any personal details. And 1863 from another individual in relation to UL, we'll note that. And then next item of correspondence, 1880 from Jonathan Bryan regarding the National Paediatric Hospital Board. That's a request for Robert Watt to appear, but we have our meeting set up specifically, and we will come back to deeper government procurement and the National Development Finance Agency, but not on that particular day. And we can decide who to invite if we want a further meeting. Well, we've invited the hospital board, we've invited the HSE chief link in the chain, we've invited the Secretary General of the Department of Health. We need to get them out of the way. We've agreed separately, and we did last week, wrote to the National Government Procurement Agency, who may have a more direct role in it than DPAR. They'll set policy, but it's up to the Secretary General. He's responsible, he's the man who signs the cheque in health, and we've written to the National Development Finance Agency, should have advised on the financing and the structure of such a proposal, and we're waiting information. I just think for the first meeting we've quite a range of people here, and one Secretary General first. I'm not saying we won't invite Robert Watt, but I'm just saying I'd be concerned that we might have I think we've quite a bit on our agenda with the group that I've actually mentioned.
I Just asked very quickly,
Yeah.
asked the CNHE to
Yeah.
clarify his
Yeah.
role in this, because there was some public commentary in relation to it. This is the National Children's Hospital.
I audit the development board.
Account.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
At the moment, I have no plans to do any particular work in relation to the cost of the project at the
Nor
moment.
can you be directed to either.
No, I choose the work programme for my office.
And what's the year the audit was done? The last audit was done for the development board?
The 2017 audit is complete. The 2018 we're planning at the moment.
Right.
Okay, the last item, I'm going to hold over now the financial statements received now since the new year, or since the meeting before Christmas to the next meeting. But there's one item on the work programme I just want people to think about. Where's the work programme? Yeah. Several companies from the private sector are coming in to talk to us on the broadband issue. They're all asking, what's the process, what do we say, what's the issues, what's the topic? So what I'm saying is, rather than take time now, I'd ask people just to think about that, so that when we come back at 2:30, we have just a couple of minutes in private session, so that people have a couple of hours to think about it, so we can give those people who are assisting us and not obliged to come here some guidance as to the meeting. So we will come back to that literally at the commencement of the afternoon session, in private session, for a couple of moments to give guidance on that. And so look, I think at this stage we have quite a few people to meet today, and we're going to suspend until the witnesses. Sorry.
Question just when
Yeah.
so there's a good few coming in this first session. Are we going to take, because we got 3 opening statements, are we going to have 3 opening statements first and then questions, or what?
This morning's session is specifically in relation to UL and Sligo.
No, I know that, and you have the HEA too, haven't you?
Yes.
Yeah, so will we have 3 opening statements
Yeah.
and then we go to the speakers? Are you doing
Yes.
them all together, or are you splitting them
All
up?
together.
All right. And
Yeah. Yeah. So the department sent in the long one, but they've been told to summarise it.
I haven't seen, that didn't come on email, no?
Yeah.
Oh, I must have missed that one.
Yeah, well, the last copies to be circulated if they're right. So look, there are a number of opening statements, because we want to get them on the next, because somebody might choose only to talk about Limerick, somebody else might want to choose to talk about Sligo, so we have to get them all out there, you
Yeah.
know, so we can have a logical discussion afterwards. Okay. Pardon?
Sligo, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Have you a plan?
If nobody does, I will.
No, in fairness, I won't ask any questions, that's all right.
Aye. Sure. Okay, look, we're now suspended for 5 minutes until witnesses take their seats. Is that And for this morning's session, we will be examining the following: the CNAG Special Report 103, the handling of remuneration and for certain senior staff in the University of Limerick and the Institute of Sligo. And we have also requested an update on the implementation of Dr. Thorne's independent review of certain matters and allegations relating to the University of Limerick. And for the afternoon session, we will be examining the Controller and Auditor General Special Report number 104 on Waterford Institute of Technology regarding the development and disposal of intellectual property in Feed Henry. We are joined for this morning by the following: from the Department of Education and Skills, Seán Fleming, Secretary General, and by Deirdre MacDonald, William Bosang, Tara Carton, Tony Gaynor and Stephanie Good. And from the Higher Education Authority, Paul O'Toole, Chief Executive Officer Mary Farrell and Orla Crystal. And from the University of Limerick, Des Fitzgerald, President, and Gary O'Brien, Deputy President. And from Sligo IT, Dr. Brendan McCormack, President. So can I remind members and witnesses and everyone in the public gallery that all mobile phones are to be switched off, and that means putting them on to airplane mode. Merely putting them on silent may interfere with the recording system, so I'd ask them to be on airplane mode. So I wish to advise all witnesses that by virtue of 1721 of the Defamation Act 2009, witnesses are protected by absolute privilege in respect of their evidence to the committee. If you are directed by the committee to cease giving evidence in relation to a particular matter and you continue to do so, you are entitled thereafter only to qualified privilege in respect of your evidence. You are directed that only evidence connected with the subject matter of these proceedings is to be given, and you are asked to respect the parliamentary practice to the effect that, where possible, you should not criticise or make charges against any person or persons or entity by name or in such a way as to make him or it identifiable. Members are reminded of the provisions of Standing Order 186 that the committee shall refrain from inquiring into the merits of a policy or policies of the government or a minister of the government or the merits of the objectives of such policies. While we expect witnesses to answer questions put to them clearly and with candour, witnesses can and should expect to be treated fairly and with respect and consideration at all times in accordance with the witness protocol. So we will take the CNAG's opening statement first.
Thank you, Chairman. Third-level institutions are obliged to comply with employee remuneration schemes approved by the Minister for Education and Skills and the Minister for Public Expenditure and Reform. Special Report 103 looks at a number of matters relating to the remuneration of certain senior staff members in the University of Limerick and the Institute of Technology, Sligo, where non-compliant remuneration arrangements were entered into. Some public sector pension schemes provide for the discretionary awarding of professional added years for pension purposes. These provisions are intended to compensate for the inability of certain professional or technical staff who, because of qualifications or experience conditions applied at their recruitment, would be unable to qualify for a full pension before the mandatory retirement age. Since 2009, awards of professional added years in the 5 older universities have been approved on a case-by-case basis by the Minister for Education and Skills and the Minister for Public Expenditure and Reform. Until the end of April 2018, the newer universities, that's Dublin City University and the University of Limerick, operated separate independent frameworks for the award of professional added years. We analysed the awards of professional added years in the 2 universities between 2012 and 2016 and found that the University of Limerick had awarded added years to more employees and with a higher average added value than was the case in Dublin City University. Awards in Dublin City University were made only to academic staff, while in the University of Limerick, 18% of awards were to non-academic staff. Following circulation of a draft of the special report, the Higher Education Authority directed both universities that all applications for professional added years awards from the end of April 2018 would be subject to approval by the Pensions Unit of the Department of Education and Skills. In general, subsidiary companies are used by third-level education institutions as a means of managing non-core functions in a manner that separates their business affairs from those of the institution. This allows the non-core functions to be run on commercial lines and for subsidiary employees to be remunerated on competitive market terms. Subsidiary companies usually provide pension benefits for employees on a defined contribution basis, and such employees are not counted as public sector workers. In late 2012, the University of Limerick arranged for 2 senior executives employed by a subsidiary company of the university to be admitted to a university-defined benefit pension scheme that was about to close for new entrants. This resulted in the 2 executives being granted significant additional pension benefits, including professional added years. Those additional benefits have been valued actuarially at over €1.2 million. Claims were advanced that the 2 executives had been promised pension benefits equivalent to those of employees recruited to the university at the same time, but these claims were not supported by appropriate contract documentation. In November and December 2011, the University of Limerick agreed with 2 senior managers that their employment would cease on the 29th of February 2012 on a severance basis, and severance payments were made on that date. However, prior to their severance, arrangements were put in place with each of the senior managers to continue to make their services available to the university on a consultancy basis. Separate contracts for service were put in place between the university and limited liability companies owned by each senior manager. Evidence of work done in return for one of the consultancy contracts is limited. In that case in particular, it is difficult to see that the value obtained from the contract is commensurate with the payments made. The combined severance and consultancy arrangements resulted in additional estimated costs of €310,000 in net present value terms, as compared to what the 2 managers would have received had they continued in employment to the standard minimum retirement age. The process followed in implementing these 2 severance deals in the University of Limerick was reported on by me in a previous special report. In the course of the earlier examination, the university misrepresented the circumstances around the severance deals. In particular, it was represented that the severance payments were made because of unspecified performance issues and the existence of the consultancy arrangements was not disclosed. This misrepresentation of the facts undermines the audit relationship and is a serious governance failure. A severance agreement entered into by the Institute of Technology, Sligo, with a senior manager in 2016 cost the Institute over €202,000 when the sanction received from the Department of Education and Skills allowed for payments totalling just over €37,500. The actual expenditure included a sum of almost €108,000 incorrectly classified as payment related to sabbatical leave. The facts of the case did not conform to the circumstances in which sabbatical leave may be granted under the Institute's policy, and the related payment was not submitted as required to the Institute's governing body for approval. It was noted that the Institute's policy on sabbaticals is based on a 2-year pilot scheme for the award of sabbatical leave to academic staff issued by the Department of Education and Skills in 2004-2005. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you indeed. And now we'll ask Mr. Fallu for your opening statement.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for the invitation to be here this morning. I have a lengthy opening statement, so I'm not going to speak all the words. I'm just going to summarise it. So before I... Can that be circulated so that we can refer to it? Thanks. Before I comment specifically on the report, I would like to emphasise the seriousness with which the Department regards the types of governance issues that have been raised in the report, and I would like to briefly identify some of the measures that we, together with the Higher Education Authority, have taken. We have been working together with the Higher Education Authority in relation to developing and strengthening the governance framework for higher education over the past years. Measures that have been taken include the introduction of a new governance framework for higher education for the higher education system in 2015, reduced timelines for the submission of draft accounts for certification by the CNAG and for submission of annual governance statements to the HEA. Also, the HEA meets quarterly with the CNAG to discuss the status of audits of financial statements and to discuss any issues arising. And in 2016, the HEA commenced the introduction of a programme of rolling reviews on governance matters. In addition, the HEA ensures that codes of practice are in place in respect of the Institute of Technology and the universities. An updated code was put in place in January of last year in the Institute of Technology, and it is anticipated to be an updated one for the universities soon. In relation to the report, in relation to the Professional Added Years Awards for pension purposes, with effect from 30 April 2018, all applications for the award of professional added years must be submitted to the Department for approval. The Department is also undertaking a review of awards of added years made by UL to employees in the recent past. In relation to the admission of certain subsidiary company staff into the university pension scheme, the Department with the HEA is conducting a review of the circumstances surrounding the admission of the two individuals into the UL superannuation scheme. This review is examining the circumstances of their entry, any costs associated with their pension benefits, and will identify any actions necessary to rectify the pension position if it is determined that they were incorrectly admitted to the scheme. In relation to the severance payments of senior managers at UL and Sligo, in relation to UL, the Department acknowledges the concerns of the CNAG in respect of the instances of misrepresentation by the University of Limerick with regard to the circumstances of the severance deals. From my perspective as accounting officer, this is not acceptable practice for any higher education institution. In order to ensure that such misrepresentation is not a feature of the university's future relationship with the CNAG, the Department has communicated its serious concerns to the University and highlighted the importance of full disclosure and transparency in responding to all such requests. The University has confirmed to the Department that it has taken specific measures to ensure that all future interactions with the CNAG are open and transparent. With regard to IT Sligo, in November 2018, the Department issued a circular to the sector providing guidance on the processing of severance payments in the public sector, as well as a new guidance note to the sector in relation to reporting for and sanction of redundancy payments. The Department has also agreed to issue guidance to the Institutes of Technology in relation to sabbatical arrangements for academic staff. The guidance will be informed by the findings of the HEA's third rolling review, which is looking specifically at staff remuneration and benefits in higher education institutions, encompassing issues such as compliance with public sector policy on salary and remuneration, pensions, expenses and other related benefits such as sabbatical leave. The review will be completed and published this year. To conclude, the Department is committed to ensuring that the recommendations of the CNAG report are fully implemented and will liaise with the HEA and the institutions as appropriate to facilitate this. The Department is currently examining the matter of recoupment of funding from higher education institutions where governance breaches have been identified and is considering the most appropriate options available to it in that respect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fallu. But just one thing I would just want to put to you before I take the next opening statement. You'll be aware that we've had quite a lot of discussion at this committee, and yourself has been involved in several times in relation to the financial statements in the third level sector. We issued a report on the 11th of July 2017 talking about the unacceptable delay in getting accounts from the various organisations. So yesterday went to look at the most recent set of financial statements that were published in respect of the three organisations here today. And in relation to the University of Limerick, the last set of published audited accounts are for the period the 1st of October 2015 to the 30th of September 2016. It's 2.5 years ago. I haven't seen any published financial statements. And your opening remark were about accountability and control. If we haven't seen audited accounts in 2.5 years, everything else is shallow. I would just say that. In relation to the Institute of Technology of Sligo, the last set of financial statements that have been published cover the period of 1st of September 2015 to the 31st of August 2016. That's 2.5 years ago, and we haven't seen any published statements, financial statements since. And in relation to Waterford Institute of Technology, the last set of published financial statements cover the period of 1st of September 2015 to the 31st of August 2016, and we haven't seen any any more recent financial statement, again 2.5 years old. So we are proceeding with the meeting, but I can't explain strongly enough to you that we in the Public Accounts Committee find it utterly unacceptable when a department comes in here and talks about control and monitoring and review, and we haven't seen laid in the Oireachtas financial statements covering any period since covering the last 2.5 years. So the first question I want to put to you in relation to those three organisations: do you have the audited financial statement signed off by the Controller and Auditor General and signed by the relevant accounting officer or president of the institution from University of Limerick or the Institute of Technology in Sligo. Do you have them?
Chair, we received the accounts five weeks ago from.
Yes.
Yes, Chair, we received
so,
them. We have 3 months to work them through, but we have to interrogate those in partnership with the HEA and seek clarification. So we don't move to publication immediately. We interrogate those.
So
then
you're saying we can expect to wait 3 years before we see these accounts published from the end of the financial. You must accept as accounting officer that that is utterly not acceptable. That this is all public money. We issued a special report in July 2017, specifically dealing with it, and I'm absolutely sure you accepted the correctness of those recommendations. And we're here again, and we've had Waterford here before on this topic, and here we go again. The last time we threatened to send them home because their accounts were 2 or 3 years out of date. We're back here 2 years later in the exact same scenario, and to say you can take 3 months. Can I just say, if I got those accounts, or somebody with a finance briefing in your department, whom I presume you will have looking at, could go through those in the morning. And I know legally you have 3 months, but you could actually do it in 3 hours if you chose to do so. So I'm just saying, are you in a position, so you have the financial statements up to what period from each of those organisations, but you're not willing to have them, even though they've been signed by the CNAG. So have you a query in relation to what the CNAG's audit? Explain to the public.
Yeah.
I don't get this.
Well, it's not just a technical look to double check on the accounts. There are matters that we have to engage with the HEA on, or indeed the HEA has to engage with us on, or we may have to engage with the institutions. And that is not just a quick look at the accounts, Chair. That is actually our role as the department and the HEA's role. I agree with your point that we need to move to bringing the accounts through as speedily as possible to publication, to getting them to the CNAG as speedily as possible, to the audits undertaken by the CNAG as speedily as possible, and published following oversight by ourselves and the HEA. But we have to take our part in that role very seriously, and it's not just a tick box exercise or a very quick look. There are matters which we regularly have to seek clarification from the institutions involved on.
So you're actually saying your first role was to make sure that those organisations complied with their statutory duties, not wait as long as 2.5 years for it to land on your desk and then start your inquiries. So you're telling me now that in relation to the accounts from the 1st of October 2016 to the 30th of September 2017, which is a year and a half ago, you're now going to review those accounts which are a year and a half old at this stage and possibly start raising queries in relation to what happened in 2016. A little bit late to be doing that now. You should have been doing that all along. There shouldn't be anything a year and a half after the year end that's arriving in your desk for any of these organisations that you don't know about already. What has been happening in the last year and a half that you're now getting to a situation of starting to raise queries? We don't accept that there is adequate supervision from the department if you're allowing something to go a year and a half after the year end and now you're starting to ask questions.
Well, if there was anything major arising in the accounts, the CNAG would have raised it with the HEA at their quarterly meetings that I referred to, Chair. But we do have to go through the accounts when we receive them, and it can't just be receive and publish. We need to work through them.
I'm saying to the 3 organisations here today, you're coming back shortly, all 3 of you with yourselves, as soon as the financial statements for the period in relation to UL September 2017 are finalised, in relation to Sligo when the accounts for the 31st of August 2017 are finalised, and in relation to Waterford Institute of Technology when their accounts for August 2017 are finalised. So we expect to see each of the organisations and yourself, because somebody has to make sure this doesn't continue to happen. There's no point in the people electing us here to do our work of public accounts. We make a recommendation a year and a half ago and life carries on. That won't happen under my watch as chairman of the PAC. We've done tremendous work getting the ETBs and all these organisations to get their accounts up to scratch. I thought the Institute of Technologies and universities would have been more efficient and more effective, actually, because the ETBs went through a massive restructuring over the years, and we want to see that level of efficiency that is now in the ETB sector being replicated at the Institute of Technology sector, and at the university. And you, as the accounting officer, are the person primarily responsible to make sure that they do their job. It's not your job to do it, but your job is to make sure that they do their job, and that hasn't happened yet. So I'm just saying now, we are proceeding with the meeting, but all three organisations, including yourself as accounting officer for the department, will be back here at an early date to discuss the financial statements for the periods I've mentioned, and the financial update, even though it'll be unaudited, covering since the year end. And we will set that date, but we're now going to move on for the opening statement from Paul O'Toole of the HEA.
Chairman and members of the committee, I am joined by my colleagues Mary Farrell, Head of Finance and System Governance, and Orla Crystal, Senior Manager of System Governance. My colleagues and I are pleased to assist the committee in its consideration of the two special reports of the Controller and Auditor General, the handling of remuneration for certain staff in the University of Limerick and the Institute of Technology Sligo, Special Report 103, Waterford Institute of Technology, Development and Disposal of Intellectual Property in Feet Henry, Special Report 104. As I understand the committee is considering these reports separately, I can provide this opening statement in two parts at the committee's discretion. So I'll just do the Limerick one for this morning. Is that?
And have you anything on Sligo?
And yeah, the touch on Sligo.
Yeah, but we'll hold the Waterford on Sligo.
The Waterford for the,
or no, take your full. No, we've actually agreed. We'll take all the opening statements to get them on the record at this point.
For the full statement.
Yeah, to get them on the record.
Okay. In the first instance, I would like to provide some general comments on the role of the Higher Education Authority in respect of sectoral governance. The HEA has a significant role in the governance and oversight of public funding provided to higher education institutions, HEIs. In common with many areas of public administration, this role has evolved and continues to evolve to ensure that taxpayers' funds are utilised in a cost-effective and appropriate manner to deliver on the objectives of government policy for the higher education sector. The HEA implements its responsibilities in this regard primarily through its governance framework for the higher education system. The framework incorporates a series of complementary measures and reports. This oversight function seeks to be respectful of institutional autonomy, but within an accountability framework. An important development in the evolution of the HEA's governance and oversight role and responsibilities will be the planned repeal and replacement of its Foundation Act, the Higher Education Act 1971. It is expected that the new Act will provide greater clarity in respect of the extent and operation of the HEA's responsibilities and those of the institutions themselves and the Minister for Education and Skills. Pending the enactment of the new legislation, the HEA will continue to refine and improve its system governance regime. Recent and planned actions include the development and implementation of revised codes of practice for universities and institutes of technology, the continuation of themed rolling reviews of the sector's institutions, and a follow-up report on the 2017 Review of Intellectual Property Management and Conflicts of Interest in partnership with Knowledge Transfer Ireland. It is important to emphasise that progress on improved governance is being achieved in conjunction with our stakeholders. Handling of remuneration for certain staff in the University of Limerick and the Institute of Technology Sligo. In his response to Chapter 3 of the Controller and Auditor General's report, the Secretary-General of the Department of Education and Skills indicated that the Department and the HEA will work together to examine the matters raised and will ensure corrective action is taken. The HEA is working with the Department in this regard and is continuing to engage with the University of Limerick on these matters. Further details can be provided to the committee as required. Recommendation 5.2, the HEA should review payments described as sabbatical leave across the sector to ascertain if similar control weaknesses are happening elsewhere. As part of its governance framework for the higher education system, the HEA has commissioned a review of pay and related practices in HEIs, including the matter of sabbatical leave. The fieldwork with 7 institutions is underway and a report is expected in Q2 of this year. Based on this report, the HEA will consider the extension of this review to other institutions. Other matters. With regard to other matters in respect of the University of Limerick, the HEA continues to monitor progress on the implementation by the University of the recommendations of the Thorne report. The latest report from UL in respect of the period ending 31st December 2018 indicates that the University has implemented 9 of the 10 recommendations, with the remaining recommendation in progress. The University has also reported that 35 of the 42 recommendations arising from its own return and review of procedures are completed, with the remaining 7 in progress. The HEA will continue to monitor the above and, in conjunction with the annual governance statement of UL to be provided by March 31st of this year, and the HEA's rolling review programme, we will work with UL to ensure robust governance policies and practice are in place. Waterford Institute of Technology, Development and Disposal of Intellectual Property in Feed Henry. I will initially update the committee in respect of actions arising from the Comptroller and Auditor General's report, and then provide updates on the review being carried out by the HEA itself. Progress in implementing the recommendations to the HEA in the report of the Comptroller and Auditor General. The HEA should require, as part of the governance statements, that HEIs submit a schedule of all of their disposals and the consideration received. This recommendation has been implemented, and the schedule is being sought from HEIs commencing with the period 2017-2018. 3.4. The HEA should ensure that HEIs have clear and consistent policies on when a full-time staff member at a HEA may directly receive equity from a spin-out. This recommendation has been incorporated into a new IP protocol developed by KTI in consultation with the HEA. The new protocol is being submitted to the Minister for Business, Enterprise and Innovation for approval. Recommendation 3.5. The HEA should ensure that HEIs have policies in place to ensure that staff involved in negotiating the sale of valuable IP do not have a reporting relationship and are not subject to direction by an interested party. This recommendation is being incorporated into both the new IP protocol as above and the revised annual government statements to be completed by HEIs. The HEA recommendation 4.3. The HEA should ensure that HEIs policies and creator reward schemes take account of potential situations where HEI staff have financial interest in a company acquiring IP. As above, this recommendation is being incorporated into both the new IP protocol as above and the revised annual governance statements to be completed by HEIs. 2. Independent review of the spin-out and sale of companies from Telecommunications Software and Systems Group TSSG at Waterford Institute of Technology. This review has been discussed previously by the Public Accounts Committee. Arising from this, the committee will be aware that the HEA commissioned this review and that a draft report was prepared. Subsequently, the HEA sought general legal advice as to its powers to conduct reviews of this nature. In turn, the Department of Education sought advice from the Attorney-General on the general powers of the HEA in respect of conducting reviews on a broader basis. The Department of Education and Skills wrote to the committee on the 18th of December 2018 in this regard. On receipt of a letter from the Department of Education and Skills on 7th of December 2018 in respect of the advice of the Attorney-General, the HEA has in turn sought further legal advice. Our legal advisers considered the specific nature of the Waterford Institute of Technology review in light of the advice received from the Attorney-General and the previous legal advice they had provided. While this matter falls to be considered further by the board of the HEA at its meeting next week, I believe it is important to take this opportunity to provide the committee with a summary of the advice received. In short, our legal advice is that the HEA does not have the power to conduct reviews or investigations of the specific nature of the one that was underway in respect of the Waterford Institute of Technology. This is regrettable, as the clear intent of the HEA, as stated in the evidence to this committee, was to bring this review to conclusion and publish its report. Nevertheless, the advice provided to the HEA makes it clear that this is not possible. As indicated above, the matter will be considered at the meeting of the board of the HEA next week, including a consideration of next steps. In this regard, it will be important to ensure that the HEA communicates with each of the approximately 50 people who contributed to the review and to whom we are grateful for their input. Notwithstanding that this specific review cannot be completed, the HEA intends to continue its work with Knowledge Transfer Ireland and the higher education institutions to ensure that robust policies are in place and are being implemented. In line with the recommendations of the Comptroller and Auditor General, this work is well underway, with specific new reporting requirements in place for HEIs reporting in their annual governance statements, a revised IP protocol at approval stage, and a review of the updated requirements for HEIs to be undertaken by the HEA in 2019.
Thank you indeed, Mr. O'Toole. Deputy Cullinane has a quick comment there, just on the Watford. Not normal we take a comment at this stage, but there's an important, you've highlighted a very significant, major, substantial issue that's been before the committee. We want to deal with it just immediately.
Yeah, can I just say, first of all, to Mr O'Toole, thank him for his opening statement. And just in relation to the WIT report, we do have WIT in before us in the afternoon, but it's to deal with the CNAG's special report, which dealt with one small element of spin-outs, which was the Feed Henry part. The HEA report, as you know, was much more substantial. The 50 whistleblowers are not looking for gratitude. That's the first point I'll make. They would be thankful for any gratitude you give them, but that's not what they want. They've engaged in a process. So my question is both to you and now to the department. I know that the Secretary-General is not in a position to respond, so somebody from the department will have to respond. The question then is, if the report, the draft report, which is in situ, given all the legal advice, can't be published because it's strayed outside the terms or the powers of the HEA, and it's still unclear as to what that actually means. Was it the conclusions that were drawn were so significant that it strayed outside the powers, or was it the remit in the first instance, the terms of reference? And that hasn't been clarified first. But in any event, when we had Mr Love before us, before the end of the year, he said that the facts are the same. The facts that are established are not in question. It's the power. So then the issue is what happens next. And it isn't politely responding to the 50 people who engaged, thank you very much, and you have our gratitude. It's what do we do now? I know in the past, Mr O'Fallou or somebody from the department can respond to this, there is the potential for the department to appoint a statutory inspector to examine this. It happened in Waterford in the past, it happened in other areas. Are we looking at a commission of inquiry? What is the mechanism now to deal with these issues? Because very serious questions have been raised by whistleblowers. I think there's actually an additional whistleblower that's come forward, and we've carried that over, that will possibly form part of whatever happens next. So my question to both the HEA and to the department is, the HEA board will examine this. I don't know whether the HEA board has any authority to contact the minister or to look at what the other options are. That probably falls with the department. But I just very strongly would say, and I'll seek the support of the committee on this, we certainly won't be leaving this lie and leaving it hang out there, and that's the end of it because we overstretched our powers. That might have been the case, and that's sloppy on the HEA's part. But what happens next? And I want to know, before we leave today, from the HEA and the department, what are the options now? And we will certainly be following that through.
Mr Toole, briefly, but it's really the department. The HEA hasn't, are outside their remit, so you're off the pitch to an extent. So like we're now looking to the department. There's a big issue that merited all this. There's an issue of remit, and you know whether it's within the powers to do it. Well, certainly it's within the powers of the department to do something. So, did you want to comment, or did you want to?
Just.
Yeah, sorry.
Just ask one question.
Yeah,
and
that
is
this is the only
just
specific
one question.
serious point.
What prompted you to seek the legal advice in retrospect? Was there pressure from anywhere to seek that legal advice? Because we need to know what the drivers are here.
Okay. I'm not taking any further questions, only a quick response, and if needs be, we'll come back to it, but we're raising the point now because we felt the process was there and now we're told it's not there.
Just to Deputy Cullinane's point first, I suppose I referenced the 50 people so that they're not forgotten in this. Maybe I could have phrased it differently, but we're very conscious of the duty of care to the people who came forward to that review. Absolutely. But I think it's important to say that within that group, there are people who made disclosures, and there are people who had different views, who contributed that they believed their actions were appropriate. So there's a conflict and a contradiction in that. The fact that we don't have those specific powers that closes this specific report doesn't mean the issues have gone away. And that is something that I want to discuss with the board about the appropriate next steps, which will be consideration of what powers we do have. And I suppose we do have powers to, if you like, to form a view and to put forward that view to the Minister or to the governing authority. I'm also aware that the Department have written to the governing body in some detail, and that's going to be part of the mix. So if I'm in any way conveying that we simply see this as a chapter shut, that is not the intent. To your question, Deputy, about what prompted the legal advice, I understand that this was given in evidence before the committee here at some stage last year, where, I suppose, as part of a drafting process, the draft was shared with people who would be, if you like, part of what findings may have occurred. On the back of that, they submitted their views in respect of the draft report. My predecessor at that point took a view, and I think he shared that with the committee, about the powers of the HEA. The department wished to seek clarification on that, and they got further advice from the Attorney-General. And again, I understand that the department has shared a summary of that advice with the committee. And within that, it said the HEA would need to take its own legal advice on the specifics of the matter. And I suppose when I came in, that's what I was prompted to do, and here we are today.
Okay, and did the department want to make a brief comment?
It's very clear to the Deputy and the committee that we're taking these issues very, very seriously. And you know, the CEO of the HEA has already referenced the letter we issued with the detailed set of questions that we've asked for responses for. But we are in a process with them. Just to make the point, there is a ministerial power, Section 20 power in the Regional Technical Colleges Act, which allows the Minister to commission an investigation to appoint a reviewer to look at the performance of any of colleges or governing bodies, the performance of its functions. I think in light of what's transpired in relation to the HEA review, it would be important for us to be legally advised on the scope of that power. But we're very conscious that it's there, and we're very conscious of the considerations that the CEO of the HEA has referenced in terms of the concerns raised in relation to the issues that are discussed or referenced and wider than the CNAG's report. We're very conscious of the fact that there's a set of issues that the CNAG has highlighted that we need to bring closure to and clarity to. But I can't prejudge ministerial decision-making, and in light of the history of this issue, I'm sure that the Deputy will understand that it's very important that we are seen to be approaching this with no prejudice or no bias. So there's the advice from the HEA. I mean, the HEA board may decide, and I think probably will decide, to give an advice to the department. We're considering our assessment of the issues raised in the report. We're conscious of the concerns that have been raised by individuals that go wider than some of the issues in the CNAG's report. So we'll be taking all those issues into account in our assessment and our advice to the Minister in due course, in light of the information that we get back from WIT on the questions that we pose for them.
Okay, at this stage I'm going to close this topic different. Yeah, and look, it's an issue that will be on our work programme. You know, we'll be coming back to you and you'll be coming back to us. So at this stage, I know it is unusual, but because the committee had been expecting and been promised and indicated, and we want to deal with that particular issue at this early stage in the meeting rather than later on, because it's a separate issue from the CNAG report. So at this stage I want to ask Dr Fitzgerald from the University of Limerick for your opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, everybody. I'm accompanied by Mr. Jerry O'Brien, who's the Deputy President of the University of Limerick. Liam O'Reilly, who's here, is the Head of IT in the University, and Eamon Moran, to my left, who's the Director of Strategy. We've been asked to address issues in relation to the CNAG report and also an update on the implementation of the recommendations of the Thorne report. Just to give some context to that, my first action in May the 2nd, 2017, which was my first day as President of the University of Limerick, was to ask the then Minister of the Department of Education and Skills for an independent investigation of the University, and that led to the Thorne reports. The purpose of these reports, as with the investigation that we did within the University called the Deloitte report, was to find out what had happened in the University over the previous years, to be completely transparent, to address the issues raised by whistleblowers and other members of staff and former members of staff, and to guide reforms in the governance and management of the university. At my last appearance here at the PAC, the CNAG informed me that there would be an investigation on matters related to pensions. My concerns with these reports is that UL had in the past misrepresented facts to the Department of Education and Skills, to the Higher Education Authority, the CNAG, the PAC, and to the wider public. It was and is essential to regain the trust of those that we report to and of the people that we serve in Ireland, particularly in the Midwest region. And I have done everything in my power to achieve this. I have detailed to you in writing the steps taken by the University to put a more robust management and governance systems in place. Prior to taking up the appointment as President, I had advised the UL Governing Authority that a new management system was required, in particular to separate operational matters from academic functions. There would be a particular focus on corporate functions, including finance, HR, IT and registry. As a consequence, a Chief Operating Officer and Registrar was appointed, who also holds the post of Deputy President. Since then, the University has undertaken much work to address all issues raised by the reports. Progress has been made on a number of fronts to improve governance and controls, and this includes independent advice, which led to the establishment of a new governing authority with fewer members and with specialist expertise and experience. New senior management structures that have been put in place, with several senior appointments made, including Director of Human Resources. A number of reviews have underpinned the restructuring of the key functions, such as HR and finance. There has been strict adherence to accurate reporting to the Higher Education Authority, the Department, and other regulatory bodies. Significant progress has been made on the implementation of the recommendations, as you heard, 42 recommendations of the Deloitte internal audit, the 10 recommendations of the Thorne reports, and the matters that arose in the context of the CNAG special report. For example, controls have been initiated with regard to pensions and severance payments. Since I've joined, I have attempted to uphold the highest standards of governance, particularly in relation to staff issues. The University has been accused in the past of adopting an aggressive stance on exiting staff, and that is no longer the case. Every effort is made to resolve issues at an informal stage, including mediation, and the new HR partner model that we have been implementing will further strengthen that approach. We've sought to have expert advice to guide us in our actions so that those actions will stand up to scrutiny. I would comment at this point, however, that there is a difficulty in speaking openly. I have a duty of care to my staff, and I'm conscious of my responsibility to maintain confidentiality. It is a privilege to be the President of the University of Limerick and to work with the outstanding community of students, scholars and professional staff that is UL. The establishment of the university was hard won, and UL is still young, having achieved university status just 30 years ago. Through all of this, all these difficult years, the staff and students have continued to excel. UL was named Sunday Times University of the Year for 2019. The student satisfaction rates based on national surveys have never been stronger. And UL has an enviable graduate employability, with just 2% of our students seeking work 12 months after graduation. Employers repeatedly point to the quality of our graduates in their decision to establish and grow their companies in the region. UL is undoubtedly making a contribution to the economic success of the Midwest, including the palpable resurgence of Limerick City. Indeed, UL has announced the development of a Limerick City campus. This will increase our capacity by 2,000 students and will focus on entrepreneurship and the applications of technology in business and industry. From the outset, my aim has been to be transparent and truthful while ensuring that the highest standards of excellence, integrity and public accountability are adhered to. It is in this spirit that I come before you today to the Public Accounts Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for the opening statement. And now I'll ask Dr. McCormack if we can have the opening statement from Institute of Technology Sligo. Okay, thank you.
I thank the Chairman and the Committee for the invitation to appear before it. The Institute of Technology Sligo formerly known as the Regional Technical College, will be in existence for 50 years in 2020. We have a strong track record of performance in the provision of education in the North West. This includes the provision of further education apprenticeship awards and of higher education awards from level 6 to level 10, much of which is delivered online. The Institute is well managed and has never been in financial deficit. As part of our risk management policy, we have a requirement to put 3% of our annual revenue into our reserves, and we have done this consistently year on year. This has allowed us to invest some 35 million of our own funds in new on-campus developments over the last 10 years, in addition to 60 million funds received from the Department over the same period. The Controller General carried out the review under consideration and completed the report in June 2018. The report examined whether the resources of HEIs have been used and disposed of economically, efficiently and on the most favourable terms reasonably obtainable with respect to remuneration of certain senior staff. Chapter 5 of the report deals with a single severance payment made by IT Sligo. This is a once-off situation related to one individual. It is not cyclical and has not been repeated by the Institute. In summary, a severance package was approved by the Department of Education and Skills for an employee whose 5-year fixed-term contract was set to expire in August 2015. At the end of the 5-year contract, the Institute offered the employee a new specific purpose contract, pending the recruitment of a candidate as part of a proposed restructuring of management roles. Employment contractual issues and other matters with the employee developed soon after that. The Institute was incurring ongoing legal fees in relation to the individual's claim for permanency, and the Institute was also incurring ongoing legal costs to resolve other outstanding issues. With the approval of the governing body, the then President engaged legal advisers to mediate to resolve matters with the employee, chaired by an accredited mediator. The negotiations, in which both sides were legally represented, resulted in a redundancy payment supplemented by paid time off, which was agreed to be and characterised as a sabbatical, although it was not within the terms of the 2004 pilot project circular on sabbatical leave. Under legal advice, the Institute signed a confidentiality agreement in relation to the termination of employment by reason of redundancy with effect from February 2017. As a consequence of this, the Institute became liable for higher levels of severance than were originally approved by the Department. The Institute acknowledges that such an agreement and the use of the sabbatical leave policy should not have been entered into without sanction from the Department. The report has one conclusion and 3 recommendations. And the conclusion is, as we've heard already, the Institute of Technology Sligo entered into a settlement worth 202,000 with a former employee when it had only sanctioned to pay just over 37,500. And the recommendations have been referred to already by CNAG, the Department and the HEA. The Institute accepts the conclusions and agrees with the recommendations. The Institute will no longer enter into sabbatical leave agreements or confidentiality agreements which preclude them from disclosing details of the agreement reached in the financial statements unless they get formal approval from the Department or on foot of legal advice. A new code of governance for institutes of technology has been adopted by the governing body. The IT Sligo is striving to ensure ongoing compliance with this code, and the necessary systems are put in place to ensure that approved processes are followed. The Institute is compliant with the Civil and Public Service Circular Letters DEEPR 0918 and the Department of Education and Skills 6618, as circulated in 2018. The Institute is also amending its risk management policy to incorporate the above requirements and the guidance in the Good Practice Framework in relation to severance payments. In conclusion, the agreement related to a single severance payment made by IT Sligo was based on legal advice to mitigate the ongoing financial exposure given the circumstances. The Institute acknowledges that it should have informed the Department of Education and Skills of the new severance arrangements agreement agreed with the individual, and that it should not have used a sabbatical leave policy as a vehicle to enact the agreement. The conditions that led to this individual case will not happen again. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you indeed. And the first speaker is Deputy Catherine Connolly, followed by Deputy Cullinane, Marc MacSharry, Catherine Murphy. First speaker is 20 minutes, second speaker 15, all others have 10. So we're going to see, can we stick to that? with a view to getting out of this session before the voting slot. So, Deputy Connolly.
Very welcome. And I want to particularly thank Dr. Brendan McCormack for dealing with the one issue that was brought up in relation to Sligo, and for using your opening statement to deal with it, and not to use your opening statement to tell us how good the college was, because that's not the issue before us, and I welcome that you've done that, and in addition come in with your hands up in relation to the matter. I have read, I don't know if I can continue, and I don't know if anybody on this committee can continue to read the documentation that we're receiving. I do welcome all the briefing papers. I do welcome the background. In my just over 2.5 years on the committee, I have to say I found reading the Controller and Auditor General's report particularly disturbing on UL, I have to say. And Dr. Fitzgerald, I'm going to come back to you as to whether you've read it and your thoughts on what was outlined in terms of the stark findings. Now, I've read all the reports every single week. This one particularly drew my attention. I leave the emotion aside of it, but to read misrepresentation, non-disclosure and set out in the report is truly disturbing from Limerick. So I'm going to come back to that. In relation to the actual report itself, there are 4 chapters in addition to the introduction. So if we look at Chapter 2, the added-on years, and Limerick distinguished itself by being more generous and rewarding more people with added-on years. It was one of 2 institutions, the other one was Dublin. I understand from the department that's now changed, and the position is that all the universities will have to report to the department and get permission. Is that the situation now in relation to added-on years for pensions? Okay. In relation to there's an ongoing review in relation to added-on years in the past in relation to Limerick. Where is that at? Who's doing that?
If I could respond to that. Up till April 2000...
No, I don't need a background. No, sorry now. Honestly, I've only a certain amount of time and any amount of questions. There's a review, I understand, in relation to added-on years for those people in the past who got added-on pension years. Who's doing that review? Where is it at? Is that the department? Great.
Is undertaking that review.
Okay.
We have received some information from the University of Limerick. We are working through it and we're seeking further information.
But, no, just clarify for me now. I'm looking at this. The Secretary General of the department has stated that his department has recently commenced a review of previous wards of professional added years in the University of Limerick. When did it start? Who's doing it? When will it be completed?
It started in the autumn.
Yes.
It's been undertaken by department staff. We're obviously discussing the issues with staff in the HEA and with staff in the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform, and we're seeking clarification from the University of Limerick on a number of cases. The time that it will be complete will depend on the amount of time it takes to work through the detailed information, but we're looking at all the cases where added years were awarded from 2012 onwards.
From 2012 onwards?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we will make a decision whether we have to look at further cases when we've completed that.
Why was 2012 picked?
Because that was highlighted in the CNAG's report.
And you're going to keep an open mind as to whether you're going back before?
We will, yeah.
Okay. What figures are in question? What's your information so far?
Yeah. We've looked at 27 cases so far, and we are getting further information on the other cases in the report. And of the 27 so far, we have agreed in 9 of the cases to the professional added years, and we're getting more information in relation to the rest of them.
Sorry, no. You're looking retrospectively at the number of people who had additional years added on.
We are looking retrospectively at decisions made by the University of Limerick to add years. In a number of the cases, the people may not have retired, and that's part of the process.
Okay, and that started in August. It's been done internally. You don't know when it's going to be complete.
It depends on the nature of the issues that arise, Deputy, in relation to that.
Right. Okay, and in relation to UL, they're cooperating with that?
They are.
Okay. Sorry, Dr. Fitzgerald, I interrupted you when you wanted to come in relation to a matter.
We fully cooperate with any of the investigations and give full access to.
Is there any
of the
review by
information.
the university itself in relation to the extra years added on?
Have we reviewed
Yeah.
the pensions? No, we were informed by the department that they were doing the review, and we just made ourselves available to be able to help with that review.
Okay. In relation to Chapter 3, now, subsidiary company, and two gentlemen are allowed to come from the subsidiary company into the university. In the first instance, there's two persons, thank you, two persons, and secondment and then a direct transfer in order to benefit from the pension scheme. Is that correct? Am I wrong in that? Right.
It arose from a commitment that was made by the two individuals, apparently, and that was the new head of finance when he came in was informed by the previous head of finance that there was a commitment that they would have the equivalent of a UL pension.
Did you read this chapter, Dr. Fitzgerald?
Sorry?
Did you read this chapter,
I
Chapter
did.
3?
Yes.
And did you see any evidence that the Controller and Auditor General's Office found in relation to that commitment?
There was no evidence no written evidence of the commitment.
Did you see any evidence of that commitment?
I didn't, no.
You didn't, okay. So based on a commitment that was given with no evidence as to that commitment, arrangements were made to allow two persons from a subsidiary company become employees of UL and benefit from a package. Is that correct?
They were put on secondment to the University of Limerick and given a University of Limerick DB pension.
If you've read that chapter, can you highlight for me what concerned you when you read that chapter in terms of these two persons and the process leading into giving them this benefit?
I was very concerned that for a number of reasons. One is that we guard the separation of our subsidiary companies from the university, and there shouldn't be any overlap of that kind. In addition, the rationale to me didn't make sense because the rationale changed on a number of occasions.
That's right.
And then the other issue was the increased costs that could be borne by the university using public money. And we can assure you that that won't happen. We will be using whatever, we will be using our commercial income to be able to make up the difference.
I know you're a new president, you're in your second year, but I read the report. The narrative changed, didn't it, as to how this was facilitated?
It did, it did, and as I say, the approach that was taken would seem to have been to find a way to adhere to what apparently was a commitment to these two individuals, even though it wasn't written down.
Exactly. The first part of that I totally agree with. What comes across is a way was found to facilitate the two persons at any cost. It didn't matter. There was huge gaps. It started in 2007. It went forward. There was a 3.5-year gap in relation to where it was discussed and so on. And the governance issues in relation to this and who was monitoring it and who was supervising it so beggar belief, really, don't they? When you read that chapter and you see what happened over a period of time from 2007 up to 11 and 12.
There were serious issues on the governance in that this was never approved by the governing authority. As far as I can tell, it wasn't approved by the Finance Committee. It was brought to the recruitment committee of the university, but was put forward as being a cost-neutral transfer of the individual's pension rights.
Was it cost-neutral?
It wasn't. I said it was put forward as being cost-neutral.
Was it cost-neutral?
No. You can. The CNAG calculation shows there is a difference between what the cost would have been if the individuals had remained in the PCC in the company compared to what the costs were.
What was the difference?
Well, the difference are given there.
What was the cost to the public purse?
Well, in total, it's in terms of the lump sum, it's 1.2 million, and in terms of the annual costs, it's over 400,000.
Okay. In relation to the department, I understand that there's a revised code of governance. It's currently being finalised. Has it been finalised?
No, it's in the process of being finalised.
This is paragraph 3.5, and this was published in August 18. We're now in January. The report from the Controller and Auditor General, and your answer at that stage was it was being finalised. When is it going to be finalised?
The report, I think, was published in November. Obviously, it came from the CNAG to us in August. Yeah. We're together with the HEA, we're working that through with the universities, and we hope to have it finalised in the very near future.
So, this month or next month?
Did the HEA answer that?
It will be considered by, I think it's going to the presidents of the universities, yes. And then it'll be considered by the governing authorities of each university, and it'll be the most recent update. Most of them will have signed off on it by February, and I think the last one in March, the last governing body meeting. So we expect by March.
By March, okay. In relation to the recommendation from the Controller and Auditor General that the university should examine all its subsidiary companies, and that was to be completed, your response to that was to be completed by the end of December 18. Has that been completed?
Yes, we reviewed all of our subsidiary.
How many subsidiary companies?
We have our Plassey Campus Company, which has two other subsidiaries, which is the Plassey Arena. We have the University Concert Hall. They're the main companies.
How many subsidiary companies have you reviewed?
Could you answer?
We've reviewed all of the subsidiary companies.
How many?
Which is
just what's the
6.
number? 6.
I understand the question.
Yeah.
6, and there was an issue in one company.
Yeah.
It was the UCD Alumni Company, which has 4 staff. Okay. There was no pension scheme in place for those staff. And when we found that, we put in place a pension scheme, and we provided employer contributions to those individuals from the date the university had that company.
Just say that again to me, sorry.
When we looked at the UCD alumni, there were 4 staff. There was no pension arrangement whatsoever in place for those 4 staff. So the university put in place a pension scheme, and the university had taken over that company back in 2013. So we backdated pension contributions from the university for those staff for that period to date.
So that was a separate subsidiary company called Alumni, is it? What was it?
Its purpose is to provide services to develop the alumni relations of our alumni around the world.
What's the exact name of the company?
UCD Alumni, DAC.
UC?
UCD Alumni, DAC.
You're going to have to just help me with this a little bit now. You do a review of the subsidiaries, in total 6. Yeah. In total 6, that's all the subsidiaries that there are, is that right?
There's other subsidiaries that don't have any staff. The purpose of the recommendation was to specifically look at the issue.
Do you think you could just answer my question? Because you're the experts, and I've only limited time and limited knowledge.
Yes, it's the answer to your question. All subsidiaries were reviewed.
No, the President talked about bringing back confidence, and that's exactly what we want. We want to bring back confidence. We had whistleblowers here during the week. It's very difficult to listen to the ongoing pain and anguish of those whistleblowers. I know I can't go into it, and I don't wish to. But we have listened and we have read. And so when I ask a question, how many subsidiary companies have you reviewed, I really expect an answer. Please. So you've reviewed 6, and then I ask you, is that the total number of subsidiary companies?
Yes.
But a minute ago you said it's not. There are other subsidiary companies with no staff.
Well, sorry, the other subsidiary companies with no staff, a number of them have been closed, but included in those, I can list them for you.
No, not now on my time, but you can, through the chair, you asked to get a note.
In your financial statements, I'm looking at a list of 12 companies which are 100% subsidiaries.
Some of those companies have been closed since then.
Yeah, but they're in your financial statements as subsidiaries, you know. And
yeah.
Just give us a figure. Is it 12? She's asked 3 times how many, and she hasn't got an answer.
There were... I'll come back to you with the exact number.
Well, it's in your financial statements.
Yeah, but they're out of date, those financial statements.
Well, that's the biggest understatement of all time. We've just handed out with the Secretary General, and that's all we have in front of it. But anyway, that says it all. Okay, sorry, Deputy.
Okay, so there were issues in relation to the alumni one.
That's right.
In the sense that, as a subsidiary company, provision wasn't made for pensions for those,
right.
And so the university has taken over that responsibility. Is that right?
The alumni is funded from the university by a contribution to allow it to perform the services of alumni. So the alumni company did have a statutory responsibility to provide pension to the staff. So when we found that it hadn't provided that, yes, the university provided funding.
Why didn't the company, if it had a responsibility to provide pensions, why didn't it comply with that duty?
I don't know why it didn't.
I should just say that we've been trying to address a lot of issues on the subsidiary companies, and in particular the issues of their codes of governance, making sure that their codes of governance are properly aligned to the institution in relation to their structure, their board members, and we're working through all of those issues to make sure that those companies are properly functioning and are more aligned with what the university requires from them.
Do you know what that sounds like when you listen to that answer? I'm not blaming you, but what it sounds like. You know, we have companies, subsidiary companies that we're dealing with here, spin-off companies that we're coming to later, with huge implications for the public purse, and vast, on occasion, particularly the one this afternoon, where a vast amount of money was made by a private company as a result of a previous subsidiary company or a spin-off company. There are huge implications here in terms of governance, aren't there, Dr. Fitzgerald? And so at this point in time, you're looking back as a result of a Primetime Investigates, 2 reports from a Controller and Auditor General, one of which is before us, and a more general one in relation to severance payments, which I'll come back to. In addition, when I try to get my head around it, the Controller and Auditor General, delight, I've lost count of how many reports. And this is something I want to come back to you, Chair, to get a list just over the last 5 to 10 years, 10 years perhaps. Delight, Howarth, 2 reports in relation to governance, Mazars, Thorne. I'll not put on my glasses.
CNAG.
Mediators, investigators, Kieran Mulvey. And I'm only touching, I mean, I've read it. There's lots of other type of investigators appointed or companies appointed, all to bring some type of accountability, and taxpayers' money, mind you, to a system that should have its governance in place and should be working. And then on top of that, we have the whistleblowers. To try and bring some level of accountability to an institution that's supposedly a third-level institution, priding itself on its standards and its open mind. Now, forgive my frustration, but that's where I'm coming from. I'm going to go back to specific questions now again in relation to Chapter 4 and severance payments to senior managers. Have you read this chapter, Dr. Fitzgerald?
I have.
You have. Okay. Any comment on this chapter from you?
Well, I won't go over the history of it. We had all that information through our internal audit, the Deloitte report,
yes.
in August 2017.
Do you know straight off how many times Deloitte have been employed by you to do reports? How many reports would you say? You've referred to one of them.
Deloitte's our internal auditor, so
they've been commissioned to do various reports. Yeah. How many reports would you say?
Since I've been there, the only report that we commissioned with them was the internal audit following the Primetime TV programme.
I understand there are about, to my knowledge, from what I can see, at least 4 or 5 others in the recent past.
Well, I'm referring to it, but
You don't know.
I asked to.
You don't know at this point how many reports they've done.
No, I know of other reports, and we sent in one yesterday to you, which was the 2015 report on our information systems.
Yeah. How many do you think they've done on different aspects?
Over the last few years, they're the only two that I'm aware of, but there may have been more reports.
Well, as internal auditors, they would do about 6 or 7 a year. And then the special reports were the one, the Deloitte IT report, and then the one around the various irregularities that came up, which was a special report.
Only 2 special reports?
Yeah, yeah.
Only 2 special reports. Okay. In relation to the severance payments, I asked you, did you read it, and I asked you for a comment. Here's 2 persons receiving a severance payment, isn't that right?
Correct. Yeah.
And they're re-employed.
That's correct.
And they're re-employed through 2 companies?
They were re-employed through 2 companies.
Okay. And that's all arranged before they leave? One of them before they leave, before the severance payments are given, isn't that right?
In both cases.
In both cases. Okay. And they're given advice on that, aren't they, in relation to the severance payment and the companies?
They were given advice by PwC at a cost of €6,000.
And who paid for that?
The university.
The university paid for that. And in this, I hope I'm not mixing up the two, and the Controller and Auditor General might correct me. Okay, let's just deal with some. Was there issues in relation to performance with these 2 persons? Or?
This has been raised on a number of times.
No, just answer my question now, please. Was there issues in relation
according
to
to the previous president, there was issues with one person and not with another.
Yeah, was that accurate?
That was accurate, yes.
There was.
But I should add that on a number of occasions, the regulatory bodies was given different information.
Well, you listen. Maybe I been too not clear enough. Certainly, there was highlighted performance issues, and that was what the previous president, I think, and the university held. Was that correct? Was there performance issues with one?
There was no formal performance issue. What I was explaining was the rationale that was given by the former staff, the former president. So, but we could find no evidence of a performance issue.
I don't think there was any documentation either or evidence in relation to a performance issue, was there? Anywhere to be seen?
There was no documentation.
Yeah. See, did you read this chapter? I don't mean to put anybody on the spot, but if you read this chapter, it's difficult to read it. Look, conclusions and recommendations. The university withheld relevant and material information from the Special Report 91, the examination team of the Controller and Auditor General. It withheld information from the Committee of Public Accounts. It withheld information from the Department of Education and Skills. And the company it engaged for its own legal advice. Withheld information. The university.
Yeah. Let me just, in my opening statement, and I appreciate that my opening statement was very broad because there was a lot of issues that were going to come up today. I did, from the very outset, was very concerned.
I realise you come in as a new person and put your hands up and really attempting to bring a new culture to the university. But for me to get reassurance about that, I look at the reports just, and then I simply listen to the responses, and I try to see what changes you've brought in. And the starting point is the chapter from the Controller and Auditor General, because he's highlighting in very stark terms the situation.
And I have responded to the various reports to the HEA, to the CAG, to the PAC. To demonstrate that we are open to making sure that the information that we give to the various regulatory bodies is correct.
Okay. So look, when I see paragraph 471, the reasons the university has advanced for the severance deals are not credible. Isn't that a very strong sentence? Not credible.
That's correct. I didn't make that statement.
No. If the university had made that statement, we wouldn't be here, because the university would have inquired in and done something about it. We're here because this has come about because of the Controller and Auditor General, Prime Time Investigates, and all of the other reports. And so into that melee, then we have all the whistleblowers who have suffered dreadfully, that we can't go into today, who have drawn our attention to various things. If this was the culture in relation to the severance payments, in relation to taking two persons from a subsidiary company and facilitating their pensions, that begs the question, what was the culture for ordinary employees on the ground who came forward to try and highlight inconsistencies, questions about financial regularities, irregularities in relation to receipts? Very difficult for them, wasn't it?
It was very difficult.
Very difficult.
And I have always said that I appreciated the fact that they had come forward. And that was why when I did ask for the Thorne investigation, everybody, anybody, or any staff member, former staff member, was given the opportunity to talk to them, and without any confidentiality being imposed by the university. I have to agree with you that there was a culture where inaccurate information being misrepresented to the different bodies. But that doesn't happen anymore. And I have worked hard to make sure that we put systems in place that in a way that will ensure that the information we give you, that you can have confidence in it.
Just a final practical question. In paragraph 320, both senior executives are recorded in the company's board minutes as being in attendance at board meetings when the pension matter was discussed. We're going back to the pension now. Just a practical question. They were recorded as in attendance, and then when we go through that paragraph we see they'd absented themselves, but it's not recorded they were absented. And the university says, the university has stated the practice is to show those present at a meeting and not to record those who absent themselves for certain. Now, that's incredible, isn't it, as well? There's something very serious being discussed. The two persons affected are in the room, but then the university says they're not, but there's no record to say they left. Has that changed?
It has changed. We did two reports on the governance of the university, the Crowe-Howard report, and that was the basis for restructuring of the governing authority, but also changing the way things were done at the different...
Has it changed that when people leave the room, because there's conflict of interest, that it's recorded?
It is recorded.
Okay. Isn't it incredible that it took a Howard report to do that?
No, the Howard report wasn't just about that. And it was a key issue that came up in the Deloitte report about how we were doing our business. So I totally agree with you. There were things that need to be changed, and I can assure you that since I've come into the university, I have made those changes.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you. Thank you.
Deputy Connolly and Deputy Cullinane is next. 15 minutes.
Gormagat, I'll stick to my 15 minutes because some of my colleagues in and we have an afternoon session. So I just want to concur with Dr. Connolly when she rightly pointed out that Mr. McCormick's opening statement dealt very conclusively with the issues, and I think Sligo was exemplary in how it has responded to the CNHE's report, and I think if other institutions behaved in the same manner, I don't think they would have to spend as much time before the Public Accounts Committee. So to commend Mr. McCormick first and foremost. And if I can just, Mr. Fitzgerald, come back to some points you made in your opening statement. You said, if my understanding is right, that when you first came into your role, that you set up an independent report into examinations of an examination of issues raised by whistleblowers. So I'm assuming that was a Deloitte report or the Deloitte report. Is that correct?
No, that was the Thorne report.
The Thorne report. Okay. There was a report though set up. Was there a separate Deloitte report that looked at allegations made by whistleblowers?
The Deloitte report looked at four things. One was on the further study policy, one was on the severances, one was on conflicts of interest, and the last one, and a very important part of it, was the reporting of what happened in the university to the different regulatory bodies.
Yeah. But whistleblowers B and C, for example, did not feature in the Deloitte report. Did they feature? They would have featured in the Thorne report.
No, it was a separate type of report. So the purpose of the Deloitte report was an internal audit to get the specifics around what had happened in relation to the things that were highlighted in the prime time programme that had been broadcasted on May 25th.
So you're talking about the Thorne report. That's the report that
The
you were
Deloitte
referencing.
report was the one related to prime time.
I
The
have
Thorne
that.
report, well, I didn't have...
I have that. That's okay now.
Okay,
I have,
right.
yeah, you've clarified that for me. In relation to whistleblower G, and we're not going to go into issues that they raised in relation to their own personal circumstances, though I think in private session maybe at some point we should, but in public session I just want to deal with a number of allegations which have been made by whistleblower G in relation to the student recording systems, and again an allegation that maybe hundreds or certainly a large number of students' grades and maybe even their degrees were understated. And that's a concern that he's raised. Now bear in mind that Mr. Thorne has said that he believes that whistleblower G is a very credible witness and has been a very credible witness. So what is the Institute doing about those concerns that have been raised by whistleblower G in relation to the student data issue?
The deputy, when I came into the university, one of the first things I did just a few days after arriving was to meet with the head of IT to ask about our IT systems and our information systems. He made me aware of, and this is the Deloitte report, a special Deloitte report of the two reports, it wasn't another report, that he made me aware that a report had been done which was critical of the systems. At that point, we put an additional amount of money into IT, spending about $2 million in the first year. And we did that by stopping some other capital projects that were being planned. We then went out for tender to bring in a group of experts on our system. And the initial tender, which had been run before I got there, had failed, but this tender managed to get a group called Clarion to come in and start looking at the systems.
No, that's maybe to improve the system, Ms. Fisher. I'm talking here about doing a look back on allegations or concerns which have been raised by this whistleblower in relation to degrees and grades that previous students would have had that may have been understated, okay, and that potentially people have been given results that weren't results that they achieved. Now that's a very, very serious allegation, and I put this to the CNAG before this meeting. It mightn't be something that he would capture in his examination because there's no immediate cost, if you like, to that, if that was the case, if that happened. But there may be a cost. But if this did happen, where potentially the Institute could be open to litigation. So what the whistleblower is saying is that there was an attempt to do a trawl back, but then that was stopped. So I'm asking you, first of all, very clearly, is that the case?
No, there was a trawl back. Let me explain that the reason for putting the investment in was in order to be able to ensure that the system was working correctly. Within that, the recommendation was that we would do a trawl back, which we did. Now, the trawls are done in different ways, and the trawl that was done was looking for anomalies in the scoring. Looking very far back, my understanding as far as 1980s, we found one student who had been given a score that would have given him a 2-2 degree, in other words, an honors degree, and that he should have received what would have been a 2-1 degree. That error was corrected. The student was informed, and a new script was issued to the student. Now, as I say, we looked at a large number of previous results, and our head of IT is here and give you the details on the actual numbers. But we didn't find any other than that single.
Okay, and that's what you're telling us. But we've also been told things by the Institute before, which hasn't been the case. So I'm taking it at face value what you're saying, that trawl back did happen. Yeah. What I'm saying is that the whistleblower was of the view that it didn't happen to the extent that it should have happened, and that the one case that you identified, potentially there are dozens, if not hundreds more. He may be right or he may be wrong. Yeah. So there are other issues raised by the other whistleblowers B and C, which also deal with process. So I'm asking you, Mr. Fisher, in the context of those concerns which have been raised, do you believe that there is a need now for further independent examination of these issues?
Oh, no, we're examining this.
No, you are. I'm saying independent examination.
No, I don't think there is, at this stage, I don't think there is a need for an independent examination. Let me just explain why. We have externs all the time reviewing our examinations at all the different stages, right up to the examination boards, the examiners, the external examiners will be there. So we're getting a external validation of what we're doing right throughout the examination process. It isn't one step. There are multiple steps in this. We are frequently asked by employers to provide them with transcripts of our graduates. And when we've done that and had a look back on many thousands of transcripts, we haven't seen any
Okay,
errors.
well, maybe when your work is done, we can come back and look at that again at some future date. Because I appreciate what you're saying, that process has to conclude.
But can I just say one other thing, Deputy? I want to, there's articles in the paper this morning about this.
I'm not concerned.
I just want to assure families and students that the information is accurate, but that we will continue to improve the system. And, you know, what we're facing is a huge growth in the number of students over the years, and we have to make changes in our systems in order to be able to accommodate that. And it is a priority for me and a priority for the institution to make sure that those systems are accurate and robust.
And the problem you see when you have a credibility issue as an institute, through no fault of anybody's other than the institute, is that we had your predecessor and others here before who said that information that was in the public domain was inaccurate and was a misrepresentation when in fact it wasn't. And I want to get to that now in terms of your opening statement where you talked about the CNHE's report and what you described as a misrepresentation. And I will go further because I think we need to drop the niceties here and deal with straight language. It wasn't misrepresentation as such. I would argue that individuals and the Institute as a corporate body effectively lied to the Controller and Auditor General's office, but certainly gave inaccurate information deliberately and purposely. In fact, backdated documents intentionally. So, Mr. McCarthy first, would that be your understanding? Am I right in my reading of your report that individuals and the Institute as a corporate body, and I use the word lied, but certainly deliberately misled, maybe we use that word, the CNHE's office?
I don't want to speak in relation to individuals or actions
As
of
a corporate
individuals, but as a corporate body, I think there was a deliberate attempt to mislead.
Which I would describe it, anybody would describe that as a lie, so we're dropping the niceties, that's how I would describe it.
I think if I were managing a private audit practice, we would have walked away from this audit, but that option wasn't available to me.
And that makes perfect sense.
Sorry, I should say that I do accept Dr. Fitzgerald's representations that this will not reoccur in the future.
I understand that, but it did happen, and I'm saying it's, and you would appreciate it's very, very serious, because as you said, you would have walked away if that was in a private sector, because other people would have been dealing with it. Isn't that correct? Is it the case as well that there was an invention or a misrepresentation of documents?
Yes, it was represented to us that there were signed agreements with the two individuals who received the severance payments, but that those agreements weren't on file. Subsequently, after much pressure, where we said, you've got to find these, we've got to see the agreements. A copy of one signed agreement was presented to us. It has since transpired that that was signed in 2015, but backdated to 2011.
Which was false and misleading.
Which is misleading.
False, misleading. And also there was this perception that was then raised that there was some performance issues as well in relation to maybe bad performance. That actually wasn't the case. That
was the explanation that was given to us. But at the time, we were interested in the process and the documentation of the process. So we didn't look into the specifics of the individual cases.
But am I right in saying that those performance issues were an invention?
Well, it was represented to us that there were performance issues at the time. It has since been made clear that the university is satisfied that there weren't
no
performance issues.
And I can make draw my conclusion from that, which is it was an invention. And that's my point. You can't deal with the individuals, but Mr. Fitzgerald and Mr. O'Fallon, if there was individuals within the Institute that deliberately misled the CNHE, deliberately misled the PAC, deliberately misled the department and indeed the Institute itself, invented this notion of that there was performance issues, backdated documents for the purpose of, I would argue, lying to, misleading the Controller and Auditor General. What disciplinary action, if any, has been taken in relation to any of those individuals? Mr. Fitzgerald first, and how many disciplinary cases is there following the CNHE's report?
There were 2 people who were primarily involved with this. One was the head of HR, who has now stepped down from that position, and the other was the head of finance, who has stepped down from that position. The process...
When you say step down from their position, are they still in the Institute? Or are they gone?
The head of finance and the head of HR, respectively.
Yeah, are they gone out of the Institute?
I'm sorry?
Are they gone from the Institute?
They're not gone from the Institute.
They're not gone from the Institute.
No.
So I'm talking about the person or persons who backdated intentionally that letter. Are they still in the Institute?
They have been seconded to one of our...
Are they still in the Institute?
They're still employed by the Institute.
They're still employed. Yeah. And what sanction has been imposed on them for those actions of deliberately and intentionally misleading the Controller and Auditor General?
I'd just be careful here, because the way the disciplinary action was taken was that we went through a very good process with good advice from legal advisors, followed all of the procedures to get to a point where we could come to an agreement on them stepping away from their positions and accepting responsibility to an extent for what we'd...
So you're telling me that the sanction against these individuals was that they would, in cooperation with the Institute, step away from their positions and take up other positions? I think that's completely unacceptable.
I have to go into private. Are they still on the same salary scale?
They're still on the same salary.
Right, I have to go into private session because we're on the basis here of identifying individuals, by their position. So now going into private session, and that means other than the witnesses, everybody else is to leave the room. session.
Be conscious of time, please.
Yes.
I've 5 minutes and I'll be finished.
Yeah. We're now back in public session, and people who are in the visitors' gallery are free to return, and we will continue with where we were before the private session.
Yeah, and I am deeply conscious that there are individuals here, Cathaoirleach, so I do support that you went into private session, but I just do want to strongly make the point that I haven't identified any individuals, nor have I identified their positions, but we have identified our actions that are recorded in the CNAG's report, where there was a deliberate and intentional attempt to mislead or lie to the CNAG, which potentially, and I would say, did mean that there was a cost incurred by the state. Mr. Fitzgerald was responding in relation to questions about disciplinary action, saying that there was my understanding is that there was dialogue with the individuals involved. They were moved into different positions, but on the same salary scales. I'm saying that's completely unacceptable. I'm also saying that the Institute, because there was no decision made, no reference made, no inference made by the CNAG, nor can he, in relation to individuals, and whether or not there was any issues of fraud or anything like that, he can't make that determination. So I think you should examine that in relation to whether or not these issues should be referred elsewhere. Because what the CNAG was saying, that if this was in the private sector, then he would have walked away, and maybe other authorities, including law enforcement authorities, would be looking at it, and that should apply to the public sector as well. In relation then to, you referenced earlier, Mr. Fitzgerald, when the issues in relation to the secondment and the other issue in relation to the two individuals, and it was 1.2 million was the overall cost in terms of bringing them into the pension fund. But the difference, if they had worked out where they were and the changes that were made, the additional cost, if you like, was just under 500,000. Is that was your finding, Mr. McCarthy?
No, my conclusion was that the additional benefit, actuarially assessed, was of the order of 1.2 million.
Yeah.
Now, that includes, if you like, an actuarial assessment of all future pension payments that would be made if these conditions stand.
Yeah, and given that the process that led to those conditions was flawed, then again to Mr. Fitzgerald and Mr. O'Fallou, how is that money going to be recouped?
Well, if I could just ask, we have responded to this on the question that came through from the Higher Education Authority. We've given a detailed response. Mr.
Well, you can give it to us here. I'm asking now. They may have asked, but I'm asking today. How
No, I'm just saying that we have given a detailed response, so I just would like Mr. O'Brien to go through that.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Well, the important version of the response is that the university has taken the view that the subsidiary has the responsibility for the full funding of the pension cost of those staff, regardless of what happened in the process where they were admitted to the pension scheme. And in writing to the Secretary-General, the university undertook that subsidiary would fully fund the entire cost of the pension for those two staff, regardless of how it happened.
I find that extraordinary as well, but my time is up. I'll leave it to others.
Okay, I move on to Deputy MacSharry. We're into 10 minutes slots to try and slot fit as many.
Thanks very much, Chairman, and welcome to all the guests. Mr. Fitzgerald, in June of this year, the University of Limerick, quite rightly, and I certainly would support it, conferred an honorary doctorate on Vicky Phelan for her efforts, and indeed you, in your own words, and I'm quoting, described her exceptional commitment in calling out what effectively was wrongdoing. You described her selfless commitment to public service. These are all quotes. Through her courage, commitment and exceptional communication skills, she has highlighted a major issue. She is an inspiration to our students, our staff, our community. She has brought great honour to the university. For this, we have awarded Vicky Phelan with an honorary Doctor of Letters. So, do you appreciate the irony and the contradiction in that? Very, very worthy, and the whole of the country would support your actions with regard to Vicky Phelan. But isn't there an ironic contradiction between that and your treatment of persons A, B, C, D, E, F and G?
The honorary doctorate system within the university is one that's similar to many universities. It is on the basis of a nomination that's given to a nomination committee that's chaired by the Chancellor.
Sure.
And it can be by a member of staff or it can be an external person.
Okay, I'd understand the process, all right. So, I mean, would it be fair that persons A to G, respectively, and I know there's a Y and a Z too, can they expect that you'll be nominating them?
I don't nominate people for honorary doctorates. As I said, it can be members of staff, it can be members of the community. It is not up to the President to nominate somebody for an honorary doctorate. Also, it is not awarded to current members of staff.
All right, so we wouldn't... the Code of Conduct, which dates to 2009, UL values integrity, honesty and fairness, and strives to integrate these values into its teaching, research and business practices. Adhering in the Code of Conduct for employees will aid the university in promoting its reputation, commitment and ethical behaviour. So on one hand, we're prepared to acknowledge the exemplary actions of individuals while effectively throwing your own to the wolves when the same is done in-house.
Nobody's been thrown to the wolves. Well,
Have they not? Well, I mean, what we did discover just earlier on is that two people very heavily implicated in all of the reports are still on staff and still on salaries. I know at least one of the whistleblowers that we had the pleasure of meeting the other day is on job seekers allowance with young children.
Well, there's a...
and I don't think they got a contract for consultancy after they left.
Would you like me to respond?
Certainly.
The two individuals, which are persons B and C, are currently...
referring to person A.
Okay, in the case of person A, we did come to an agreement with her, working through Karen Mulvey, the former Director General of the Workplace Relations Committee, and in that, and she's allowed me to give the details, have reached an agreement with her to give her an additional gratuity, which was approved by the Department of Education.
How much was that?
How much? It was €60,000, including an education fee.
Okay, so total €60,000. So about a third of the consultancy contracts given to the people for which her actions helped shine a light. Isn't that correct?
There are two different things that I've never...
No, but you see, I suppose that in the public interest, it's all taxpayers' money. And when we're handing out doctorates on the one hand to people for their exemplary actions in the interests of the public interest, and then others are being very shabbily treated. And I mean, and I have to say, I am gobsmacked in the extreme that people also implicated, and very heavily, while they've been sidestepped into other roles within the broader University of Limerick family, they're on the same salary scale. So why anybody would even read your code of conduct, your fraud policy, your protected disclosure policy, and feel that they are remotely protected is beyond me. Because what they can look forward to is those implicated being effectively rewarded or sustained, and those who call it out being thrown under the bus. That's what the facts tell us.
I have, in all of the cases, given people the opportunity to meet with Karen Mulvey, the mediator, which was...
He met with them once, I'm told, each. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
I'm told he met with them once each.
Which persons are we talking about? In terms of persons B and C...
How many are there, actually? How many disclosures are there?
At the moment, we have entered into mediation with, I think, 5 people and have made settlements with 3 people.
And how many have not been made settlements?
There are 2 people, one person where the process is ongoing and another person where the mediation is discontinued.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, I'll move on just from that point. There was problems with IT. Sorry, Mr. O'Brien, you're the financial director, is that right? Or you?
Chief Operating Officer.
Chief Operating.
So finance is my...
So there was a problem with IT clearly, and Deputy Cullinane alluded to it earlier on in terms of records and things like that. And there was a protected disclosure made with regard to those matters. And the disclosure was made to the Vice-Chancellor, who would have been the Chair of the Audit and Risk Committee, Mr. Holohan at the time. And then it was given to two people who were the subject matter of the disclosure. Isn't that correct?
It was given to one person, who, as I understand it, who was the subject of that disclosure, who then handed it back to Mr. Holohan, and then it was addressed.
After he read it, I'm sure. After he read it, I'm sure.
I really don't know this happened before my time. I don't know what the background was, but the person you're talking about is person G in the Thorne report, and he did come to talk to me about it. And I asked to get a legal opinion about how that protected disclosure was dealt with, and they said it was dealt with appropriately.
There's no chair of the Audit and Risk Committee at the moment. Why is that?
Unfortunately, Tom Considine, who was head of the committee, died just before Christmas, very sadly. And we are in the process now of seeking nominations to head the Audit and Risk Committee.
Yeah, back to the IT thing there again for a second. So Deloitte did a report, as you said there. Is that in your time?
No, it was done in 2015.
Okay, that was before you. And they did not specifically request forensic verification.
They asked, yes, they did. And
why haven't you done that?
We started by looking back at a huge number of cases using, previous graduates using a model where we were looking for anomalous results. And as I said earlier on, looking back to the 80s, we found one individual who in 2008 was given a wrong score. We corrected.
So there was only one?
One.
Okay, and who did the forensic verification?
Well, we haven't got to the point of doing just to understand, we're doing a set of different analysis.
Yeah. Is it internally done or are independent people doing it?
This is done by the group that have been brought in, the advisors brought in to...
who are they?
Clarion.
So they're an independent company and they're doing
They're independent.
Okay, yeah. So are they carrying out a forensic verification? Because I'm just not clear. You're talking about reviews and analysis and processes.
Yes, but Liam O'Reilly is the head of the programme, so perhaps he can give you the detail of what we're doing.
So I'm here since March 2016, so the Deloitte report you're referring to was previous to my involvement. The Clarion were appointed and signed a contract in February this year to undertake the work, the improvement work and the review work on the student record system. So the forensic audit or the review of historical record is one of the work streams within the programme of work that's underway. So that is part of that work has commenced in terms of planning.
Yeah. When will it be finished?
We're targeting to have it scoped and approved by the governance committee that will oversee it within a month.
So it hasn't started?
No, the review, the scoping of it. The
scoping,
this,
but that's the scoping of what it's going to look like.
That's the planning of it so that it's done properly.
That's the terms of reference and stuff, is it?
That's the terms of reference and the detail of how we would undertake the review.
And are they being internally set, they are?
No, they are being agreed with internal contributions.
Yeah.
And with the advice.
Would you not ask Deloitte to do them, considering they were the ones that said, look, you really need to get forensic verification?
Deloitte didn't tender for the work, Deputy. So this was a public tender.
So you had to tender for somebody to set the terms of reference?
No, we tendered for a partner to undertake a significant investment in our student record system.
Yeah. Mr. Fitzgerald, in your opening statement, you keep using the word grievance. Rather than the word disclosure. So that all these A to Z or whoever they are, they're people with grievances rather than people who are being of assistance in shining a light into dark corners. Why wouldn't you use the word disclosure? Why wouldn't you use the word assistance? Why would we not be eternally grateful to these people for shining a light into an area that effectively has brought the potential perception of UL very far from its academic prowess in terms of its administration and governance.
No, but the idea with the Thorne report was the whistleblowers, as they're called, have a process whereby they can bring things forward.
Right.
This was opened up in a much broader way, that anybody who had a difficulty with the institution could come forward to Richard Thorne. And I can't really remember the numbers offhand, but I think it was around, certainly in the 40s, number of people who spoke to Richard Thorne.
Yeah. You also say in your opening...
Could I add just, I'm sorry to interrupt, but
you're right, no
we did have a settlement with a number of the people, without getting into the names or the letters or anything, and in that settlement we did thank them for bringing these things to our attention. So I've always felt that anybody who has brought these things to our attention has done us a great service, and I've said that a lot in public and in the institution.
Yeah, they don't feel that. And X many reports on, Mazars, Deloitte, Crowe Horwath, Thorne report, internal audit investigation. Why are we still here if the terms of reference for these reports were correct? Why are whistleblowers still coming to us saying we're not happy? And I mean,
last question.
I know, just one more, please, after this. Just one more after this, and I'll be finished. And I mean, is there not a basic fairness, a basic justice issue when you look at the packages done for certain people who were exiting compared to those conscientious people who shone the light in the first place, now on job seekers allowance? One more question, I promise. I'll finish
The question. Because the other members want to get in.
Yeah, I was here till 6:30 last week. I was cut short in the morning because people were rushing for votes.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there will be other
so what I'd like,
kind of constantly, you know, or before
no,
lunch.
No, look, just put the last
before, but what is the issue with before lunch?
Because we have a separate session in the afternoon,
Yeah.
you know.
But then we don't have enough time. There's far too many issues to be dealt with.
We might be back after lunch at this session. Like,
Can I ask so if you want them logged together, and I come back in the afternoon, no problem, and stay till 7 o'clock when you're down in Kildare if you like.
I'll
no
stop,
worries.
no personal
no worries.
costs over and back. Yeah. No, put the question.
And I
no bother.
No, put the question.
Anyway, but I mean, what we need is a full day on Limerick, can I say, Chairman, if not a second day.
Well, I've already indicated when I see the financial statements are coming back very promptly. I've said that actually at the commencement of the meeting. You will be back. And so will the other two organisations whose financial statements have been...
We've established earlier on that fraud, that the CNAG did not tell you that there was no instance of fraud because it wouldn't be his function. That's a matter of criminal law. And before the Protected Disclosures Act in 2015, we have the Criminal Justice Act in 2011. I presume that all your policies have to reflect the law in terms of the Criminal Justice Act 2011.
I'm sorry? Could you say that again?
I'm sure all the policies of the university have to be cognizant of the law of the land, and in particular the existence of the Criminal Justice Act 2011.
Yes, and we did get legal advice
not from the Gardaí, funnily enough, just from retained paid legal advice. Is that correct?
Well, expert legal advice.
Okay, but not the Gardaí.
We asked a question specifically in relation to fraud, and they said there was no evidence of fraud. I was very.
That's your own legal advisor, though. So I mean, it's kind of compromised somewhat when you're doing the asking, and it's your institution that could be guilty of it.
Well, no, I asked the legal advice of what the process would be, should there be fraud, and the reply was there is no fraud.
Okay, can I formally ask, before I finish, that you in your capacity and your stated commitment in your opening statement to making everything right, that you would, following this meeting, write to Garda Commissioner Harris and ask his fraud department to examine the outcome of these reports with a view to holding a detailed investigation following which the law of the land and legal procedures can take their course.
I will do whatever is required.
But it's just a yes or a no. It's just a yes or a no. I'm just interested. I'm asking, would you do that?
I can't respond to that. I would do whatever.
Why would you not respond to that?
Because I don't know whether how.
But it's not up to you. I'm here in the Public Council meeting just as a simple member. The committee may disagree with me, but as an individual, I'm asking a basic question. given all of the reports, given what we know so far, given the fact that the CNAG were able to qualify that no, in fact, he didn't tell you this wasn't a question of fraud because it's not within his competence to decide whether it is or not. So basically, as an ordinary 5'8" public citizen on behalf of the taxpayer, I'm asking you, given the 4 or 5 reports and their conclusions, will you, after this meeting, write to Garda Commissioner Harris and ask that his organisation, and specifically those with the expertise for investigative abilities in fraud, would look at these matters?
I'll take what you've said under advisement.
Okay, Deputy Connolly. Deputy Murphy, thank you.
Yeah, can I just go back to Mr. O'Toole in relation to what prompted the legal advice, and you've expanded on that. Obviously, you initiated this, or the HEA initiated this review, and had gone a sizable way, had put money into it in staffing and expertise, and then there was an airing of, if you like, a preliminary version of the report, and then then you took some further legal advice. When I asked you about what prompted the legal advice, were you threatened in relation to the report, and if so, by in what way, if it was taken any further?
This is in terms of the Waterford Institute of Technology?
Yeah.
Yeah. So at the time, a draft report was prepared. It was circulated to a group of people, I suppose, who were part of the examination that was there. They were asked to give their comments in relation to the draft. 6 people submitted their comments. They took issue with the draft. Okay, they took issue with aspects of the draft. At the time then, my predecessor took advice in respect of the general powers of the HEA for investigations of that nature. The advice he received was that while sorry,
I just want to go to, because we're going to have very short periods of time, and I've a lot of questions for you, and I just wanted to kind of dispose of this first. The nature of the communication with you, was it cease and desist kind of?
It wasn't. It certainly wasn't with me, right? Just to be clear.
No, but with the HEA.
It was that they took issue with the report. They took issue with aspects of the draft report which they believe were inaccurate and unfair to them. Okay.
But it was a cease and desist based on questioning your remit. You then took legal advice. Would that be right?
No, not I don't think they questioned the remit at that stage. I think that feedback at that time prompted the then CEO to say, I need to check what our legal standing is here.
Okay, we might come back to in the afternoon. Just in relation to the University of Limerick, it feels to many of us in the Public Accounts Committee that we are playing a disproportionate role in terms of institutional oversight, and that would be a criticism of both the University, of the HEA and of the Department of Education. Can I ask what role the governing body, if you're going to catch these things early, where are the checks and balances in the university? What role does the governing body play? Does it have a remit in the kind of oversight, both financial and process oversight? And has it been requesting reports? Have those reports, if they have been requested, been provided on each occasion that they have been asked for? And is it working differently to the way it was working before? And can I have a concise answer to that, please?
It is working differently from before, in the sense that we put in place a governing body with a whole variety of different expertise, not solely academic, but also people who had a background in the public service, for example, or background in finance.
Have they kind of? I'm very tight on time.
Oh,
Are they requesting reports? Because my understanding is that that may well continue. That may well be continuing. That they're requesting reports and they're not receiving reports. Are you satisfied that that is not happening?
No, they are receiving reports. I report to them at every meeting of the Governing Authority, and in addition they would have detailed reports from the Audit and Risk Committee and from the Finance, Human Resources and Asset Management Committee. And where issues like this, such as the report from the CNAG, they have requested me to come to them to prepare reports on the findings of the CNAG, and in addition for us to report back on a regular basis on the implementation of recommendations of any of these reports. This Governing Authority has been very active in overseeing also the changes in governance within the institution.
Okay.
So I can assure you that the Governing Authority plays an essential role in the governance of UL.
Okay, I might come back on that in a minute, but just a few other questions I want to ask. Can I ask the Controller and Auditor General? I've been attending these committees this committee for about 2 years, and I don't recall you ever saying anything similar to what you have said today in relation to, you know, walking. You would have walked away if you had. I don't want to paraphrase, or I'm paraphrasing what you said. Have you ever, are there similar situations that you can recall to this in recent years?
No, Deputy. No, this is exceptional.
Right, okay. Just in relation to the disciplinary code, that sounds to me like, you know, it didn't allow you to do perhaps what might have been done. Has that been reviewed? Just yes or no? Just.
I think there are, as Richard Thorne pointed out in his report, there are deficiencies in the Statute 4, where you would have seen that of the 10 recommendations, we've implemented all of them, but we're still working on the Statute 4 because it's something that we have to negotiate with the unions.
Yeah. Okay. Just to come back on some of the points that have been made in relation to, for example, your handling of protected disclosures. Have you reviewed that? Because essentially, there, you know, it should be a grade above the person who's making the complaint. In one situation, for example, it was several grades below that the review happened, and it does strike me that one cohort of more powerful people and better paid people at a higher grade are treated in a way, or were treated from the experiences here, were treated in a way where they had enhanced pensions, handshakes, move sideways, and then you have another group who have, you know, really been the heroes in all of this, in terms of the better functioning of this university into the future and the checks and balances and the governance changes and all of the rest of it. But they've paid a very heavy price in terms of, you know, not having a career, losing out on future superannuation or a pension into the future. You know, even the apologies, for example, and can I just ask you about that? I understand there were 2 apologies made to some of the whistleblowers, but they've been private apologies. One related to accepting that it wasn't a malicious complaint, but they were justified complaints, and the other was to thank them for their coming forward as whistleblowers. Do you have any problem with making those apologies public apologies?
So the agreement that we reached with them, which they and their legal team signed off on, it was that they would be private apologies. Being told to make an apology completely undermines the value of the apology. And I apologised to them twice. Once when the suspension was lifted, and then that was part also of the agreement, the settlement that we reach with them. I just want to say, by the way, this commentary that we're hearing again and again about how the whistleblowers, and I won't name them and I won't give them letters, and how they've been handled. I would appreciate the opportunity to outline in detail what has been done to get these people to come back to work, to doing the jobs that they were doing.
Next, because I'll be asking to go into private session to deal with that.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Well then, I'll move to some of the...
Can I just add one other thing? Because I think you raised a serious concern in the public mind about the protected disclosures within the university. In the last year, since the appointment of the new governing authority, there has been a lot of work done to ensure that we have a robust system of protected disclosures within the university. And that has gone through the Finance Committee and the Governing Authority and has now been implemented. So we haven't, it is not a process that involves people in the institution in the first phase. We've had very good legal advice on it.
Okay.
We're making sure that if people want to make protected disclosure, there is a robust system there for them to do.
Okay, I want to move on to the, I mean, obviously there's the University of Limerick, and then there is other elements to the university, like Platsy and Mary Immaculate, and I mean, there's a facility to move, it appears to be to move people sideways. Does that still happen between these institutions?
I'm sorry, is there
are people moved sideways, staff?
Can they move between the institutions? I'm not aware of any example of where we've done that. We do run programs together, and our staff go over and do teaching in Mary I and vice versa. We have one unit over in Mary Immaculate now, the National Institute of Studies in Education. We have a common entry program, a joint BA program with them.
I just want to ask you about, there was a problem with, there were two projects. One was the boathouse project, which was funded by a mortgage from the capitation grant for students into the future. And the other one was a project on the President's House. And there was the same construction company and there was the same project managers, I understand. And money had to be refunded because money that was to be spent on the boathouse was spent on the President's House. How has been that satisfactorily concluded? And are there other areas, like for example the concert hall? How does the concert hall fit into the University of Limerick? Is that part of the university? Is that a separate company, or how is there crossover between these?
The University Concert Hall is a separate company. I mentioned it earlier on as one of the companies within the Plassey Campus Company Group. It has its own board and its own management team. We do have members of the governing authority who sit on the board.
And is it separate from the University of Limerick in that it's not public funds, or are there public funds involved?
I don't think we give. Do we give a small subvention?
Small subvention. They occupy a building that is owned by the university, and they run the facility.
Yeah, and in relation to the boathouse project and the President's House, and the problem that arose there in relation to money having to be refunded into the boathouse project, can I ask if that was it, in hindsight, was it seen that having the same company and the same project managers was appropriate, not appropriate? Was that a problem? Is that how it arose? How did it arise?
I have no information on that, Deputy, but
we
we will come back with you.
We may well come back to you, or I will come back to you on that separately. Sorry, I'm going to conclude at this stage, but I'll come back later.
I want to get Deputy Jonathan Ryan in.
I want to raise some issues in relation to whistleblowers B and C, who presented to us on Tuesday, and I want to put a number of issues to Dr. Fitzgerald, and I would like to do it in private session after consulting with the whistleblowers this morning. And I know that in your own correspondence you wished to discuss certain issues in private as well, so I would ask that the committee would go into private.
Committee agreed, the Deputy's requested he wants to put his question. That's agreed, so we're now in private. The public session. So we're now resuming our discussion with University of Limerick and with Sligo Institute of Technology. We're back in public session, and Deputy Jonathan O'Brien was speaking before the break.
Yeah, I just want to put on the public record my gratitude to Dr. Fitzgerald for his frank I suppose, contribution in private session in relation to persons B and C, and that I will be following up with the university in the next couple of days some correspondence in relation to what I believe may be a possible resolution to a number of issues which are facing the university in relation to persons B and C. But as of then, it's beyond my remit then to do any more about that. But just to thank you for your frank contribution, and that I will be following up with some correspondence in relation to that, which I hope you will be able to act on and put in place with the department some of the suggestions that I will be making.
And thank you, Deputy O'Brien. So we're now, Deputy Connolly has indicated, and I think Deputy Mayor, we're going to try and keep the slots to 10 minutes because we have a major session to deal with as well. So we'll try and, if possible, keep them just to 10-minute slots. So Deputy Connolly and Deputy MacSharry in that sequence, and I'll have a few wrap-up questions myself.
We'll do very briefly. The Thorne report and the recommendations, all of those have been implemented except one, is that right?
That's correct.
And that's in relation to the statute, this Statute 4.
Statute 4.
Yeah, and before Thorne, it was identified that that statute was problematic, going well before Thorne. So where we are in 18, what's happening in relation to that? Whose responsibility is it?
That sits with...
and maybe just clarify, sorry, what it's for.
I'm sorry?
Just to clarify what that Statute 4 is.
Statute 4 is the statute for disciplinary action within the university. It's the procedure that we use for disciplinary action within the university.
I think it was one of the findings of Thorne that it was used more than it should have been, in a sense, with some of the severance payments. And somewhat harshly. Isn't that right?
The issue is that it's not just what Richard Thorne said, but our own legal advice is that there's a problem around the definition of misconduct within that Statute 4.
Yeah. So where are we at with that? What's happening with it? Is there a proposal to change it?
We have done work on changing the statute, getting legal advice, but there's a step that we have to go through, which is to discuss this with the unions, agree it with the unions,
Yes.
and then it goes to our Finance, HR and Asset Management Committee before it goes to the governing authority.
Okay. And just in relation to the department, and you were following up on the two persons who you were looking back on that and what action you were going to take. What action have you taken, and where are you with that?
Which two persons?
225. I just checked that. At this point, I'm getting tired of myself.
Two 2.25.
Yeah. In your report.
Deputy.
I just came down without.
This is the 2.25 is the review of the added years.
Of the what? The added years. No, it was the separate one in relation to
the PLASI too.
Yeah.
Together with the HEA, we're following up with UL in relation to those two.
What have you done so far in relation
We have
to
sought detailed information from them, and they have provided us with some information, and the HEA has written to UL in the last couple of days in response to the information to be provided, seeking answers to further questions. We need to learn more about the possible solutions to the issues. We haven't concluded on this yet. Obviously, we had an update in that regard from UL today about where they envisaged this going, but we haven't concluded with them on it.
Is that because the Public Accounts Committee was taking place, and
Not
because of a report? There doesn't seem to be an urgency to it.
No, it's detailed and technical. We have been working through these issues in relation to UL since the publication of Thorn, as the CNAG report has been drafted. We have been engaging with the HEA, with UL, on a number of occasions. I have a list of the number of meetings I have had personally with UL, together with the HEA. You know, we have been engaging in detail with this. We are following up on the two who were referred to in the CNAG's report has been seconded to UL, and we're working through the issues.
Okay. And just finally then, and go back to the subsidiaries, because I ran out of time in relation to that. And so one of the clear recommendations was an examination of the subsidiaries. That examination has been completed. When did it start and when did it finish?
It started as soon as the report was in draft stage, and it completed, the review completed in November, and then the action to put in place the pension scheme took place after that.
Okay, and you're listed 6 subsidiaries with staff.
Can I
certainly.
correct the record? There was actually, by the time we did the review, there was 8 companies, 3 of which had staff. And could I also correct the record in relation to... Sorry, 8 subsidiaries. And 3 of which had staff employed.
Okay.
Could I also correct the record? And I thank the Controller and Auditor General for telling me this. I used the expression UCD alumni DAC. I worked for UCD for 10 years. I can't get it out of my head.
It's completely here.
I apologise. University of Limerick alumni DAC.
Yeah. I did throw us here all morning.
So, of those 3 with staff, those 3 subsidiary companies, 1 you...
3 without staff.
3 without staff, 5 with staff?
Yes.
Okay. And of the 5 with staff, you identified problems with 1 in relation to no pension provision from that company?
Yes.
And UL are taking over that?
UL took it over a few years ago, but didn't put in place the pension arrangements that it should have.
They took over the company?
That's right.
And so the staff there were subsumed back into UL, is it?
They're still within the company. UL have ownership of the shares of the company.
Okay.
But, I mean, it should have been in place before UL took it over as well. The law has been there for some time.
And why didn't that happen?
I don't know why it didn't happen. I tried to find out why it didn't happen, and I couldn't get an answer.
Will you try and elaborate on that now, because you carried out an examination?
I did, but when there is no information forthcoming, just like with a number of other issues that we've encountered, you come against a brick wall.
But you only carried out this examination in the very recent past, is it?
So, yeah, but I thought the question was why wasn't there a pension scheme in place?
Yeah, but your examination in relation to why was only carried out?
Well, it was at the same time.
When was that?
In the period from when the report issued in August to November of last year.
Yeah, so you went back then and your examination was that time looking at the subsidiaries that didn't have any sort of problem really in relation to pensions.
Yeah.
Isn't that right? And you just identified 1. And then you went to find out why. And so what were the blocks to finding out?
But when I inquired of the people who should know, they didn't know. They weren't able to provide an explanation.
Is that acceptable?
Not a bit acceptable.
But I thought everything had changed in the university and everything was now a culture of openness. Sorry,
But I think Mr. O'Brien is referring to events in the past where decisions were made not to put, or it was overlooked that pension arrangements would be put in place, and that there is no evidence now. As with some of the other questions that we asked in relation to these two individuals, documentation was not in place, and the point of the recommendation was that they would look at the contracts of employment and the conditions of employment to ensure that, as far as possible, everything is regularised and everybody is clear about what the employment conditions are.
But when you, Mr. O'Brien, say you couldn't get the information, I'm just a bit lost. You were asking for the information just a few months ago as to what happened, and who were you seeking the information from?
From the managing director of the alumni company, from the board of the alumni company,
Yeah.
from the person who had line responsibility for the company within UL.
And you couldn't get any information from those?
The only information I got was that it wasn't known until very recently that there was an issue and something needed to be done about it. So I did something about it.
Yeah. So I thought you were going to jump in to help me.
No, but I think, Deputy, it is another example of how, going back over the years, that certain matters that should be a matter of record, there is no record, and nobody can remember. It's an unsatisfactory situation, of course, but you can't create a record now of an event in the past if nobody has a recollection of it or a reasoning for it. It's just not there. That's my interpretation of Mr. O'Brien's evidence.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. I started by giving my opinion in the beginning that reading the chapter was just utterly, I don't know what, I've lost words actually from reading it. And then we look at the whistleblowers, which I'm not going into, and I don't think it's appropriate for me to go into them. But if we take the first whistleblower, and I think it's on record that that person was never facilitated with a return back to you'd accept that, Dr. Fitzgerald?
Accept that. That was person A that you're referring to.
Yeah, and never facilitated with coming back to the university. In fact, what was put to that person, well, I mean, she has given her name openly, I think. I've read it, and what I understand was she was facilitated with sick leave and facilitated with leaving, but not with the option of coming back.
I understand your frustration. We are very frustrated. We have a new team in place trying to sort out a whole range of things that have happened in the past. And very often the information is just not available to us. And in the case of person A, yes, I've gone through the file. I know what happened. She got a short-term gratuity. We went into mediation with her, despite the fact she wasn't working there anymore, in order to try and correct that. And we did everything we could to correct it. I'm sure if you've spoken to person A, you know that that's the case.
We've heard her, but separate from that, I've read everything, and I understand. I don't want to go into the minutiae of different members of staff. I'm looking at it at an overall level. We're here today with all of these reports because of the whistleblowers, because of their persistence, because of the Prime Time Investigates, and because of the Controller General's reports. So because of lack of governance, and even theoretically when they're in position, it's not been implemented, and where we have Mr. O'Brien looking back, and there's no evidence at all in relation to what happened in these companies.
As I say, I understand.
Yeah.
I don't think it's acceptable.
Yeah, all right. Sorry, the student, just the final thing. I'm no expert on this, and I haven't had time to look at it, and you've responded to one of my colleagues on the student records. There have been different reports into the student records and whether they're fit for purpose. Isn't that right? The system that's been used. And I understand the system in your university was unique to that university.
No, the system is called Tribal. It's used by, I think when I last looked, about 70% of UK universities. It's used by universities in Ireland as well.
Has that replaced another one that was unique to the university? Has Tribal...
In the past, you mean,
Yeah,
did it replace them? There was a system, maybe you can tell us the name of it, back in the...
The system is a Tribal product. It has a large market presence in the UK.
Yeah.
It's been in place in UL since it was procured in about 1998. It was originally procured, and the motive for implementing the system was to solve the year 2000 bug. Okay.
So it's there since 1998?
It's there since they started the implementation in 1998, and it's been there in live production since the early
And various
2000s.
reports or analysis have been carried out of that system since, is that right?
There was the Deloitte, so I said, I came into the post in the end of March 2016, and very early in my tenure I became aware of the Deloitte report, which was commenced in late 2014 and was completed in early 2015, probably February 2015.
Was that looking at a previous report?
That took into account a previous report that dated back to 2005.
Okay, so Deloitte looked at a previous report, and Deloitte is the most recent report on the system.
That's right.
And did that identify risks and problems?
Yes, it did. Yes.
Were there serious risks?
There were very serious risks identified in the Deloitte report.
Can you tell us some of those risks, please?
So the review was broken into 3 areas, and it looked at business processes, it looked at data. I'm trying not to get technical, so forgive me, right? It looked at business processes, it looked at data, and it looked at the systems and the IT approach in terms of how the systems were managed.
Did it look at the memory and what the system was able to record and keep, and was it being overridden as new input went into it?
It did, and it found that there was, within the system's configuration, there wasn't, and I've been in, before I came into education, I've been in 20 years in IT systems, right? So when you go looking at systems in general in enterprises, you will find problems with data, right? And then the degree of those problems can vary significantly.
Absolutely.
So what I would say to you is, sorry, if you just repeat the question.
My question was, what risks were identified?
So there were
significant
risks identified about all aspects to do with the data.
Okay.
And the lack of full auditability. There was various issues identified with the IT processes that were in place around the management of things like backups, the management of system governance, and there were significant issues identified around some of the business processes with respect to the systems. The system was designed and implemented at a point in time with a volume of students in 1998 in mind, and then the university has grown significantly in student volumes and numbers. And over that period of time, there was, in my view, and it's identified in the report, a significant underinvestment in the mechanisms and the resources that were required to sustain the system and its in terms of resources that use the system in the registry, that administer, that run the business process side of things, and the management of the data and the IT management and the IT resources required to support it. So that broadly covers. I can attempt to go into more detail, but that they are broadly the issues. So since that report has issued, there have been significant actions taken to deal with aspects of the data issues and the specific focus on critical the processing of active students to ensure the integrity, to make sure that
Was there a risk to the integrity of the system?
The university uses a part of its history in terms of continuous assessment, which UL were probably one of the early adopters of. It uses this. They have a similar-ish system, but it's not the same in the US, called grade point average, and basically it's a weighted average calculation. So typically, a lot of undergraduates in second year would start their degree in second year. They progress from first year to second year, and then their final result will be based on second, third and fourth year as an example. So this weighted average calculation is called a QCA. So in the Deloitte report, following the review, there were some challenges over the QCA identified, and this was identified as a particularly high risk. So prior to my...
Some challenges by students, or?
No, this was identified by Deloitte, that there were some concerns over how the calculation was working. So in early 2015, the Executive Committee of the University undertook to take action to rewrite that part of the system, right? And in parallel with rewriting that part of the system, they implemented a checking system that would check the output. So it was like re-implement, write a detailed specification, agree the specification, implement the specification, and then in parallel they actually commissioned a separate piece of work to actually check the outputs of the newly implemented system. That was implemented into the system as the new part of the system in December of 2015, and that has been used, and the checker that goes along with it has been used to process all of the semester results for every semester since 2015. So that was one of the so the various measures have been taken, and that's one example and one of the biggest measures to mitigate some of the risks. There is a separate activity following that. Then there were multiple other risks identified with some of how the IT systems were managed and some of the business processes. The business process issues were mainly to do with the amount of manual intervention and checking that had to happen, as opposed to just trusting the system output. That, you know, probably more staff than you might expect had to do more manual checks to check outputs. So it was deemed, there was a budget set aside and a project was envisaged to take a number of years to address these risks. In order to undertake that exercise, the university needed to invest, or to scale up probably significantly on the resource side in terms of internal staff to be able to engage with the project, and additionally to be able to select an external party that would have expertise in this kind of management of a large change program. These projects are large in nature, they're expensive, they take time, they're complex. So a tender was run. The first tender didn't yield any responses. It was run through the all-of-government framework. It was then, the tender was amended and tailored based on ways to see how we could, you know, get more interest in the marketplace, and it was rerun. Following that, in the second time the tender was run, either 7 or 8 companies tendered for it. The second tender, 4 companies were shortlisted. They went through a detailed, rigorous public sector procurement process. That resulted in Clarion, who was referred to earlier, winning the tender. And following contract negotiation, Clarion signed a contract with the University of Limerick in February of last year. And we are engaged with Clarion on that project under a governance committee that has some of the most senior people across the university engaged in various projects that will deal with the risks identified in the report, including the detailed historical review of the records. So there's multiple strands to the project. It's complex, it's large, we're underway, we're engaged in it. It's not all planned out, it's complex, it's going to cost a lot of money, and a budget has been set.
How much money are we talking about?
Until they're all fleshed out in detail, the initial budget that was set aside to deal with the initial set of work was about 3.7 million. But more funds will be set. My advice and guidance back to the Executive Committee is I don't believe that will be sufficient to deal with the budget that's there. A lot of work has been done and money has already been spent. That further funds will have to be found to continue to evolve to get this to
What would be a figure, much, roughly?
So the project is broken into 3 stages. So the stage we're at is the kind of the de-risking stage of the system in terms of business processes, data clean-up and data into the future, and improvement in the systems itself to get more standard functionality so there'll be less manual checking. That's work on the current system, and that's with a view long-term to having to potentially get it ready to run a tender to replace the system in the long term, right? And multiple other institutions in Ireland are in the same boat, right? So I wouldn't get into the realm of speculation, but we're going to be spending definitely more than another 2.5 to 3 million, up to possibly maybe 5 million over the next 2 to 3 years on addressing this system. The long-term size of these projects to replace the system, it's actually referenced in the Deloitte. Deloitte put a very rough order of magnitude estimate that it could cost 15 to 20 million to replace a system of this critical nature. So these projects and multiple other, across the sector, these types of projects are being approached by our peer institutions. They're all at various stages of addressing either doing significant investment into their existing systems, which, to use IT terminology, are legacy systems that we're dealing with, that were implemented a long time ago, or to replace these systems. And the 15 to 20 million that's mentioned in the report is not unreasonable as a figure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just if you, Deputy MacSharry wants to come back in a second time.
Oh, great. Thanks very much. How many people implicated by the various disclosures and grievances, as you've mentioned, are still on the staff? And we came across the 2 earlier on, I think we were a bit surprised about. So are there many others?
I'm sorry, who have made protected disclosures?
No, you answered that earlier on. You said there was about 8, I think. Wasn't that right? Oh, no, tell us now, so how many is there altogether?
Currently, as I understand it, there are 4 protected disclosures in the institution.
Does that include these ones going back to 2012?
These, that are under, well, the way it works is that under the new policy that we published recently, a protected disclosure group is established. And as I'm aware, there are 2 protected disclosure groups at the moment examining protected disclosures in the institution.
And are those 4 any of the A, B, C, D, E, F, G that we've heard about?
B and C have entered into the process of the procedure for protected disclosure. At some point, it'll be determined whether it's a protected disclosure or not.
And as the Act in 2014 was retrospective, and we've not gone back to 2012 and looked at all of the grievances, or going to your statement?
I'm aware of the number of protected disclosures made by persons B and C. That's because they were in the public domain, having gone to the WRC. I think the other that I'm aware of, the other person that has made a protected disclosure was the person that was spoken about earlier on. I think the person G within the as is referred
that was to do with the IT and
report.
Student records and stuff like that, was it?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So then, are there many who were implicated as a result of these various disclosures or grievances that had any kind of sideways moves as opposed to being managed out?
Well, there's again, there are a number of people who left the institution. This is reported in the Thorne report.
Yeah.
Where he criticised the application of the of Statute 4. But as I'm aware of, they have not made protected disclosures. So when the only people that I'm aware of at the moment were persons B and C and person G.
Okay.
Person A had brought the issues forward, brought our attention to a number of things that were ongoing in the institution, and that was before the enactment of the Protected Disclosure Act in 2014.
But it'll be retrospective. That's a retrospective act, isn't it?
I'm sorry?
The act is retrospective.
As far as I'm aware, and I'd have to check, but as far as I'm aware, person A was no longer working in the institution.
Right.
And therefore did not bring a protected disclosure.
And of the people that are implicated, say, by whether it's prime time, grievances, media reports or whatever, and the 5 reports that we're aware of so far, are many of those people still on staff? We know of the 2 from earlier, but...
I'm not aware that the Thorne report, the Deloitte report, and the CNAG has implicated other people at all.
Just those 2?
Insofar as that they were mentioned in the reports, yes, they were mentioned in the Deloitte report and in the CNAG report.
Yeah. Can you, and you won't probably have this today, but just if I ask you just a couple of things. The 5 reports that were done, Can you send us the costs of each of those reports?
Well, the Thorne report was done by the department, by the HEA,
so they pay for that.
I would not know the costs of those.
There's no problem. So, look, of those people in the room who are responsible for whichever report, if they could give us the costs of those reports. Yeah. So, and you can answer this turnabout in terms of who was responsible for the report. When the terms of reference were being drawn up for each of these 5 reports, was there any contact made with the person making the grievance, the protected disclosure, or the person citing issues to ensure that the terms of reference were adequate in catching what they saw as issues?
I can answer that. I was not involved in the terms of reference for the Thorne report.
Okay, who was?
It would have been the HEA who was responsible.
Mr. O'Toole, do you want to tell us about your side?
I can't answer your specific question where they refer to, but I know that the terms of reference for Thorne were discussed and agreed with the department and yourselves at the time. I will find that out.
Yeah, if you could. It just would occur to me, maybe it's not the done thing, but it seemed to me to be good practice that you might let both sides of an arrangement look at the terms of reference before something was undertaken, because if terms of reference were set inadvertently or intentionally too narrow or too broad, we mightn't get anywhere near where the whistleblower might be looking to get in terms of highlighting or shining a light into an area. Secretary General, do you want to tell us?
The terms of reference for the Mazars report, which was a HEA report, were to look at the adequacy of how UL had dealt with the complaints and grievances and disclosures. And the terms of reference of Thorne was actually to look at anybody who wished to, existing complaints and anybody else who wished to come forward. So they were both, one was looking first at processes within UL, and the second one was very open in terms of allowing anybody to come forward with any complaints they wish to. And as you can see from the Thorne report, it worked through Dr. Thorne worked through engagement with a number of different people and came to findings and recommendations in that regard.
Okay. Was there any reports produced by internal auditors for UL from 2008 to date, and could the PAC have a list of those reports? Who requested them? Any risk reports on fraud, internal audit? And if there is, if we could have the list, and ideally, I suppose, copies of those. Again, you won't have those today, but if you could send those to us. Does UL have a confidential whistleblowers helpline?
No, that's not time we're...
And are you going to be introducing one?
Well, we have a system for protected disclosures. You mean in terms of assisting them, a helpline for...
Well, I understood that maybe everyone was going to have one of these, and is that not the case?
I'm not aware that we've ever thought of having...
Is the department a view on this?
Well, as a point of information, Deputy, I know it's open to any institution to, draw in and draw on support in, in the operation and the design of its protected disclosures regime. But there's not a requirement to establish a confidential helpline as such. Now, I know the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform has done a lot of work with Transparency International Ireland in supporting them in putting in place their free legal advice centre for people who wish to make or raise concerns that might constitute protected disclosure. So financial support has been provided by the department to Transparency International for that purpose. I believe
it's not part of our recommended best practice, then, is it not?
It's not. I'm just trying to recall, Deputy. I mean, the concept. I mean, protected disclosure is always intended, and as you know, there's a statutory protection of the confidentiality of the recipient, of the disclosure. So the intention would be that any institution would take every necessary step to protect the identity of the disclosure, which would obviously correspond to the operation of a sort of confidential helpline. But sorry, maybe I'm not quite clear on the particular function that you see for the helpline.
Well, I suppose the Samaritans operate in a certain way, and lots of helplines and rape crisis lines help in a certain way. So I'm just wondering, is There's the abortion helpline, for example. So
Yeah,
I'd say it's pretty self-explanatory what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
well, I mean, you know, as every institution engages with protected disclosures,
All right. So what we're saying, in effect, is there's plenipotentiary status beyond what's defined literally in the Act to do whatever you like on protected disclosures.
Well, I wouldn't agree with that characterisation, but it's not my policy area.
All right. So is there a section of the department that deals with it?
Well, there's statutory requirements, and the department then has its own policy for itself, which is in line with guidelines of the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform, and we have to operate within the legislation and our guidelines within the department, and likewise institutions have to operate within the legislation. But there's room within those arrangements. There's not a prescribed set of arrangements put in place, but as Mr. Bosong has described, we have engaged. So all public bodies have to give consideration to approaches for providing appropriate advice and support, and for access to employee assistance to workers who make disclosures. But exactly how they do that is a matter for them.
I think back to our day on whistleblowing and Protected Disclosure Act and the effectiveness of the Act. I think this is something where clearly there's differences between interpretations and what measures are put in place. I'm just almost there, and I won't come back in, I promise. Have Revenue been asked to consider, or have they considered, the benefit in kind or any benefit in kind implications of the matters subject to the report, in terms of, we were talking about the Gardaí, and my formal request to you to invite them in to look at these matters. You said you'd take it on advisement, and I look forward to following your advisement, what you're going to respond to it on that. For me, it's not a case of advisement, it's a case of law or not law, and it's the Criminal Justice Act 2011, and it's section 19 would be the relevant section. And I think, in the interest of the integrity of the college, you could serve the college very, very well by bringing them in, if for nothing else, to clear its good name. And if there is issues that are outstanding, to deal with them to the full rigours of the law, to cleanse any issues that there may be. So just on the revenue question then, have you asked Revenue about the benefit in kind implications or potential benefit in kind implications of the issues that have arisen?
Of what issues, Deputy?
It's
a lot of reports. And maybe to help,
I'm not an investigator, but it seems to me there's a few questions flying around, and it would seem to me that in the interest of completeness, well, I've suggested the Gardaí, I'm sure Revenue may have an interest if somebody was getting over and above what they should be getting, or if they were having additional pay for doing a PhD and all of this kind of thing, or we're getting a contract to provide consultancy which may or may not have had actual work linked to it and being carried out. And I'm just wondering, again, I'm not an accountant, but it just occurred to me that maybe there's benefit in kind implication, and that perhaps the Chairman of the Revenue Commissioners could also be contacted, if for nothing else, to rule that everything is in the clear. And I have one very final question, but I'll let you answer first.
We have had a series of meetings with the Revenue. The Revenue have a preliminary stage to carrying out a full audit, which is a risk-based assessment. So we've been engaged with the Revenue for the past few months on that risk-based audit, and we're expecting them to take a view on the level of audit that they will then carry on as a result of that. But they have had audits in the past. For instance, there's one of the issues in the audit report under consideration was that there was a particular payment made to one of the individuals who had the follow-on contracts, and the calculation of the severance amount, we were asked to raise it with the Revenue, and we did raise it with the Revenue back in August, and we're still waiting for a response from them.
Or maybe you'd run this by them too as well, the benefit in kind implication, if any.
Yeah. Certainly.
You'd be able to do that. Just very finally, I noticed you said you introduced Mr. Moore earlier on as the Director of Strategy. And I also note that you have a Director of Strategic Projects and Transformation, a new role, I believe. What's the connection between the two, or is there one, or is it just a similarity in name, or what's this new function?
In most of the UK universities now, there is an office which would be involved in a continuing process called strategic planning. So every year the strategic plan would be reviewed again. And examples, the University of Bristol has somewhere like 35 people in that office.
Right. They're the benchmark, are they?
Well, no, it's just, I'm just giving you an example.
Okay.
And the reason for it is that the number of projects that are being run through a strategic plan for a university are very large.
Sure.
And there are some key projects that we need to get done, which are right across the university. So there's a process of the strategic plan, which by legislation we have to have in place every 5 years. And then there's the process of implementation. They're the strategic projects. And those projects, the reason it's called transformation is that they're intended to transform the institution. So an example at the moment is our Healthy Campus initiative and the smoking.
No, I get it. There'll be a lot of different projects. So would that role have been a role for the Director of Strategy beforehand? Before we
no, there was. It's quite different. We didn't have anybody who was running.
You didn't have anyone just saw. Who did it then? Who did the strategic plan? Because they're going on a good while now, aren't the strategic plans?
In the past, the Director of Strategy would have been
Mr. Moore,
responsible for the strategic plan.
What do you do now then?
I will do the drafting of the strategic plans. So what Dr. Fitzgerald is saying is there's a difference between the production of plans and the implementation of those plans.
So you produce the plans, and then it goes over to the Director of Strategic Projects and Transformation, and they implement the plans?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. Thanks.
Before we conclude, and the next session will be with Waterford, I just want to put a few questions myself. The issue of subsidiaries was mentioned here a number of times. We want you immediately, and it should have no issue, to send us the list of subsidiaries. And you mentioned, I think, there are employees in 5 of them. How many staff in total would be in these subsidiaries, across the subsidiary, approximately?
Approximately, bearing in mind that there'd be a number of part-time staff, over 200.
200 staff across
Over
the
200,
subsidiary?
yeah.
Wow.
Bearing in mind we have things like swimming pools with lifeguards and temporary people, very short hours.
Right. And would some of those people be, apart from being employees, would they be social employment workers or TUS workers or any of these in some of those type of areas?
Perhaps, yeah.
You might give us details of how many people in those type of areas other than your own, if they're coming in under any state-supported funding scheme. That's the first thing. Secondly, most of all your subsidiaries are 100% controlled by yourselves. Is that right? That's right. Right. Okay. So I also want you to give us, and they're a matter of public record in any event, but just make it easier for us. In relation to all the subsidiaries, give us the list of board of directors for us in each of those subsidiaries. Now the question is, explain who are the directors in all these companies. Are they all members of the governing body and senior staff, or are there, just give me a pen picture and you're going to come with the detail later. What's the pen picture of typical classic campus? Like, how many of the directors come from the university directly? Board, senior staff or board members?
They vary across them, but typically there would be staff, there would be members of the governing authority would be on the board.
Yeah.
There would be, in some cases, there would be some of the management team would be on the board.
Yeah.
There would be some external people on the board. So we can get we can get a breakdown for you.
Send that
of
to us.
the
I just asked for a pen. So my assumption is right. It's mainly dominated, rightly so, as 100% subsidiary by the main board or its employees or senior staff, generally. Okay. Next question then on that. You made a remark earlier about the amount as a result of the pension issue that it would be paid by the subsidiary. Which subsidiary are we talking about?
PCC.
Yeah, that's Plessy Campus Centre, right. So it'll be paid by them. So we want you to send us a copy of their financial statements as well. Because the reason, well, for a start, we should have access to them all if they're 100% subsidiaries of a university that's funded by the state. But the reason I want that is because we out of PCC, Plessy Campus Centre, how much of their funding comes from yourselves and much of it is their own resources that they raise from their own activities?
None of the funding comes from the university.
None of it?
None of it.
Okay, well that's good. So in other words, if they are funding that pension issue that was mentioned, it won't be coming through the back door from the universities. Yeah. That's my question. Right, so that's important, right? Now just talk to me about the two people who they refer to in the CNAG's report, AZ and BY, who got the consultancy contracts. The first thing that when I heard about a consultancy contract, was that contract for consultancy services tendered publicly?
No, as it says in these both reports, actually the CNAG report and also in the Deloitte report, they weren't tendered for. The contracts, which were the follow-on contracts for the two,
the follow-on
were not tendered for.
Okay, so I'm coming to the situation then that, you know, we know they're just an arrangement, but like to call them a consultancy contract, like not only did the CNAG find major problem that they were getting these payments, we now have a situation where it never went through procurement. If there were bona fide consultancy contract, if you were hiring a consultant, we've just heard about Deloitte and Clarion or the different companies you talked about, they all went through procurement to provide consultancy services. So who made the decision that these consultancy contracts, which worked out at 189,000 for one person and 180,000 for another person, required no public procurement?
It was pretty clear for some years that the contracts were actually linked to the severance payments. And so the decision was made, and I'd have to confirm this, but my understanding, it was made by the then head of director of HR. Right.
So it wasn't an open tender, and there's issues in relation to the contract, that, you know, as to whether it was signed and all that, and the specification of it. When did those contracts payments stop under those contracts?
3 years after the individuals.
They lasted for approximately 3 years.
Yeah.
After
3 years after the
2005.
they left the institution, so they left about 2012.
Yeah. Would it be right in using the phrase that there were sham contracts? Like, you heard the word sham marriage. This sounds to me the same. Plus, in a consultancy contract, there's a make-up job for a cheque to be paid. Actually, it sounded more and more like a sham marriage. And
ostensibly, they were there.
But you get, like, we haven't delved into this aspect of it. Yeah. There's no procurement. There's no real value to the organisation that you can stand over. And it's a made-up job when a guy was going out the door to top up his pension, or call it whatever you like, and nothing of substance was provided. Okay, you mightn't like my word, but you understand the substance of what it seems to be in a sham.
Well, I can only go on the reports that we got, the Deloitte report and the CNAG report.
Okay, I'll ask the CNAG. What's your view? Was this a real contract, or was it?
There is some evidence of some work having been done on one of the consultancies, but on the other one it was limited to a 6-month period, and after that we couldn't find evidence of work having been done.
Okay.
So I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to call them sham, but
yeah,
it was an arrangement.
Yeah, well, getting closer to what I mentioned earlier, right? So then, just to move on this, so that was payment of public funds that was based on misrepresentation. I think that's the mildest word that's been used by officials here today. You've used that word, the information provided, which was the basis of this. Somebody else used a stronger word, but the information provided wasn't truthful. Would that be correct?
I used the word misrepresentation. It was the word that was used by the CNAG.
And CNAG, because I know you were very disappointed, you were told information once, and I know you've used the phrase that there's a misrepresentation of the facts, it would have been a deliberate, you might want to say, but it was obviously, it didn't happen by accident.
No, I think
it was deliberate. It was a deliberate misrepresentation.
What I can't speculate on is...
There's a short or 3-word letter for that.
Yeah, I can't speculate as to what the motives were.
Yeah, okay. So a deliberate misrepresentation of the facts which resulted in a payment of 189,000 and 180,000 of taxpayers' money for no real purpose. So the state is at a loss. So what arrangements, at this stage, what arrangements, since you come in, are you putting in place to recoup that money?
We looked at the through the Deloitte report, and that was confirmed by the CNAG report that at least in one contract there was a certain amount of work done, and it was in the other contract a lot of the invoices did not have evidence of the work being done. Now that's all I can say. I can't speculate as to what happened beyond that.
Okay, right, but and you're saying that had been approved by a senior official in the organisation at the time.
That's correct. Yeah.
Right, and I think you told us earlier there are 2 senior officials, and that senior official is still employed on the same salary scale, albeit in a different job.
That's correct.
Now, if you can come in here and say to us that the information provided that individual was he misrepresented the situation, the CNAG is satisfied it was deliberately misrepresented, how can you have trust in people in your organisation? Is there not a case, I put it to you, is there not a case for the board to say there has been an absolute breakdown of trust in relation to this employee? Why is that employee? And I don't want to know the person's title or name or where they are now. But it's the first time I've seen here, when the CNAG comes in and says this person deliberately misrepresented the facts, you're saying that person misrepresented the facts. This costs the state €350,000, this deliberate misrepresentation of the facts. That person has still been there. How can the employer have trust in that? And I would say to you, you can talk all you like about all the changes in culture, but if that culture is still in the organisation at a very high level, being paid a very high salary, it puts to naught a lot of what you've been trying to say to us. And I don't understand how the governing body can't have worked on a case in relation to an absolute breakdown of trust.
I don't think it's for me to preempt the steps that are going to be taken in the institution, and I think it is important that I stand back from making any judgment about this unless we go through a process where we look at the conduct of the individuals. As the CNAG has said in the outset of his report, he is not making a judgment about any individuals, and that is up to the university to do that. And I would just, at this moment, I have to be cautious about what I say.
Were you now indicating for the first time after several hours here that there may be a process?
I'm sorry?
Have you indicated that there may be a process in terms of dealing with this situation? Because there was no suggestion of that.
No, absolutely. There are processes within the university. We got the final report in November.
From whom? What report is that?
What are the processes?
No, what report? You got a final report?
The CNAG report.
But can I just say, the CNAG is an external auditor.
Yeah.
It is not up to the CNAG. You're meant to have your own internal audit. You're meant to have your own board. You're meant to have your own governance. The CNAG is not a crutch for any public body to do what they should be doing. He's your external auditor. And you shouldn't be relying on an external source to tell you or make recommendations. It might be of assistance to you. But you, aside from the CNAG's office, you need to do this yourself.
With respect, Chairman, as I said at the very start, most of this information we looked at through the Deloitte report that was done in the summer of 2017, and we have acted on that. But the CNAG report raises other questions. Now, the report that we did in the summer of 2017 was specifically about the issues that came up on the RT primetime programme, and also specifically looked at the reporting that was being done. I was very concerned, as I said the last time I appeared at the PAC in June of 2017, I was very concerned about the reporting to the agencies and the accuracy of the reporting. So we did act on the basis of what we had in the Deloitte report. But the CNAG report is a different report, and you asked me what are we going to do in terms of the findings of the CNAG report. And I would just say that I can't preempt the investigation. It will create huge difficulties for us if we did that.
Okay. The only observation is just making that you have the CNAG's report since last August.
Sorry?
You have the CNAG's report since last August. It's quite a number of months ago. Like, if there was a determination...
As far as I remember, the final report was in November 2017.
No, August 18. August 18.
Published in November. It was actually completed in August and would have been sent.
And during the writing of the report, would you have sent drafts?
Absolutely.
So
yeah. From about April?
From about April of last year up to August, when the CNAG finished his report, everything in his report was known to the university.
So
the Minister published it then towards the end of last year.
Yeah. Again, I would be cautious up to the point that the final official report would have been received, and at that point it was discussed at the governing authority in December.
Okay, can I ask a broad question then? If the Board of Governors were satisfied that an individual at senior level in your employment seriously represented the facts as stated by the CNAG, both to yourselves, to the CNAG, to the Department of Education and the Public Accounts Committee. Would that person merit a written warning, or would that matter be recorded under personnel file? In general, I'm not talking about this case. If a situation arose that you were next week, it was clear to you that a very senior official was deliberately misrepresenting information to you, the board, and external organisations. Should there not be an action? And talking about a future event, because I'm interested to know the issues. And should that be recorded on a personnel file, or should there be a disciplinary process? Talking about a future event. How would you handle this in the future?
In the future, we would apply Statute 4 and take the individual through a disciplinary process. But I wouldn't move to that unless there was an investigation within the institution, and that has been our legal advice. We can't. The CNAG was very careful in saying that they weren't pointing at any individuals. So we don't use that as the basis for a disciplinary action. We would be obliged to do an investigation, and at that stage use that as the basis for any disciplinary action that may or may not be applied.
Okay, because they are very serious issues, and we would hope at the end of whatever investigation you may choose to take, that if you think it wasn't appropriate that those payments should be made from public funds, that we should be moving on then to have those funds recouped to the taxpayer. Because we had it here with the department, or the HEA, and was it Cork Institute of Technology, about some funding was spent that wasn't appropriate, and you're putting measures in place. We want to tell the people here where money, taxpayers' money from a state institution is spent inappropriately, that moves are afoot to recoup the money. Would you understand the principle of what I'm saying?
Absolutely. I mean, but I've learned in the short time I've been in the public sector that it's actually quite difficult to proceed with these disciplinary actions, and again, I would be very cautious about what I said ahead of entering into that.
Funny, that's twice today now we've, after hearing a remark, the CNAG said that if this happened in the private sector he would have resigned, having been the facts misrepresented to him. You're now highlighting a second issue because it's a public sector situation. It's very hard to deal with issues. I'm just saying there's two interesting comments have come out here today that both of you are saying in different ways. If this happened in the private sector, the auditor would have taken very definite action, and if you there's a hint in what you're saying. If this is a private sector issue, there would have been action. But both of you are saying because it's in the public service area, neither of you are free to act as...
I think the fact that I reported and stuck with the and that my team stuck with the thing is evidence that we would deal with it. In fact, I would nearly say the opposite is the case. That if I were a private sector auditor, I could have walked away from it and forgotten about it.
But the law tells you couldn't do that.
Well,
in this case, okay.
It is not the difficulty that would prevent you from acting. Would make me act carefully.
And that's fine. And it's public money. We don't want you to make a mistake that costs them. So you mightn't like the tone of what I'm saying.
No, actually, I think we should hold every institution to account. I don't think the private sector should be elevated. That's number one.
Just a comment.
And number two, at every stage, it was the university that represented what was going on, and that needs to be teased out. And we had a president before us here. I'm all for accountability, but certainly a university represented and stood over this activity.
And your point is taken. There were asides, I suppose. I'll just put it that way. Look, I think at this stage we're after having a detailed discussion on the issues before us. And apologies for the slightly late start and it's running into the afternoon. And as I have mentioned before, as soon as your accounts are approved by the Department of Education, we will be arranging a return visit because, as we stand here today, the only accounts I have in front of me are 2.5 years old. No way. We can't conduct our business without reverting back to that issue. So, I want to thank the witnesses from University of Limerick and Sligo IT for their attendance and for the material they provided, and for Mr. Fallu, who will not be with us for the next meeting. And at this stage, I also want people to take note. The Secretary will be in touch with any information that we sought to make sure is sent on to us in reasonable course. So we'll now suspend for 5 minutes until 3:30, and we will resume with Waterford Institute of Technology. Thank you. session. And we're now going to deal with item number 8 on our agenda today, which is the Controller and Auditor General Special Report 104, which deals with Waterford Institute of Technology in respect of the development and disposal of intellectual property in Feed Henry. The CNAG is joined this afternoon by Shane Carton, Deputy Director of Audit. And we're also joined this afternoon from the Department of Education and Skills, William Bosang, Assistant Secretary, Tony Gaynor, Principal Officer, and Stephanie Good, Acting Principal Officer. And from the Higher Education Authority, Paul O'Toole, Chief Executive, Mary Farrell, Head of Finance and Systems Government, and Orla Crystal, Senior Manager, Systems Government. And from Waterford Institute of Technology, we're joined by Professor Willie Donnelly, President, Elaine Sheridan, Vice President, Corporate Affairs and Finance, Dr. Mark White, Vice President, Research, Innovation and Graduate Studies, and Dr. James O'Sullivan, Technology Transfer Manager. Can I remind members and witnesses and those in the public gallery that all mobile phones should be turned off, and that means onto airplane mode. Merely putting them on silent will still interfere with the recording system. So I want to advise the witnesses that by virtue of 1721 of the Defamation Act 2009, witnesses are protected by absolute privilege in respect of their evidence to the committee. If you are directed by the committee to cease giving evidence in relation to a particular matter and you continue to do so, you are entitled thereafter only to a qualified privilege in respect of your evidence. You are directed that only evidence connected with the subject matter of these proceedings is to be given, and you are asked to respect the parliamentary practice to the effect that where possible you should not criticise nor make charges against any person, persons or entity by name or in such a way as to make him or it identifiable. While we expect witnesses to answer questions put to the committee clearly and with candour, witnesses can and should expect to be treated fairly and with respect at all times in accordance with the witness protocol. We will take the CNAG's opening statement first.
Thank you, Chairman. As you mentioned, the report before the committee this afternoon examines issues relating to the development and disposal by Waterford Institute of Technology of its equity interest in a company called Feed Henry Limited. The Telecommunications Systems and Software Group, or TSSG, is an internal research unit within Waterford Institute of Technology. Arising from an EU-funded project on mobile telecommunications systems undertaken from 2002 to 2004, researchers in the unit developed a technology with commercial potential that became known as Feed Henry. The Institute applied for and received support from Enterprise Ireland for the development and commercialisation of the technology. In all, Enterprise Ireland provided funding of nearly €1 million to the Institute for Feed Henry-related projects. In June 2008, a number of staff employed in the TSSG, together with other individuals, registered a company called Feed Henry Limited. Later in 2008, the Institute awarded the company a trial licence to use the Feed Henry technology. In December 2010, the Institute transferred full ownership of the intellectual property, or IP, to Feed Henry Limited in exchange for an equity stake in the company. At the same time, investors, including one of the existing shareholders, put around €500,000 into the company. Subsequent investment rounds had the effect of diluting the Institute's percentage shareholding, and other shareholders in the company were affected proportionately. In 2014, Feed Henry Limited was sold to a multinational company for a gross consideration of €63.5 million. The Institute received €1.6 million from the net proceeds of the sale. A National Code of Practice on Research Commercialisation was published in 2004. This recommended that research-performing organisations should adopt formal policies to deal with commercialisation of IP and the management of associated conflicts of interest. In the event, Waterford Institute of Technology's governing body adopted a policy statement in February 2010. Significant agreements and decisions in relation to the assignment of the Feed Henry IP were made subsequent to the adoption by the governing body of the IP policy, but in conflict with its provisions. For example, an internal commercialisation committee established under the February 2010 policy to review and approve all agreements on commercialisation of IP held its first meeting only on the 6th of December 2010. The minutes of the committee's first meeting do not record any discussion of the assignment of IP to Feed Henry Limited, which occurred on the 15th of December 2010. Also, the Institute's IP policy indicates that a 15% equity stake in a spin-out company would usually be appropriate in exchange for transferring IP owned by the Institute. In the case of Feed Henry Limited, the Institute agreed in July 2010 that it would accept a 15% equity stake in the company on condition investors put €500,000 into the company. In December 2010, the Institute accepted a stake of 10.8% when it assigned its IP to the company. The basis for agreeing to accept the reduced equity share was not documented by the Institute. The reason for variation from the indicative 15% shareholding was not considered either by the governing body or by the Commercialisation Committee. The examination found that neither Institute nor national policies deal with situations where staff members have significant personal interests in companies acquiring IP from their employer organisation. In the case of Feed Henry Limited, there was no service level agreement or cost sharing arrangements with the Institute in place prior to November 2010, even though the company's registered address had been on the Institute campus since 2008. Enterprise Ireland's development funding agreements with the Institute from around 2005 included an arrangement whereby Enterprise Ireland would be entitled for a nominal sum to a 5% equity share in any campus spin-out company. However, Enterprise Ireland did not exercise this option. From 2007, Enterprise Ireland dropped this kind of provision from its commercialisation funding agreements. After the Institute transferred the Feed Henry IP to the company, Enterprise Ireland invested a further €800,000 in Feed Henry Limited under its programme for supporting start-up companies with high growth potential. Following the sale of Feed Henry Limited in 2014, Enterprise Ireland received €4.5 million for its interest in the company. The Institute received €1.6 million from the net proceeds of the sale of the company. Around €639,000, or 40% of the amount received by the Institute, was distributed to other beneficiaries under pre-existing arrangements. First, the Institute paid €147,000 to a financial institution under the terms of a 2005 profit-sharing agreement. However, the Institute was unable to locate a signed copy of that agreement when requested by the examination team. A further €492,000, including employers' PRSI, was applied to pay bonuses to 80 TSSG staff as part of an incentive scheme under the February 2010 IP policy. Some of the TSSG staff who received payments under the incentive scheme had separately benefited financially from the sale of shares they held in Feed Henry Limited. Following a previous committee meeting, the HEA and Knowledge Transfer Ireland commissioned a review of IP commercialisation policies and practices generally in the third level sector. The report of the review, which was issued in February 2018, found some common areas of weakness in the sector, including in relation to systems for managing conflicts of interest and the decision-making process around relative equity stakes in spin-out companies. The HEA will be able to brief the committee on subsequent developments in that regard and on the implementation of sector-related recommendations presented in the special report. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you indeed. And I will ask Mr. Bosang for the Department's opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. So with the committee's agreement, I'll summarise some of the key points in the more lengthy opening statement that the Department circulated to the committee. So we welcome the opportunity to discuss the CNAG's special report on the development and disposal of intellectual property in Feed Henry by the Waterford Institute of Technology. As you know, the Department Secretary-General has assigned responsibility to me in relation to this matter under the Public Service Management Act on account of a conflict of interest to which he is subject. So I'm joined today by my colleagues Tony Gaynor, Principal Officer, and Stephanie Good, Assistant Principal Officer from the Funding and Governance Unit of the Department. Commercialisation of IP from public investment in higher education research is a long-established government priority. And while lead policy responsibility resides with colleagues in the Department of Business, Enterprise and Innovation, the Department of Education and Skills and the HEA work closely with the Department of Business, Enterprise and Innovation and Knowledge Transfer Ireland to support the delivery of government policy objectives to enhance the innovative capacity of the Irish economy to create employment and generate economic growth. It is essential that IP commercialisation by higher education institutes is undertaken in such a way that the interests of the Exchequer and the institution are appropriately safeguarded. This requires the existence and effective operation of a detailed governance framework that can respond to the complex issues that may arise during the commercialisation process, such as the management of conflict of interest that may arise in the context, for example, of the spinning out of a company with higher education institutes' intellectual property. Now, a detailed and comprehensive governance framework continues to be developed for the purpose of overseeing the operation of IP commercialisation in HEIs, and it has evolved considerably since 2004 when, as the CNAG has referenced, the first National Code of Practice for Managing Intellectual Property from Publicly Funded Research was published. And there's a number of key milestones that are referenced in my statement, including the various national IP protocols. The first one, putting public research to work in 2012, was replaced and revised and updated in 2016, and I think there's a further version of it currently in the Department of Business, Enterprise and Innovation, which will be subject to for ministerial approval and for government approval in due course. So these policies and initiatives that are focused in particular on IP commercialisation have been complemented and reinforced in terms of the overall sort of broader governance framework in HEIs by the implementation of the various codes of practice for the governance of institutes of technology and the university sectors, as well as the broader governance arrangements that have been introduced by the Higher Education Authority to strengthen oversight and accountability in the sector. Most recently, Knowledge Transfer Ireland and the HEA commissioned an expert international review of IP policies across the higher education sector that was carried out by a consultancy, IP Pragmatics. The review concluded that all of the HEIs examined currently have policies in place for IP management and employ experienced technology transfer and other dedicated professionals to carry out these important activities. But the review did make a number of recommendations to increase and improve the consistency of approach across the HE sector, including highlighting the need to define a framework, setting out the minimum components of good IP management in such areas as spin-out approval and the conflict of interest management. 10 recommendations were made in the KTI-HEA review to strengthen IP policies, management procedures and the management of conflicts of interest relating to the commercialisation of IP from HEIs in Ireland, and these are currently being implemented. I think the CEO of the HEA updated on progress made in his earlier statement. The recommendations of the KTI-HEA review have also informed the development of the new National IP Protocol that I referenced a few moments ago, which is scheduled to be presented to Government for approval shortly. So turning specifically to the CNAG's report, it makes 11 recommendations, of which 7 are the primary responsibility of the Waterford Institute of Technology and 4 are the responsibility of the HEA. Having examined the report, the Department is of the view that there are significant issues raised relating to institutional governance and oversight in connection with the process for the commercialisation of IP in Feed Henry by WIT and relating to the existence and effective operation of relevant policies, procedures and guidelines by the Institute. The Department regards these issues very seriously, and subsequent to the publication of the report, the Department of Education and Skills has engaged directly with the Chair of the governing body of the Institute. We have written formally to the Chair requesting further information on a number of issues that arise from the CNAG report. In total, the governing body have been asked by the Department to respond to a set of 16 questions, and those questions were appended to the statement that we circulated to the committee in advance of today's hearing. The Department's letters to the governing body, or to the Chair in the Waterford Institute of Technology, seeks to establish from the governing body whether the IP framework now in place in the Institute and is operating effectively and is sufficiently robust to prevent reoccurrence of the events set out in the CNAG's report. Our assessment of the CNAG's report is ongoing. We are also seeking to identify any lessons learned from the CNAG's report that may be beneficial to the sector more generally in terms of a further strengthening of the policy framework for safeguarding the interests of the Exchequer and institutions during the IP commercialisation process. The responses to these questions and the further information received from the Waterford Institute of Technology will inform the Department's advice and recommendations to the Minister in terms of any further steps or actions arising from the findings and recommendations of the CNAG report. The governing body of the Institute has acknowledged receipt of that letter, and the Department expects a response from the governing body following its next meeting, which I believe is due to take place at the end of January. The Department will assess the response from the governing body when it is received in preparing its advice to the Minister on next steps in relation to the issues set out in the CNAG's report. And of course the Department will be also taking into account any advice from the HEA board on foot of their consideration, the issues that we discussed earlier today. I'm happy, along with my colleagues, to answer any questions from the committee arising from the committee's examination of the CNAG's report. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you indeed, Mr. Bosang. And we've had the opening statement from Mr. O'Toole as part of this morning's session. We took it as part of that, and I know it's getting late, so I'll ask Mr. Connolly for the opening statement. Try and summarise it if you can to concentrate.
I have
basically to deal with the report before us. You know, the main purpose.
Well, I've given a detailed submission, and so this is just a short summary. Okay.
Right.
As the Accounting Officer of Waterford Institute of Technology, I welcome the opportunity to attend the Public Accounts Committee to discuss the Controller and Auditor General's Special Report, Development and Disposal of Intellectual Property in Feed Henry. WIT was established in 1970 to address the needs of industry in the city and the wider region. As the basis in which the economy had been built began to crumble in the 1990s, the community in the city turned to WIT for solutions. It is now 10 years since Waterford Crystal closed in Waterford. The closure had a devastating effect, not only on the workforce but also on the wider community. The economy of the city had been based on manufacturing and on the port and associated heavy industries. By the time of the Crystal closure, this economy base had been totally decimated. Moreover, the demise of Waterford Crystal, a prestigious brand that made the city known all over the world, was a symbol for the demise of the city in the minds of the people of Waterford. With the needs of that community in mind, our total focus as an institute has been on rebuilding the economy of the region for the 21st century through cutting-edge research and being leaders in technology and innovation in Ireland. Starting with the establishment of the TSSG and the subsequent establishment of 2 centres of excellence in biopharma and advanced manufacturing, we at the Institute have worked hard to bring about a transformation of the industrial landscape in Waterford and the region. This has required WIT to go outside of its traditional role as a teaching college. It has required major investment in resources and structures that were supported by our own central funding, unlike in the universities. In 2004, for instance, WIT created ARC Labs Research and Innovation Centre, where researchers, entrepreneurs, business support and high-potential startups are co-located. It's worth noting at the time this was a radical concept and required the development of new governance and management structures, but now it's widely replicated and considered best practice. The success of the model was highlighted by Enterprise Ireland at the Public Accounts Committee in 2013. It said, Waterford is a shining example of how co-locating the incubation centre with the Institute has led to the establishment of a software industry that probably should not have existed in Waterford. The creation of this industry in Waterford was driven by the success of the TSG Group. Since 1998, the TSG, which is rightly recognised as a global leader, had brought in more than €90 million in competitive research funding in the region, had completed over 600 research and innovation projects. It has 90 staff members presently from more than 20 nationalities, and over 300 former employees of the TSG have moved into alternative employment in the ICT sector in the region. Between 2013 and 2017, the TSG Technology Gateway has completed over 260 projects for Irish companies. The TSG has been a vehicle for FDI investment. The TSG and its spin-out, Feed Henry, which we're discussing today, has attracted major venture capital investment in Waterford. The TSG was established at the height of the economic downturn, but still achieved VC investment when there was virtually no investment of this type nationally. We've recently seen the establishment of a dedicated VC platform in the South East and a high potential startup accelerator programme, which is driving the next generation of employment. So, from nothing, today the region has over 100 high technology companies. The software industry in the region employs more than 3,000 highly qualified professionals. There is no question that this industry at this scale would not exist but for the TSG and the efforts of the Institute. The level of success is almost unprecedented in Irish higher education. Our efforts, in other words, have paid off, and we are well on course to replace the jobs lost in Waterford Crystal. The Institute is proud of its success. The Institute continues to be ambitious for the city and the region and anticipate a bright future for high technology in the area. It's worth noting that in the areas of research and innovation and commercialisation, Ireland continues to develop and evolve. As with all third-level institutions, the governance and management infrastructure has matured since 2010. The organisational design, process, procedures and systems have evolved in width over the past decade to reflect the evolution of the HEA knowledge transfer system in Ireland. The review, which has been mentioned, of IP management and conflicts of interest, commissioned by Knowledge Transfer Ireland and Higher Education Authority, performed a deep analysis of the IP management and conflict of interest systems as exists in WIT. We were one of the 5 reference sites. This report indicates that the system implemented in Waterford Institute of Technology is consistent with established international practice. Finally, with regard to specific matters under consideration today, the Institute welcomes this Control and Auditor General Special Report. WIT has worked closely with the CNAG to ensure that all information relating to the development and disposal of intellectual property in Feet Henry was made available in a timely manner, and where sought, we provided contextual and supporting information. But most importantly, the Institute has fully reviewed its internal policies and practices in the light of the report's recommendations and is satisfied that the majority of recommendations have been fully implemented. Thank you.
Okay, thank you indeed, Professor Donnelly. There's one question I want to ask you, and it's a topic I think the last time you were here I mentioned, and fortunately I have to mention it again. I know that the financial statements for the Waterford Institute of Technology for the 1st of September 2015 to the 31st of August 2016 are the last set of financial statements publicly available. Have you completely signed off on any financial statements since that 2.5 year, since the end of 2016? Where are we?
Here we go, ask the Financial Controller.
Both sets of accounts since then have been submitted to CNAG in submission time in line with the timelines he laid down, so that's the 30th of November. 2016-17 have been audited. They are currently with the CNAG at the moment. He's conducting his review, and we're ready for the audit of 2017-18.
And are there any outstanding queries from your point of view, and that's the CNAG, in relation to the current?
That the CNAG has with us, not that I'm aware of, that we haven't
CNAG,
answered.
when can we get them all signed off? You haven't formally signed them off, though, at your end yet.
They have been approved by our governing body for submission to the CNAG.
Right.
Before the 30th of November in each of those years.
Right.
So they were submitted on the 30th of November. They're not yet signed off
internally? No.
The final one hasn't come back from the CNAG.
Yeah, and CNAG, when do you think the final sign-off from both your perspectives?
Well, the file is being reviewed by senior management at the moment. I would hope we'll be able to move fairly quickly to clearance if all the issues have been addressed. So we'll move with expedition.
Within weeks.
As I mentioned earlier on, there was an issue generally for the sector around pension accounting, which wasn't resolved, I think, until around October of last year. And there was also the effect, we have had an ongoing delay in relation to WIT, and one delay inevitably has a consequence for the subsequent set of financial statements.
Okay, and so that sounds as if the 2017 and the 2018 account, you have the draft of those, so you'll be able to work on those then soon.
When we finish 17,
yeah, you have
16,
to sign off
17
before you start. I understand that entirely. So we'd ask yourselves because ultimately we'd ask yourselves as the organisation to make every effort to make sure, and I'll say to the Department of Education, when they do go in there, try and look at them soon, they're 2.5 years old, it doesn't take 3 months, we'd like to see them here as soon as possible. Okay, so look at, I think the first speaker is Deputy Cullinane.
Thank you, Cathaoirleach. First of all, our witnesses are very welcome, and thank Mr Donnelly for his opening statement and the wonderful legacy of Waterford IT and the economy of Waterford that you painted. I don't disagree with any of it. The problem is you haven't dealt in your opening statement, to my view, to any great degree with the Controller and Auditor General's report. In fact, I think it's the last paragraph makes reference to it. So in the first instance, I'm just wondering why there wasn't more detail in relation to, or more responses in relation to his report.
Well, first and foremost, I've given a more detailed submission. This is a 5-minute opening statement. My role here is to answer questions on the Controller and Auditor General report. I don't think I could answer questions in 5 minutes, Deputy.
I understand that, but my point is normally an accounting officer, once there is a report, would have a more substantial response in the opening statement. But however, that's a matter for yourself. Can I just start, first of all, with yourself, Mr McCarthy, and to thank you, first of all, and your team and your office for the work that you've done and the report. And if you can turn, first of all, to page 20 of the report, which looks at the review of IP management and conflicts of interest. And 217 essentially talks about the review by the HEA with Knowledge Transferred Ireland that looked at IP policies. It's fair to say that came as well as a result of work of this committee. So questions that we were asking in relation to a number of issues, and somewhat, or in the main, I think, related to Waterford IT, but also other institutes of technology. And it was in 2 areas. It was management of conflicts of interest that we were focused on, and also whether or not institutes were being fully and properly protected in relation to their share in equity. That was essentially the issues that we were concerned with.
Yeah, they were the concerns.
And we can see then, if you look at 218, where it says that it highlighted some common areas of weakness, including in relation to systems for management conflicts of interest and the decision-making process around relative equity stakes in spin-out companies. So in other words, the 2 areas that we as a committee and I as a member focused on, where we highlighted there was potential deficiencies, that has been agreed now by the HEA and Knowledge Transferred Ireland. In fact, they were the areas where there was weaknesses.
Yes, and I suppose it's the conclusion is broader. It's across the sector in general, not just an issue in relation to Waterford Institute of Technology.
Okay. And in relation to Waterford Institute of Technology, given that this report focuses on that institute, from your perspective, in terms of the report, was there failures in the systems for managing conflicts of interest, or weaknesses maybe is the word that's used? Was there weaknesses, and was there weaknesses in the decision-making process around relative equity stakes in spin-out companies?
I think, yes, overall I would conclude that there were those weaknesses are evident in the facts as presented.
From your perspective as the State's Chief Auditor, and after doing this report, you would conclude that in those 2 areas, protection of the institute in relation to its equity and management of conflict of interest, from Waterford's perspective in relation to this particular company, there was weaknesses.
Well, I mean, certainly in relation to the decision-making, there was a lack of evidence in relation to it, and a lack of documentation of reasoning for certain matters. I think the percentage share of equity is very much a commercial decision at a point in time.
Yeah.
I'm not making an evaluation of that per se, but in terms of documenting it, the decision-making process is definitely under-documented and lacking in evidence.
Thank you for that. Mr Donnelly, would you agree with that?
I think that I have to agree that there was lack of documentation. However, we have to be aware of the fact that we're talking about 8 years ago. Do you know how many companies keep documentation for 8 years? Do you know what the legal number of years one is expected to keep documentation for, Deputy?
I don't, but the person who, sorry, first of all, Mr Donnelly, the person who seeks documentation is not me. The organisation that sought the documentation is the Controller and Auditor General. That's their job. They're the auditor. They concluded, not me, that there was weaknesses in supporting documentation. And I will go further. We'll go through the report now and we'll see where I believe
I think he said that there was a lack of documentation
to support
from 8 years ago,
yes.
and I accept that, yes.
Yes, okay. But I just want you to know, as we progress through this meeting, that it's not my report or any report.
No,
it's
I
not the
understand
report of
that,
members
but
of
I
this
also
committee.
like to give you context that it was 8
years.
years ago, and if you look it up and find out how long our companies expected to keep documentation.
Yes. Would you accept that as a response, Mr.
No, I don't think I would. I know the kind of guideline that the President is referring to, which would be of the order of 6 years. But I think that really relates to things like invoices and so on. I think for a major strategic initiative on the part of a public sector organisation, I would expect permanent retention of critical documents.
And maybe that could have been one of the recommendations, but given that it wasn't in the document, maybe now the Institute can accept going forward in these type of strategic big sales, if you like, or initiatives that the Institute would keep better records. But I'll move on then, Mr. Donnelly, to conclusions and recommendations on page 21 of the report. And 220, where it says that the governing body adopted a policy to deal with commercialising IP and managing conflicts of interest in February 2010. But that was 6 years after it was recommended in 2004 that there be a national code of practice. In 2004 up to 2010, first of all, who was the Vice President for Research in those? You were. Okay. So it would have been your responsibility with the Institute, with the President and with the governing body, I would imagine, to formulate policy. In fact, the 2010 policy that I have, it says that the office holder is the office of the Vice President for Research. So my question, first of all, is why did it take 6 years to develop the policy?
Okay, I think if you look at the document, if you read the report, you'll understand why.
I did read the report, but my question is why did it take 6 years?
Well, I'll explain it to you. First and foremost, the IP policy that was published in 2004 is a recommendation, okay? And the IP policy, if you read it, says this policy, which is a recommendation, should not be taken in isolation. It needs to be taken in the context of the structures and infrastructure being in place to support the IP development of the IP policy. In actual fact, there are two other dates that are important. In 2006, the Institute of Technology Act gave the Institutes of Technology authority to be engaged in spin-out companies. Secondly, the tech transfer, what's it called, TTSI in 2007 was the first investment nationally in developing the IP management infrastructure to support the 2004 recommendations. WIT was the only Institute of Technology with DIT to receive funding for our Tech Transfer Office. The Tech Transfer Office, the Tech Transfer Manager was hired in 2008. And in 2000...
If I can just short-circuit maybe your response, because essentially if you're saying that there was good reason why it took 6 years, it was because maybe there wasn't...
There wasn't an investment in the infrastructure to support the development. What I would say, Deputy, which is very important, the 2010 IP policy is the codification of practice that was established in the Institute since 2004.
Yeah.
So it's not that we didn't have established practices, it's the fact that the 2010 is a codification of those practices.
Yeah, but there's a difference between established practices and an actual policy.
Certainly, and I just explained the reason.
You've dealt with that. 222 then, where it says, and this is for the Controller and Auditor General, that there is no record that the assignment of the Institute's IP to Feed Henry Limited in December 2010 was considered or approved by the governing body. So essentially a decision was made to transfer the IP, which would have been a fairly big decision to make. I think the person overseeing that, or the office overseeing it, was the financial controller. Was it at the time?
Yes.
Mr. Donnelly? Yeah. But that decision was never approved, I don't think. It wasn't approved by the President, it wasn't approved by the governing body, and it wasn't approved by the Tech Transfer Office.
We didn't find evidence of any of those approvals.
Is that what happened, Mr. Donnelly?
It would appear so, yes.
And would you think that's acceptable?
I think it was surprising.
Surprising to you? You weren't aware of that up to the report?
No, if you look in the report, it says that in June of 2011, I made a presentation to the governing body where I presented Feed Henry and the spin-out of Feed Henry. It must be noted that the VP of Research only made a presentation to the governing body once a year, and that was the only time I made a presentation. So therefore,
in my judgment, and it's only my judgment, I don't think it would be good practice for one individual, i.e. the financial controller, to sign off on the transfer of IP without getting any authorisation or that being approved by the governing body. I think your point, Mr. McCarthy, is that the governing body is the ultimate body responsible for, should be responsible for disposal of the assets and protect the institute.
that deputy, and that is common practice today.
Great, but it didn't happen then.
If I can just comment, in the new policy that we have, it's very clear that any transfer of asset is in line with
the new policy is wonderful.
Yeah, absolutely.
And let's hope that any failures or weaknesses won't happen again.
They are addressed in the new policy.
At that time.
Yes.
It was. I'm only looking in real time at that time. The financial controller signed off on the transfer of IP alone, as an individual, rather than getting any consent or approval from the board. That was the CNAG's finding, or at least he couldn't find any documentation. Isn't that correct?
Well, we asked the question, was this considered by the governing body, and there wasn't any evidence that
it was. If I can move then to 3.4, Mr. McCarthy, which is timeline of events, and it talks about the establishment of Casino Mobile Technologies and eventually then Feed Henry Limited. My understanding, reading national policy and policy of Waterford IT in relation to spin-out companies and all the rest of it, is that it seems the policy, from my perspective, is written from the viewpoint that these companies would be established within the institute, if you like. It seems, from this perspective, the company was established outside of the institute privately, and then, if you like, came to the institute and sought the IP. Is my reading of that right?
Well, that, I think, broadly summarises my understanding of it as well.
Yeah.
That it was.
Would that be unusual then for like a private company to be established in the way it was, and then it would come to the institute?
I don't want to generalise too much because we looked at one specific matter, but maybe HEA might be able to give a view in relation to the emergence of spin-outs from third-level institutions. Sorry,
Not sure that I can give a fully informed view personally. The process we've been involved in since last year, and I suppose on foot of a lot of the matters that were raised here, is to start putting, I suppose, with KTI, new regimes, new policies, new oversight mechanisms for all of this. That's the process that we're involved in now, including spin-out companies. Within that, we introduced, not me personally, but the organisation introduced a set of additional reporting criteria for HEIs.
I've read all that as well, and that's all going forward.
Yeah.
So we're happy with that. I'm talking about, again, sorry, Mr. O'Sullivan, leave in 1 second. It was when this happened, at that time, it was a private company that was established that came to the Institute and sought the IP. But the policy, from my understanding or reading of it, maybe I'm wrong, but the CNAG seems to have a similar understanding, is that, you know, it would have been, the policy was geared towards the companies organically coming from within the Institute. Sorry, Mr. O'Sullivan, do you want
just going to comment on that point. It has been in the past, and it remains today, both nationally and internationally, that the promoters go out and establish the spin-out company and then come back to the Institute to try and engage with the Institute to license the technology.
Okay. We can move to the review of the commercialisation process, and I have a few important questions here, Cahill, in relation to this area. And bear with me, I'm working through the report, so I just want to give the report the scrutiny that it deserves. 325, in late 2009, the Institute's Research Office, including undertook a review of the commercialisation process. And in January 2010, a memorandum was then sent to the Vice President of Research. Was that you at the time, Mr. Donnelly?
Indeed,
yes. And it raised a number of concerns. Are you aware of that memo?
I am indeed, yeah.
Can this committee be provided with a copy of that memo?
I'm sure you can, yeah.
Okay, as quickly as you can, if we can get a copy of that. Can you give us a synopsis of the concerns from memory?
Well,
or can
I can give you from memory because I had asked the tech transfer officer as he came in to look at Casino so that we could establish protocols for managing the relationship with Asino and the...
Sorry, just so I'm clear,
Institute.
when it says here that the Research Office undertook a review, are you saying that that was prompted by you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because it was the first time we had a tech transfer office, and I thought it was good to establish good practice in relation to our engagement with campus companies. Subsequent to that, I received a memo from the person who carried out the review, raising certain issues in relation to the relationship between Asino and the Institute. I asked the person if they could, considering I requested a review, if they could provide documentary evidence in support of the issues that were raised.
Well, actually, what the Controller and Auditor General is saying, and I just want to be fair to the Institute and individuals in the Institute, including yourself, because you happen to be the person who received the memo, and to the person who sent the memo, and to the CNAG who did the report, that my understanding of what the CNAG is saying is right. So essentially, a memorandum was sent to you. It raised concerns, but it does seem to suggest that the memorandum should have been sent a copy to the Secretary, Financial Controller and the President and the governing body, but it wasn't done.
No, it said it should be sent to the people responsible for governance. Now,
I'll read out what it says here, so we'll read from the report. So during the course of this examination, we asked the Institute whether the memorandum had been copied to any other parties, and in particular whether it had been copied to the Secretary, Financial Controller, the Institute President or the governing body, and if so, when was this done?
Well,
the Institute responded that the Secretary, Financial Controller was not included in the duration list. The Institute has provided no evidence of the memorandum being circulated to either the President or the governing body. So is this you, Mr McCarthy, essentially saying that's what you would have expected?
And also that it was a suggestion in the document itself.
Yes, that was my point. There was a suggestion in the
people.
document that should be done, and it wasn't done. So you were the one that got this, Mr Donnelly. It raises concerns. It should have gone up because a ball was being bounced up and you had the ball. It should have gone up further, but it didn't come back. In fact, what happened, as far as I can see, is you went back to the person who wrote the memo to say, give me supporting documentation.
I did recommend that it should be sent to the person responsible for conflict of interest, and I said, can you provide some supporting documentation in order...
Was that done orally or was that done by email or by letter?
I can't remember, but I requested documentary evidence. Considering that I'd asked for a review to be done, I mean, it would be quite common on occasions to get communications from people making particular statements. It would be normal to go back and say, thank you, I understand what you're saying, I'm concerned, can you provide some supporting evidence so that I can forward it on to the appropriate person?
Well, given that you wrote the report, Mr McCarthy, is that a fair response? Because my reading of this, and again I want to be fair to you, was that the memo comes, it raises concerns, it goes to the Vice President for research. It should have, or at least there was a request that it should go upwards again. It didn't, and it went back downwards looking for more evidence or documentation, whatever, to support.
Of the sequence.
And would you see that as appropriate? Was that the appropriate way to deal with it?
No, I think given the circumstances around the recommendation that it be circulated to others, staff members who were charged with dealing matters relating to conflicts of interest, then it should have gone to a higher level.
Okay, and then there was 2 subsequent meetings, one of which was on the 4th of October, and there was a second one. I think, Mr Donnelly, you were at the second meeting. But again, Mr McCarthy, you're saying that there was no supporting documentation.
We didn't find any.
We
didn't receive any from the Institute.
Was there notes of any of these meetings? Mr McCarthy first, was there notes of
We
any?
didn't get any minutes or notes, no.
But the point is, in the first instance I requested, which I think is reasonable, can you give me some... If somebody sends you an email with a list of headings and you say, I'm taking this very seriously, could you give me some supporting
We'll go back to the
documents?
email now. Now we're talking about 2 meetings.
No, hold on for a minute. Let's get this straight. So I think it's very reasonable for me to say to the person, I was serious concern about this, can you give me supporting information that allowed you to come to these conclusions? And then I will forward them on. When the supporting information didn't arrive, I forwarded on to the person responsible for the management of conflict of interest, which was the financial controller. Okay, so I did what was appropriate, which was I asked for the supporting evidence, which I think is appropriate, and I then passed it on to the person responsible for the management of conflict of
But
interest.
Mr. Donnelly, in your worldview or your analysis of it, you think you did it appropriately, and that's fine. What I'm saying is the CNAG did the report and seems to have a different view of how it should be handled. In fact, in the two meetings, these are formal meetings between very senior people in the Institute, and there doesn't seem to be any records of any notes taken at the meetings. And in fact, then it says in 328, furthermore, the Institute states that a review of consultancy work was undertaken by Asino Limited. Were you? That's a company. Were you a shareholder in that company? Asino Limited.
I was at a period.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So consultancy work was undertaken by Asino using Institute staff, which found no issues, and I think you had referenced this when you were in before. However, the Institute was unable to provide any documentation related to that review when requested.
But the point is that the review was carried out by a more senior independent person.
But the review means that you do certain things, records have to be kept, meetings could be held, phone calls. Would that be right?
Yeah, but I think...
Bear with me for a second, Mr. Donnelly.
I certainly would expect to see that. Where there is a question of conflicts of interest, certainly. It's very important to keep clear documentation.
Yes, but what I'm saying is the report is simply saying there is no documentary evidence at all to support the fact that there was a review.
So, Deputy, let's not get confused here, okay? I accept totally what the Controller and Auditor General said, which was that there was no documents available at the time. Do not confuse with the fact that the Institute carried out a full review by an independent person and found that any outstanding issues were addressed and satisfied himself that any issues that was an issue was addressed.
Just so you're clear as well, I'm fully aware of that.
Good.
And it's not for me to make a judgment on whether or not the review took place or not. What I'm saying is that when the CNAG does his work, he can only work on the basis of supporting documentation. He didn't find any documentation, so you can't comment on a review that no documents exist whatsoever. Would that be fair, Mr. McCarthy?
Well, I can't conclude that nothing exists. What I can say is we didn't get any documentation.
You can't even conclude that a review took place.
No, I don't know one way or the other. I can just report what has been represented to me.
And again, so you're clear, Mr. Donnelly, again, so you're clear, I'm not saying that.
No,
the Controller and Auditor General is saying it.
But I think it's very important, to be fair, Deputy. This is 8 years ago, right? What is important is clarity here. The clarity is that the documentation was not available to the Controller and Auditor General, and I accept that. The point is the review was conducted and everything was fully investigated.
And I'm willing to accept that the review did take place. I'm not disputing that, Mr. Donnelly, and it would be fair to the individual that carried out the review. So maybe as a learning, because what we're trying to do in terms of this process is that in future any review is properly documented. So we're not in dispute in relation. I'm not accusing anybody of saying they did a review that wasn't done. What I'm saying is that unfortunately the Controller is not able to report that a review actually took place or what the review did or didn't do because there's no document. So lessons can be learned, and that's the important thing of all of this, that lessons can be learned. If I can move on then to the assignment agreement, which is 336. I'm nearly finished, go here, look. This is just the second part of what I see is important. Issues in the report. 336, after the July 2010 licence agreement was agreed, Feet Henry endeavoured to attract the level of investment that would have triggered the assignment of the IP. The policy here really would have been that, and I know that can change depending on a whole range of factors, but it would be 15%. But that in November 2010 the company proposed changes to the terms of the July agreement. So basically, again, first of all, Mr. McCarthy, you might be able to confirm that my understanding is right, that the company contacted WIT to say, we want to change your equity.
That's my understanding, yes.
And Mr. Donnelly, you were a shareholder and a director in that company, wasn't it?
Exactly.
Yes, and you were also the Vice President for Research at that time as well. Okay. And then it goes on to say that 337, on the 29th of November 2010, an official from the Research Office emailed Feet Henry outlining his concerns at the changes sought. So again, Mr. McCarthy, somebody from the Institute, the Research Office, obviously had a concern and contacted the company to say I have a concern. Would that be correct? And the
yes.
official view is that the Institute should receive the previously agreed 15% share of the equity. Was that all done? Is there documentation to support that?
Yes.
Mr Donnelly, can we see that documentation? Before I'll leave you in a second. I just want to know first, because I'm not finished with Mr McCarthy. Can we receive that documentation?
That's from this?
From this?
Yes, certainly.
Yeah, okay.
No
and the official also signalled that the Commercialisation Committee will commence an oversight role from the 1st of December 2010. Was that ever done, Mr McCarthy?
Was what ever done? Sorry.
We're in 337. The official also signalled that the Commercialisation Committee will commence an oversight role.
Yes, there was a reference in the documentation that you be aware that as in from the beginning of
And that
December.
was really the first time, wasn't it, that the Commercialisation Committee would have...
Well, the Commercialisation Committee first met on the 6th of December.
Yeah,
it was imminent or impending, if you want to say.
And Mr Donnelly, then, this is for you, 338. Although the Vice President for Research, which was you, wasn't it? It's referring to you here. Yeah. Was not included in the correspondence concerning the proposed change of terms. He, which I'm taking as you, emailed the Secretary of the Financial Controller later on the 29th of November 2010 in support of the company's proposal for the Institute share of equity to be reduced, and also for the required level of investment to be raised by Feed Henry to be reduced from 500,000 to 400,000, which means the Institute would have lost out on the double in this instance. Why would you, first of all, when you emailed the Secretary Financial Controller, did you email that as the Vice President for Research?
Indeed, yes.
You did indeed. So you're the Vice President for Research of the Institute. You're also a shareholder in the same company, and you email the Institute to say, I'm in favour of the reduction in equity of the Institute. Now, Mr Donnelly, let me just make my point first, and I'll ask others then their opinion on it. Would you not see that as a blatant conflict of interest?
Well, put it this way, Deputy. Financial Controller knew I had a conflict of interest because I declared it as an individual, right? The email that I sent, if you look at the situation we were in, and this is important that you give me time to say this, okay? This was 2010. The economy had collapsed. We had had 800,000 euros of investment in research and innovation from the state in IP that was generated. We had gone through 2 phases of attempting to commercialise that IP with 2 separate companies externally, okay? Both of those failed because of the economic situation. We now had a situation that, contrary to what was the national situation, we had a VC companies willing to put 400,000 euros on the table, okay? The IP policy said for assignment...
Sorry, I want to stop you there.
Oh, I'm sorry, I need to finish this.
Actually, you don't, because I agree. No, you don't. I agree with the fact that in these situations there are factors which could determine decisions have to be made quickly. That's not in question.
No, it's not quickly.
The question is, or whatever way they're done, the question is whether you are the appropriate person to send an email as both the Vice President for Research and a shareholder in the company to request that the equity be reduced.
Totally,
so
because
that's my concern.
let me finish, because maybe then you'll understand. Totally, because the IP policy said that the requirement for assignment was 140,000. Uniquely, this company, maybe because I was a shareholder, was required to meet more stringent conditions. What we had on the table was we had 400,000 euros from a set of VCs in November. Now, if anybody knows VCs and how the system works, by December, if it wasn't closed off, the VCs would have walked away because of tax reasons, okay? So at the end of the day, I made, not as a shareholder, as the VP of Research, the financial controller, knowing I had a conflict, I said, from my perspective, the Institute needs to continue to and accept what was on the table, because it was well beyond what was in our IP policy.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Donnelly. Yeah. Can I ask you, Mr. McCarthy, and again, I'm trying to get your professional opinion here. You have a Vice President of an institute for research who is also a shareholder in a company. Notwithstanding whether you declare conflicts of interest, if you are a shareholder in a company and you stand to gain financially if that company was ever sold, and then you, as a Vice President, write to the financial controller advocating that the Institute's equity reduces, which would be, you could argue, financially beneficial to you. I'm not saying that was Mr. Donnelly's motivation, but would you see that as a conflict of interest, or something that could or should have been avoided?
It would certainly seem to me to be a conflict of interest.
You would see it. Would you see it, Mr. Bosang, as a conflict of interest, or at least something that should have been avoided? In other words, it wasn't appropriate, notwithstanding all the stuff that Mr. Donnelly said, the fact that you have an interest in the company to essentially lobby the Institute or to write to the Institute.
Well, Deputy, as I mentioned earlier, we're engaging with the Institute in relation to these issues, and some of the questions that we pose to the Institute, go to these issues.
Yes,
so,
I'm asking now for your opinion.
But if I give an opinion, I'm prejudging the process that we're engaged with the institution, and then when in due course we discuss and advise the Minister.
Your process, it wouldn't take me a process to give a very short answer to that, because I think it would seem obvious to most people in the room. People can speak for themselves, but we'll wait until you can do it. Mr. O'Toole, would you see that as a conflict of interest, or at least something that could or should have been avoided?
I think the conflict is there, but the matter of the fact that there's a conflict is not itself the issue, okay? Because conflicts occur, and they occur in these situations, and maybe particularly in these situations, because there's a merging between an individual interest, an institutional interest, and a commercial interest. So the fact of conflicts is recognised, I think, broadly as something that occurs. So it's not the fact of the conflict, there is a conflict. It's how it was handled. Now, no more than Mr. Bosang, to conclude from the information available that the conflict was handled inappropriately is something that we have to explore. So I would distinguish between the fact of the conflict, which is clear, and how it's handled.
Okay, and I just have one final question then. I might come back in the second round of questions. I just have one final question in relation to the IP policy that was developed in 2010, and where it talks about it. I know it references the Commercialisation Committee, but in fact it was the Tech Transfer Office, and it says that you have a conflict of interest if you or somebody known to you or somebody you're in a business relationship with or somebody you report to. If somebody you report to has an interest in the company, you have to absolve yourself from any decision making. So if the policy was in place back from 2004 to 2010, almost most of the people on the Commercialisation Office would have actually reported back to you, Mr. Donnelly. In fact, as President now, they all do. Do you have any shareholdings in any companies existing at the moment in WIT?
No, but can I make a point, what you just said? No.
You did have, the last time you were here, I think you said you had a shareholding in a number of companies. So
I did,
they're all disposed of?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I make a point? You cannot avoid conflict of interest in any organisation.
Accept that.
Today, the people in the Tech Transfer Office who are reporting me declared that conflict, and the financial controller, who was the decision maker, this is important, they were not decision makers. The financial controller, who was the decision maker, who was present at all of the negotiations, was aware of that conflict. The people were there to support him in the process, not as decision makers.
Okay. Okay, well, my final observation is that I want to thank Mr. Donnelly and also the Institute for accepting the recommendations in the report. I think, and notwithstanding, and I don't want to go into this in any great detail, there was a lot of public commentary about issues that were raised in the Public Accounts Committee, which I felt were unhelpful, and you might have your own view in relation to that. We focused on two areas: management of conflicts of interest and protecting the Institute. In fact, we're looking at this across a number of different institutes, and that's our role to make sure that happens. There is nobody, so you're under no illusion, disputing the fact that Waterford IT, in fact, I would say, is one of the leading drivers of research and development, cutting edge, huge work, all positive that was done. That doesn't mean that we can't examine these issues, and we have done, and I believe that we've done so fairly. And we ask questions without fear or favour. That's our job, that's what we do. And I have maybe a couple of other issues that I'll raise, but to thank the witnesses for their...
And Deputy Connolly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're all very welcome. Mr. Bosang, you've sent off a letter with a number of questions, is that right? 16 questions?
Yes, we wrote to the chair of the governing body and wait on the 19th of December.
And you're waiting for them to meet and then to come back to you?
Yes.
And would you like to highlight what are the significant concerns?
Well, they're very much following up on the issues that were raised in the Comptroller and Auditor General's report.
So prior to that, the department or the HEA hadn't identified significant concerns, is that right?
Pardon?
Prior to the Comptroller and Auditor General's report, significant concerns were not identified by the Higher Education Authority or the department?
Well, I mean, that speaks to the follow-up from the committee hearings on this issue previously, which culminated in the IP Pragmatics report, they probably call the KTI HEA report, which is a really important piece of work in looking across all of the policies on IP commercialisation in HEIs and identifying, to be fair, a lot of shortfalls, a lot of weaknesses, and there's obviously been a very significant response to that subsequently.
When did that come out again?
That was published in February 2018. It was commissioned in June 2017, and a lot of the work, I think the CEO of the HEA reported on it in his opening statement, is the implementation of the recommendations arising from the KTI HEA review.
Yeah. Which the issues have been raised at the Public Accounts Committee, isn't that right?
That's absolutely correct.
So there was no proactive work coming from the department or the Higher Education Authority, was there?
Well, I mean, obviously, and as set out in the CNAG's report, I think it's figure 2.1, there was a framework in place for oversight of commercialisation activities, I think, over the first decade of the century, as set out in the CNAG's report.
Just come back to my question now. The question was in relation to there was no proactive recognition of possible problems on the ground in relation. Let me put it this way. My feeling, it came up with different institutions that development is good, spin-out companies very good, commercialisation very good, no oversight. And dear question, at your peril in relation to this, it's coming up again today with, is it Professor Donnelly, Dr. Donnelly? Yeah, that this is excellent. It was particularly good at that time. So listen, don't question too much. Am I wrong?
Well, I mean, when you look at the Code of Governance for the Institute of Technologies that was promulgated in 2009, that makes clear that there's important requirements for governing bodies of IoTs in relation to protection of assets, in terms of putting in place codes of conduct for employees and for managing conflicts of interest. But I do take your point, Deputy, that in the specific area of IP commercialisation
and conflicts of interest
and the conflicts of interest that arise in that respect, there wasn't a proactive engagement over the period that the CNAG's report relates to, in the same way as there is now. I mean, all you can do is compare how things are now to how things were then, and so it's significantly strengthened since then.
The Code of Governance at that time, 2009, was robust enough, was it?
Well, it was based on the Department of Finance Code of Governance. Which was published in 2001.
And when it was, one of the aims was to communicate to each staff member the Institute's policies on dealing with public of interest. Is that right? Am I reading that? The 2009 Code of Governance for Institutes.
You're quoting from the CNAG's report, Deputy, are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there'll be comprehensive requirements signalled in the code, which IoTs will be subject to.
In the Waterford Institute of Technology, that wasn't brought in until 2014, is that right? There was a delay.
No, the Code of Governance for the Institute of Technology was issued by the HEA in 2009 and came into effect in 2009, if I'm correct.
So there was an obligation on the Waterford Institute at that point from
at that point, yes.
2009. Okay. When do you... what do you foresee when you get back your replies? What's the process?
Well, the process, there's a number of different elements to it. I think we'll have to look at any recommendations or advice arising from the consideration of the current position as outlined by the CEO of the HEA on the HEA review that the HEA board may wish to communicate to the Minister. We're obviously looking, we'll look carefully at the responses we get from the Institute, whether they provide us with the assurance, with the information that allows us to fully understand how issues played out as reflected in the facts and the findings and recommendations contained in the CNAG's report. So that's something that we'll engage with once we receive the responses. I mean, I think that the key piece is the response from the Institute itself, from its governing body, because we put a detailed set of questions to the governing body.
So there are two things here. One is to explore more what happened in relation to Waterford, and two is to be in a position to put in a very robust framework for the future, or robust governance.
Well, I mean, we would say, Deputy, that there has been a significant strengthening, but obviously we want to make sure that we're extracting all the learning from how things played out, because, I mean, the issue is, you look at the framework that was there during that decade. Nobody's going to claim that that was detailed and comprehensive, but then you're identifying, as the CNAG report has, areas where, notwithstanding there were requirements, they weren't implemented. So, I mean, we can hold that we have a very comprehensive and detailed framework in place now, but we need to understand and be assured that it's been properly executed by the institutes and the universities.
Dr. Donnelly, I heard you say it so long ago, so many years ago. I don't accept that answer. Just let me. I don't accept that answer as a member of the Public Accounts. I think it's not acceptable to give that answer. Serious issues have been identified. My colleague here has gone through them. He's far more familiar with it. I've read it. So the equity was reduced from 15 to 10%, no documentation. There should be documentation. Do you accept that?
Can I just comment?
No. Sorry, you can comment, absolutely, but I want an answer from Dr. Donnelly.
Of course, I do not. If documentation is missing, documentation is missing. But I think there's a difference between a conversation about documentation not being available and issues around the way the Institute conducted itself. And that's the only point I'm making. In terms of being the past, this is an area which is evolving and maturing over time.
No, Dr. Donnelly, no, not this time. I'm not going into that. I'm just looking at a chapter here. You wanted to come in and I interrupted.
I just wanted to comment that actually the reduction in equity from 15 to 12% was actually sought through Enterprise Ireland. We advised Enterprise Ireland of the reduction and they approved that, so that documentation is available.
No, they actually said they had no role.
Exactly, they said they had no role in it.
Anything.
Yeah. But it was highlighted to Enterprise Ireland at the time. That's correct.
Sorry, no, that's not the same thing.
I think it's important as well, Deputy, to understand.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's important to understand, and it's in your own report actually, if I can get the numbers. It's important to understand that the KTI report says that there is no clear number in terms of what the particular IP is worth. It is a process of negotiation and it is dependent.
I have no difficulty with any of that, but the process has to be open and accountable. That's that's where the gaps are when we look at this chapter. So I'm not going to waste time talking about that it has to be negotiation. This meeting is about governance issues and the gaps in those governance issues that led to a company being sold. Was it 63 million in the end? 65 million? Okay. Was it 65?
61.
63.4 million, a company sold in 2014 that came from a public institution and all of the work on the public institution. That's where I'm coming into this in terms of accountability. So now I want to go back and ask you a question in relation to the original an agreement with a credit institution, was it? In relation to borrowing or investing the 100,000, yeah. What is that about? Please.
Okay, well you see this is another issue.
Please, a financial institution, they give 100,000 at the time.
I mentioned in my opening statement ARC Labs, which is an incubation centre.
Yes.
We got funding for an incubation centre.
Yes, on campus.
On campus.
Yeah.
But there was a requirement from the funding agency that 10% of the cost would be raised elsewhere, which we could not raise from our core funding. So it had to be raised externally. So we sought a partner who would make a contribution of 10% of the cost. And again, as from what I understand, because I was not involved, as part of the negotiation, they received 1% of the equity that the Institute received of any company that was established within the
arising from
centre.
that in the future.
Yeah.
Arising from that in the future, we got Feed Henry Limited in the future, a few years later. And so that 1% transfers to that.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there's no agreement, no copy of that agreement anywhere, is there?
We found no copy of the signed agreement.
Okay.
There was a draft of the agreement, but there's a question mark over whether it's actionable or whether it does actually represent some agreement.
Is there a copy of the signed agreement?
No.
I could not find one.
We weren't able to find one when we searched for it.
But based
with
on
all
that,
parties.
based on that, was it available when the money was paid back to them?
I
can't answer that. I can't say if cannot say if it was or not. But what I can say is that the agreement was in place, and we were obliged to provide the 1% based on the agreement.
And that that became 147,000, did it?
Yes.
That was paid back when?
When we received the percentage from the sale of
Sorry, did I interrupt you? No. So just tell me how you pay back 147,000 if there's no agreement. You don't have a copy of it.
letter. But if we say, but I mean, as you know yourself in law, the fact that you don't have a signed agreement doesn't mean that the agreement doesn't exist.
I don't know anything about law. I'm here as a member of a Public Accounts Committee.
Okay,
I'm simply
there is a
asking
there is a signed letter where the Institute, signed by the appropriate person, commits to the allocation of 1% of Feed Henry to the company in question.
What date is on that letter?
That's dated on the 13th of June 2011.
The Controller General's office has seen that letter as well, have you?
Sure, we have that. I'll check in the records here and I'll come back to you on it.
Now, in relation to that at the time, was there a cost-benefit analysis carried out before the 100,000 was?
Well,
no.
No, maybe just I might be a little bit confused, but the issue was that we wanted to build this incubation centre. We had the funding of 2-point-something million.
Who was that from?
It was from Enterprise Ireland. Okay. There was a requirement to raise 10% or the project would fail.
Yeah.
We received contribution. If you asked me at the time, did we believe that at some stage down the road one of our spin-outs would sell for this amount? I can tell you absolutely not.
But it actually did. And it did on the basis of research on a public facility, isn't that right? In what?
The company spun out. I think we need to be careful about this because there was huge investment in the company between the time it spun out and the time it was sold. So, you know, it wasn't just so that people don't get confused. It wasn't that an IP that was produced in the college was worth 63 million. Not in the least. The actual valuation of the IP that was spun out from the institute at the time, I think, by auditors was 240,000.
Let me just. There's 1996, and an internal research group is set up. Between 2002 and 2004, it's TSSG. What did that stand for again? Telecommunications software?
It's actually Telecommunications Software and Systems Group.
Okay. And from that experience on public ground, on public facilities, using public monies, we lead into Feed Henry Limited, formed in 2008. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay. And a number of staff, including yourself, are part of that Feed Henry company?
Yes.
Okay. How many other staff members were involved?
I can't remember. There was 4 main, but there was another.
And at that time, were you a vice president?
Yes.
Okay, so you were a vice president. Had the others got such status? What status? No.
They were part of the research group.
They were researchers, and you were part of this company, and still a public servant, and part of this company, a private company.
Well, yeah. First of all, by the way, this is an unfortunate position maybe for me. I was a person with many hats because I was a VP of research. I was also the principal investigator and founder of the TSSG. So in actual fact, I had 2 positions, and in terms of the research, it was as principal investigator of the telecommunications software and systems group.
This is the key of the whole thing, that you had many different roles, and that is the whole point, that we need proper governance in relation to conflicts of interest. And so we're now on public grounds, public funding, and public research, and it
Yes.
leads to the development of a private company. Isn't that right?
But that is standard practice. I'm sorry, but
it may well be
I don't-
standard. It may well be standard practice, but what I see is no standard governance arrangements, or if they're there in theory, they're not implemented. That's what I've seen.
Well, I
at
wouldn't.
lots of institutions.
No, I wouldn't. I would agree that there, in the process, there were some errors. But if you ask me, was there governance in place? There was the governance in place. If you ask me, was the governance in place consistent in what was in place in the rest of the third-level sector, I would say it was consistent. And our reviews by international reviews through a number of years has shown that. So I wouldn't like the Public Accounts Committee to get an understanding that what was happening in Waterford.
Do you know what I'd like to know, Dr. Donnelly? The research is great. Was the body of governors aware of this?
Yes.
They were?
Yes.
And they were monitoring this the whole time, were they?
I reported to them of what was going on in research, of the success and outcomes of research. Not only was there governance internally, but there was at this period oversight by the funding agencies who were funding the research.
I'm talking about the governance body.
Yes,
What's it called?
they were aware.
What's
They're
it?
aware.
No, don't mind aware now.
The governing body of our
thank you.
reports, I do accept that, and which I do not understand, to be honest, is that there's no record that this was brought for sign-off to the governing body. And as I say, I do accept that.
Were you a member of the governing body?
No.
At any stage?
No. I am now as
You are
president.
now as president, yeah.
But I was, at this stage, as a VP of research, I was not. I was a member of the executive, and I would only report into the governing body once a year, in which I would inform them of what was happening in research.
So, let's see. So you accept there's no record at all of the body of governors or the governance
Well,
body?
I have to accept it since we haven't found it.
Okay, so we have Feed Henry formed in 2008, and then a licence is given to them. Is that right?
Yes.
Who made that decision?
The financial controller, who was the negotiator. But this was standard practice. I mean, we had we had 15 licenses signed off. It was not unusual to give a licence to a company.
In 2010?
In 2010,
Full
at that
ownership
stage,
is given over by the institute.
that is national policy.
I didn't ask you. I only want you to confirm. Am I right
Okay.
or wrong? So in
What I would say is
2010
assignment, when 500,000 euros, as was agreed through the negotiation, was raised, the IP was assigned to the company.
In 2010,
Yes.
Waterford Institute divested itself of ownership in return for an equity share. Is that right?
Yes, which is standard practice.
And that equity share was?
The equity share was 12%, but then it was diluted through shareholders' options.
What was the 10.8, and it started off at 15. So now ownership has gone. The public institution has an equity share that's less than what was anticipated, and then 4 years later it's sold for 62.5 million. 4 years later, and in return, money comes back. The bank is paid off, or the credit institution, or whatever it was, and so on. Are you in a position to say what you got?
No.
You're not. Why is that?
Because I'm a private citizen, and it is not the function. Okay. I would say
So that's
I do
okay.
not.
That's what I'm asking you the question, and I'm hearing the answer. So it's sold off for 52 point something million. What comes back to the public body after all of the years?
1.6 million. 1.6 million.
Sorry, I don't think 1.6.
And Enterprise Ireland, 1.6 million. In total,
Enterprise did better.
yeah, because they continued to invest in the company, where obviously you wouldn't expect an institute of technology to continue to invest.
The net, I think, was 900,000.
No. It was the net was 1.6 million, but there is an IP policy which is consistent again with everything that happens in third level institutions, where the inventors are rewarded.
I'm just sorry, but I accept that. I'm saying that 1.6 million goes to the institute, but the institute had to make a number of payments to, I think there was 130,000 to some company.
47,000 to AIB, and then a figure of 400.
So when you strip out that and what those staff got,
492,000 to staff.
the institute got 900 and something thousand.
But Deputy, why would you?
951. Yeah.
Why would you strip out? Why would you strip out that the institute had a shareholding, which returned 1.6 million. The institute had an IP policy that said that certain members get rewarded. So at the end of the day, Deputy, the institute got 1.6 million.
And just very quick response to that, because sometimes there's a sharpness in your responses that really shouldn't be there and doesn't need to be there. So again, I didn't say
my
that.
personality.
Sorry?
It's just my personality.
That's fine.
I apologise.
Maybe it's something then that you could examine. But the 1.6 million was broken down not by the committee but by the Controller and Auditor General, who then said yes, the institute was given 1.6 million.
Would you do me a little favour and just let maybe Deputy Connolly for a minute or two? I think she just has to leave. Would you, Deputy Connolly, would you give her just a couple of minutes?
If you want to finish your train of thought,
just finish that.
She just has a time commitment.
Nobody is disagreeing that it got 1.6 million, but it's also we're just stating as a fact. These are facts.
No, I mean you're not stating facts. I'm giving you a fact. The fact is the institute got 1.6 million.
Okay,
so
we'll come back to that.
this has been recorded.
I'm just going to ask
put the right number in there, okay?
Sorry.
This has been recorded.
No,
the number is 1.6.
We have the right number.
We'll come back to it in a minute.
Gives us a number.
No, we'll come back to it in a minute, just through the chair.
Yeah.
I just want the two members just to bear with me, just to let Deputy Connolly in
Sorry,
a few
colleagues.
moments, because she has to leave. We'll come back to that in a moment.
thank you. I'll just be brief here. Thank you all for coming in. I'm just actually a follow on just there from Deputy Cullinane, just on the 1.6 million that came back. The money, the outstanding debt that went to the banks, was any of that was the debt all carried by the university, or did anyone else carry any of the debt?
Oh, sorry, Deputy, it wasn't a debt. What happened was that the institute in question invested in the Innovation Centre, and as part of the investment agreement was that they would get 1% of equity share.
Okay. That's fine.
And the 1% translated into, which I keep forgetting what the number is, but that's what it is. 148.
And 100 of that has been paid to them.
Perfect, yeah, that's fine. Okay, well, I suppose just after listening to it all here today, I have to agree whether it's your personality or not, but you seem to have referred to us members being confused or having a lack of understanding on numerous occasions. I'm sure we can do a word count on it. I haven't seen any evidence of any lack of understanding, and CNAG's report is very, very clear. And obviously I completely agree, as somebody who has many businesses, that there often can be conflicts. But I think many of us that are shareholders, we try and protect ourselves from any such accusations. And it would be my considered opinion that your position and your multiple hats and your transition through UL and your various roles, your transition through that through the institute, that and your subsequent disposal of your shares, as you mentioned earlier, in other companies, that it just wasn't a clean way to be going about business. And I have a huge issue with the VP of an Institute of Technology standing to personally gain from a shareholding. I really do. And I think the public out there, if you're employed by the state and you're getting a salary, and your focus should be on that job. Your focus shouldn't be on making a few bob out of the seed companies you see coming down the tracks. I'm really uncomfortable with it, and I think from the contributions from my colleagues today, we're very, very uncomfortable with that position. I'm not suggesting that there's necessarily anything untoward. It's just that it doesn't seem to be the right way to go about that very important role that you've had down there. And then when you layer on that there's no record of that signed off by the governing body, and when we have answers like, or questions to other deputies about, well, do you know how long you keep records for? Sure, we all know, any of us that deal with accounts, how long we have to keep records for. We didn't just land out of the sky. But if there is something which you must have known questions would be asked because you were issued, wouldn't that be the file you'd keep? Wouldn't the file to do with the company that you were a shareholder in, wouldn't you have thought that sometime in the future somebody might ask a question? I think I'd keep that file in a special file.
That's fair enough, and you're Deputy, and I hear what you're saying. I would say two things. One is just to put the record, and all I'm trying to do, I'm only trying to put the record straight, is it was not my function to keep those records. I was the VP of Research. It was not my function. So when we talk about records missing, they were not my records, right? Second thing is, yes, I do, and maybe looking back, I was a bit of a fool, because I could have been the VP of Research.
You can't have been that foolish with that return on an investment.
Well,
it's fairly significant.
No, well, thanks. What I would say is I could have been just the VP of Research, but I was the VP of Research, and I was also the founder and the principal investigator of a large research group, which I did and I worked on in parallel to my job as a VP of Research. So I had multiple hats. And maybe sometimes, Deputy, when you're sitting here and you look back on your life and you look at things you did, you might ask, well, maybe it would have been easier to take the job as VP of Research, give up all of the rest and just do that job. I chose not to do that. That's what I chose.
Well, that was your choice, but it would have been good housekeeping to have seen this coming down the tracks. I just don't think it's in any way acceptable. And I'd love to see, I understand that it's standard practice that spin-off companies, they start off and they go out. That's done everywhere. But I'd love to see in other universities or in other institutes, in other jurisdictions, is it common practice that somebody in a position like yours would have it would be, I'm not sure they're allowable, but ethical to be investing personally in companies that perhaps you had more insight into than the lad on the street, as it were.
Okay, first of all...
Have we any other examples of that?
I really don't know how to answer your question because, first of all, the only thing I can say is, in terms of national policy, in terms of my role as an academic researcher, a principal investigator, was I entitled to support a spin-out of companies?
Entitled and ethical are two totally different things.
I dispute totally your point that anything that was done was unethical.
I'm questioning whether it was ethical. I'm not saying that you're unethical.
Well, I repeat, I think it's inappropriate to use that term because there was oversight. There was oversight, for instance, in any company that I was a shareholder and I spun out. An application was made to the funding agencies and my name was on it. An application was made on the institute and my name was on it. It was all in the public domain. And, you know, it's very nice to come now and
I understand it was all in the public domain.
Yeah.
I can understand your name was on the letters and all that. But I just think it's so clear that it's just not appropriate that,
I think you may, if you think it's not appropriate, then I think you're going to have to redefine the way research is conducted, not only in Waterford Institute of Technology, but in all of the universities, because what we're seeing here is not unusual.
In the sense that it is not, you're saying it's not unusual for somebody in a position like you were in to be investing in seedling companies. It's encouraged.
Yes.
And have we any
and
examples
it's
that can... Sorry, I'd appreciate if you wouldn't interrupt me.
Sorry.
Have we any other examples of people in positions at the level, obviously staff would maybe get options, but people in decision-making roles, have we any examples from this committee, from other institutes, Athlone or wherever around the country, that have had people in your position getting shareholding windfalls?
I think that might be, it's unfair to ask WIT that question, maybe somebody from a higher authority.
The HEA...
Yeah, sorry,
is this
it widespread
what's standard practice?
I think standard practice is that there are revenue sharing and equity sharing arrangements across the board in Ireland and internationally. I think the issue is where a conflict arises, how it's managed.
It's accepted to be conflict, and the management of the conflict is the issue here.
So people aren't precluded.
No. They're encouraged.
They're encouraged.
Enterprise and employment.
But it's the
Irish policy as well.
It's the governance of such shareholdings that's the issue. And have we? Actually, I just have to go. I'm sorry.
Yeah. There's several examples, Deputy, because we'll come to it at the end. Because the Department of Enterprise invests heavily in these. The Department of Education. There's joint protocols between the respective departments as government policy for a long time.
Imagine that there would be a very substantial paper trail attached to everything and no missing letters.
The management of the conflict of interest is the issue. Not that the issue happened. It does happen, but how it's managed is out.
Questions, Cairo, to other institutes of technology. In fact, I think when the department was in, there was very few vice presidents.
Oh, yeah, at the level. That's the point.
I wouldn't make any judgments morally or ethically.
Yeah.
That's what's different here. That's what's
I'm not judging, Deputy.
That's what's different. Look, Deputy, I think you
Yeah, I have to
indicated
go,
Johnny Minister.
but it's more, the point I'm making is it's very obvious in companies that their shareholdings for employees or for lower pay staff, but people in decision-making roles, it's quite concerning.
Okay, look at...
I'd like to make a point I think it's very important. In terms of the negotiation of spin-outs and equity by the Institute, I was not in a decision-making position.
Okay, Deputy Connolly, and thank you now for letting Deputy Connolly for a few minutes there.
Sorry, Deputy, just in relation to the document that the President referred to earlier on, we do have a copy of it. It's a letter following the disposal of the interest in the IP to the company from the then acting President, informing AIB that in line with the agreement that's in place, we will hold 1% of the 10.8% of shares to the benefit of, or for the benefit of AIB. It specifically refers to in line with the terms of the Institute's agreement with AIB, but there is no signed version of that agreement. We do have the heads of an agreement which has space for signatures, but from a legal point of view, it's a draft agreement. I don't think there's a dispute necessarily between WIT and AIB as to what the terms are. So a dispute hasn't arisen, but a dispute could arise, and I think it would be better practice that there would be clear registered documents that have legal commitments on the part of the Institute.
Thank you. Thanks for that clarification. In relation to the money that came back, and I think net it was 900,000 something to the Institute, was there a cost analysis of the facilities made available to the company for the time that it was on the campus?
Yes.
Okay, what was that?
Actually, when the company was on campus, it actually paid rent. So there was a licence agreement and a paid rent like any other company that was in the incubation.
Details of that now, because that's not clear to me.
Also, Deputy,
it's not in any report.
It's worth noting that KTI and international practice says it is not the purpose to recover.
No, Mr. White, I didn't ask that. Now,
Dr. White.
I asked. No, it's late and it's difficult to keep train of thought. We've had a long day, and so has a lot of the other people here.
But it's not the purpose.
No, I've asked. No, I'm after getting two answers. I'm getting your answer in relation to policy, and Ms. Sheridan has told me they did pay. Okay? So can I have an answer, please? Who paid what? Where were they located? What was the name? Because I'm getting confused at this point with Feed Henry Limited, and prior to that there was something else, and they were using the Arc Labs address as well. Isn't that right? That was the registered address?
Yeah.
Okay, so now please clarify that for me. 1, 2, 3.
So section 4.11 of the report deals with where Feed Henry reimbursed the Institute for the salary of one staff member who was seconded to Feed Henry. It also goes on then in 4.13 where it outlines 225,000 that was reimbursed to the Institute associated with consultancy agreement. And
yeah, you're reading from the Controller and Auditor General's report, yes. And I'm asking you, what estimate or what evaluation was done in relation to Feed Henry using the public facilities?
Again, the company paid a lease agreement.
A lease agreement.
Correct.
Okay.
To pay to be in those public facilities.
Okay, very good. How much did they pay?
No, that's not associated with the lease. I'd have to bring that
so
back.
So they paid a lease.
They did
for so many years. Yes. What did they pay? What a number of years?
I'd have to bring that back to you. I don't have it here with
but these are important. These are important items, because what I see is a company that sold at a phenomenal and very good But it was based on primarily public research and public facilities, and I want to see what was given back in addition to the sum that came back of 1.6, but net was only 900 and something. Now, Mr White jumped in to say it's not the policy to recover the costs, which is interesting, and I see that from the documentation. But on the other hand, you're telling me they paid.
To charge a lease agreement for companies as a third party, that's applies state aid rules.
It's €22 a square metre that a company would pay for currently.
Just one second, I want to go to the HEA before I'm stopped, and Mr Bozang. Over the last 2 years, kind of more by default, things have come out. The absence of robust policies, and even if they're there, they're not implemented. Mr Connolly has pointed out, and it's in the Controller and Auditor General, the policy was brought, a policy in 2004, it wasn't implemented till 10. Subsequently, there was another policy, there was a huge down delay, and so on. So even when policies there, they're not actually acted on, or they're not implemented. In addition, we now have a thumbs up for the commercialisation of research and intellectual property, which you seem to be saying is 100% okay. And I'm saying that's not value for money back to the public purse, who's providing the universities and the technological universities. And who does the assessment in terms of value for money for the taxpayer? What I'm getting here is a thumbs up for 62.3 million or whatever it was, and a tiny amount gone back. And years of research gone in. I mean, I could go back to 1996 here when I look at the literature, forward to 2014 when it was sold. And who has valued that for the public purse?
The experience internationally is that unless there's a lot of work done through the commercialisation process, a lot of very good discoveries and very promising discoveries never see the light of day. So I think it's important to make that point. And I mean, to be very clear, government policy is to encourage commercialisation of IP, but within a proper framework, and that's very much the issues, obviously, that we're talking about in the context of the C&G's report, with appropriate oversight of that commercialisation process and very effective and rigorous management of conflict of interest. The framework to achieve that is work in progress. We have a new intellectual property protocol sitting with the Department of Business, Enterprise and Innovation at the moment, addressing the specific issue, one of the bigger weaknesses identified in the KTI HEA report, and that was a framework for spin-outs, which obviously relates to the Feed Henry Limited issues and more generally.
What I identify is what you said, the governance, which we all agree on, the lack of it, and when you do bring in the policies, who's going to implement it and who's going to ensure that it's been done. And then secondly, is an area where commercialisation good, use all the public facilities, help to make a massive profit for a private company, and that's government policy. Even within that government policy, I see a huge grey area where the policies actually say protect public property, protect the public entity as well.
Well, the KTI and the Department of Business, Enterprise and Innovation have done a lot of work and on foot of recommendations in this committee to try to collect better information on the actual outputs and outcomes achieved.
Can I just come in here as chairman for a minute, just so people will recollect. Some time ago when we looked at this issue last year or the year before, we had a recommendation that the state should collate all expenditure in relation to these companies from, be it Enterprise Ireland, the third level institution, the HEA, local enterprise office and the taxpayer in general, including the European taxpayer. And Robert Watts, the Secretary General, wrote back to us saying far too complex that we couldn't possibly do that. We wrote back and told them, how dare you insult the public service by saying you're not capable of putting the money together. Every private organisation that applies for research grant has to keep a record, and they came back subsequently with a significant amount of improved information, not a lot, but I'd say a decent stab at doing it, right? So that's on our record from previous, and maybe not everyone here was tuned into that. So we have got information and investment from a variety of other sources, which possibly makes your point even more serious. But I'm just saying, and Mr. Bozang, that's why I cut in, you're saying as a result of that you're now making, somebody is making a bit of a greater effort to at least establish the money, because it wasn't just what was going in through Waterford IT, it's coming in from
it was coming in from EU, it was coming in from Enterprise Ireland, it's coming in from I don't know many other entities.
So sorry, Mr. Bozang, I cut across, but I think we both know.
Exactly as you said, on foot of the committees.
So we have achieved some bit of progress. Okay, Deputy Cullinane, and thank you, Deputy, for bearing with us. Sorry, Mr. Sullivan.
worth saying that, like, in addition to the financial returns to the Institute, we need to look at the wider picture. I know it's been addressed before, the number of jobs that are created in the region. I think it's in excess of 100 high-quality jobs in the region. That needs to be factored into any calculation looking at the outputs.
100
jobs in the region. So I think that needs to be taken into account, the wider picture, not just the money that comes back into the Institute, but the entire picture itself.
I have no difficulty with that. That should, but so should the public facilities.
Agreed. And
they're not being brought into it at all. They're given as a given. So we're not going to divide on jobs, but anyway, so thank you.
Okay, Deputy Cullinane.
Yeah, thank you. Just maybe 10 minutes and I should be finished. There was a couple of issues that I didn't... Sorry, Mr. Donnelly, did you want to say something?
For the record, the incubation rent which Feed Henry paid during the period it was in the incubation space was €94,709.
Okay. Go ahead, look, thanks for that. Yeah, there's a couple of questions I have that follow on from my previous ones. I just didn't get through all the report, but I just want to make a number of observations from responses that were given, and Dr. O'Connell made a number of points earlier that I actually don't agree with personally, and I think what this shows is people have different opinions in this area. I remember when we first examined this, we were told by some in this sector of spin-outs that we didn't really understand what it was. We do, and in fact we're very clear that commercialising IP is a good thing from my perspective. Now other people might have a different opinion, and obviously you have to protect the interests of the state and the institute, but the concept is good. And I don't believe it's morally or ethically wrong for anybody in an institute to have a shareholding in a company, personally. That would be my view. I would, though, and this is just a view that I would hold, because I'd see it as protecting the individual, the office, the institute, is that if you're a vice president for research, I personally would think it's probably best not to be a shareholder. That's my personal opinion. If I was developing policy, I would probably have that in there, because I think if you're the office holder of the policy, which you are, then it's better not to be involved. That's not to cast any judgment on you, Mr. Donnelly. It's to say that's just my opinion of how it should work. I actually think, in many respects, the glass is half full, that we've had the report from KTI with the HEA. Recommendations have been made on foot of us looking at this issue and the CNAG, that improvements have been made. Because all of this isn't about that we would have exchanges like this. It's about making sure the policies are robust, that they protect you guys and they protect the taxpayer. That's what we want, and that's what the CNAG looks at when he looks at process. And in relation to the jobs that are created, everybody accepts jobs were created as a consequence of this spin-out and other spin-outs. That doesn't mean or doesn't justify any weaknesses in the system. We are here not to make judgments on how many jobs are created. We can accept that. We're here to look at where there's weaknesses, how we can improve them, and learnings accepted. And I think it's good that the Institute has accepted all of the CNAG's recommendations and they're being implemented. So let's mark that down collectively as an achievement, and then I'll go on to some other questions I have. In relation to then, Mr. Donnelly, we were having, I wouldn't say a disagreement, but there was questions around what the Institute got. So on section 4 of the CNAG's report 4.1, it gives a breakdown of when the company was sold. So my point, Mr. Donnelly, was the CNAG was given this breakdown, because I think your view was we need to be careful we don't put inaccurate information into the public domain, and I certainly wouldn't want to find myself in that position. So what the CNAG is saying is that Waterford, when the company was sold as an institute, received 1.59 million. Is that correct, Mr. Donnelly? Yes. Sorry, Mr. McCarthy. And then there was a number of payments which had to be made. One, the Creators Reward Scheme, which went to individuals, not the institute.
That's correct.
That's correct. So the institute didn't get that 492. It did, but it paid out people. But it didn't. It wasn't the net gain, or
it was a payment made out of the proceeds and related to the quantum of proceeds.
And then the financial institution got 147 because of its equity. So my point was, and my point stands in my view, that the net gain, if that's an appropriate terminology, Mr. McCarthy, was 951,000 then for the institute. Would that be a fair?
That would be the way I would see it. Yeah, certainly.
That was my point, Mr. Donnelly. So are we on the same page on that?
Yeah, we're fine. It's just I was trying to make the point that we start talking about equity and then we start talking about how much comes back into the organisation. What an organisation does with the money that comes back in is another subject, okay?
Yeah, but it's important.
So I think it's important because people make headlines of certain things, and, you know, to be fair, I think it's important that we talked about the percentage of equity the Institute got, and then we talked about the return on that equity. The return on the equity was 1.5 million. The fact that the Institute had an IP policy that dictated how that is distributed is a different conversation.
And you're right, and people do make headlines out of issues. Yeah. And you spoke earlier, Mr. Donnelly, of if you had an opportunity to go back in time, you might make a number of different decisions, or you may not. But that's obviously.
I think we'd all do that.
We could all do that. And I'm getting to that point because, as you know, I received, I think, over a dozen protected disclosures in relation to WIT, which were passed on to the HEA, which led to an examination that was done, and we can't get into that because it's now with legal with the HEA. But that examination was done, and that was done on the basis of concerns the people in the Institute had. That's our job. Just so you're aware of that, because sometimes bear with me, sometimes I don't think, and I had this out with the Secretary General in your absence, when you weren't here, when the Secretary General of the Department was here, and the former head of the HEA. We cannot ignore documentation which is given to us. It's not in our gift to ignore protected disclosures, just so you're aware of that. Because sometimes I get a sense from you as an individual that you feel that the work of this committee is somehow personal. It isn't. We have a job to do, which is to follow those, follow up on those protected disclosures and look at process.
Yeah, can I just answer? Can I answer that? Because to be fair, but can I answer it to be fair, right? You know, I am a fairly outspoken person. I have a particular style. You know, that's something that we have. But I have never. I mean, I fully support the work of this of this committee. Let me say another thing, though. Protected disclosures, right? The Institute has structures and a process in place for dealing with protected disclosures. And we take those very, very seriously. So I would like to put on the record that the Institute takes it very seriously. And in actual fact, when we do get protected disclosures, they're fully investigated and are overseen by an independent board. I can even also tell you as President that where there are protected disclosures, the President never knows what the detail of that is. They're fully investigated and the Institute takes action. So what I would like to say to anybody, particularly associated with the Institute, is if the Institute has any concern or anybody associated has information and wants to use a protected disclosure system, that system is in place in Waterford Institute as it is in all other institutes.
I think we can accept that, Mr. Donnelly. The point is, of course, the Institute itself would have its policy and people can make protected disclosures within the Institute. They can also make them outside the Institute to different bodies, which they've done. And I think in the case of the report that is not yet published and maybe might not be published, there was 50 people, but there was those people from within the Institute that had different views, wasn't there? We won't get into it, but...
No, that's important. That's important again, because I know this, right? Yeah. The person who carried out the review interviewed 50 people, which includes people in KTI, includes people in the HEA, includes people in the department, which includes people who work in the Institute. So, you know, if just to protect the Institute, and maybe you can say it, there was not 50 people that made disclosures or statements about the Institute from WIT. There are 50 people who were interviewed as would be appropriate. Because, Deputy, this is how the Institute gets a bad name. People say to me, oh, I hear there's 50 people making disclosures about Waterford Institute of Technology. 50 people, as appropriate, were interviewed in order to carry out the thing. That is what has been communicated to me. So I would request that we're very careful when we make statements about how many people made disclosures. Now, you said, I think you said it was 15 or 12 or whatever.
I think, yeah.
So I don't know what the number is, but respectfully, and maybe we can say it now since we're all here, There was not 50 people. 50 people were interviewed, Deputy.
I think you've made that point. In fact, we did make that point. And when the department, when the HEA were there, and in fact we had this discussion this morning, there was a recognition that people were interviewed. There was an additional protected disclosure that this committee has received that we're now dealing with, and maybe will be carried over to whatever will follow from the HEA's work. But in any event, that's accepted. But there was, my point was, I didn't mention that there was 50 protected disclosures. I said there was a number, and I think it's around 12 or 13 from memory, that was received, that had to be acted upon, and were acted upon. And that's the end of it. And the process was put in place to do that. But if I can just then come back to the report, if I can, Mr. Donnelly. And just a couple of things. It's more a clarification, and again, it isn't about whether ethically they were right or wrong. It's about why the decision was made to do this. So on 340, at the final time of the negotiations, the equity for the Institute was reduced to 12%, from 15 to 12%. And I think, Mr. O'Sullivan, you were saying that was at the request of Enterprise Ireland, wasn't it?
No, what we did is we have to seek permission through the Exploitation Consent Committee within Enterprise Ireland at the time to actually undertake that deal. But to reduce it, we actually went back to Enterprise Ireland and correctly pointed out that they said no additional consent was required from Enterprise Ireland to reduce it from 15 to 12%.
Who made the decision to reduce it from 15 to 12? Who makes that decision?
By the negotiator, who would have been the financial controller at the time.
And, okay, fine. And was that decision then made only by the financial controller, or did that go back to the board? Mr. McCarthy, are you aware?
To the governing body, no.
In future, and we're looking in future, would it be better if it goes to the board?
That's what that happens now. It's happened for a number of
years.
years.
That's the point. So now it's better that it would be better for everybody involved if that decision then goes to the board. It also says that the Institute agreed a pool of 24,000 shares, referred to by the Institute as Feed Henry employee pool, which would reduce it to 10.8%. Who made that decision?
I don't know.
It was agreed with the...
Who made the decision?
The financial controller.
Financial controller again made that decision. That was unilateral, Mr. McCarthy?
I don't know.
You don't know? Does anybody know?
I would probably say myself from experience, it wouldn't be unilateral. What normally happens is when a venture capitalist invests in a company, they produce what's called a term sheet. As part of the term sheet, it lists out who all the investors are. As part of that, it's standard practice for the VC to require that there's a pool set up for the employees by its nature. So what I would say is, what I would say in this, and I wasn't there, but I would say from experience is that when the term sheet was drawn up, it included a pool as standard practice for
but sorry,
employees.
Mr. Donnelly, that's your experience. You can't say that with any certainty. You're saying that possibly is how it happened. So maybe if we can get a note from the Institute which details who made the decision from when it went to 15 to 12%, which it seems is the financial controller, who then made the decision to reduce it further to 10.8%. And again, did that go to the board? No. It didn't go to the board.
Provide you documentary evidence.
If you can, please. Yes. And then the employee pool, where these 24,000 additional shares were distributed. Mr. McCarthy, did any existing shareholders benefit from those 24,000?
I prefer not to comment in relation to individual shareholders.
Do you know if any shareholders?
That's what I was trying to explain to you, that the pool is for employees in the company.
And I looked at the company records, and what I can see is that I think 3 of the 4 main shareholders, if I'm right, or a number of them benefited from these 24,000 shares. Well, am I right and wrong in that?
I would be surprised. The 24,000 shares were for...
Maybe if it can just be clarified, whether or not any of the 4 main shareholders received, any of them received, benefited from those 24,000 shares.
That's actually a matter for the company, I think, as opposed to WIT.
And well, it's a matter for WIT if WIT agrees to reduce its shareholding.
That's why I'm trying to explain it in a concrete way. When a company is established, these shares are for employees of the company. Now, all we can say is they were distributed among the employees. So and a number of WIT staff became employees of the company, they would have benefited from that based on their terms of service in the company. But at that point, they were not employed by WIT.
Well, I have the forms from the CRO. I'd rather not put the names into the public domain, but I think the point I made earlier actually does stand. But if you can come back with a note on that, and if you're not in a position, because it's a matter for the company, if you can't give us and I'm not asking for names, I'm saying, did any of the shareholders, that's all, the existing shareholders, we know, you said, Mr. Donnelly, there was 4 main shareholders in Feed Henry, and then there was a number of other employees that might have had maybe smaller numbers of shares. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. And then 344, the role of the Commercialisation Committee. We've kind of dealt with this, but just want to go through it again. Waterford's Institute of Technology Commercialisation Committee had its inaugural meeting on the 6th of December 2010. Although the assignment of the IP was in process at the time, the minutes of the meeting record no mention of Feed Henry, the proposed assignment or the revision of the terms of agreement. The Institute has stated that the first meeting was focused. So is my reading of this, maybe Mr. McCarthy?
I'm not
it's
with you.
344?
344,
yeah.
sorry.
So my reading of this is that from the Institute's response was that the committee was only being established, it was busy establishing itself, and for that reason the issue didn't come to it is the Tech Transfer Office actually, not the Commercialisation Committee. Am I right in that? It was never was it always Tech Transfer?
There's 2 different things. The Technology Transfer Office is charged with actually the day-to-day operations. The Commercialisation Committee is actually charged with the governance.
Oh, so there is the committee is separate from the Tech Transfer Office. Okay. But you're making the point, though, I think, Mr. McCarthy, in this, that it would have been better, isn't it? That it would have been
the remit of the Commercialisation Committee was to review all agreements and assignments of interest in IP. That was set out in the policy in February 2010, and I was drawing attention to the fact that the committee had its first meeting prior to the transfer of the IP, but it didn't consider the transfer at all.
Okay, and actually
it's anomalous.
Yeah, and just to go on to then 351, which I think is an important one, because it says in August 2004, the President of Waterford IT, that wasn't obviously you, Mr. Donnelly, was one of your predecessors, informed the governing body members of the proposed sale of a multinational company and requested their consent for the sale. And in 2014, the governing body gave its consent. So that would be the appropriate way to deal with it. The difficulty with that is that the governing body were not aware of all of the previous issues that maybe
that was correct. And my understanding as well is that in a way it was a moot decision at that stage, because it wasn't within their power to stop the sale.
So in all the other areas in relation to transferring the IP, negotiations around equity being reduced or not, they had no involvement whatsoever, maybe even no knowledge. I don't know, because we don't know what knowledge they had.
I presented, so they did have knowledge.
They had knowledge, but they weren't formally asked to make. Is there records of that? Is there records of minutes that show that these issues? Presentation.
Yeah, it's in the report. It gives the date and the note.
So basically, as Vice President, you were making
my annual
report.
So I would have included all of the activities around.
They were aware of what was happening, they just weren't involved in the decision making. Is that fair?
That would appear.
I think it might be fairer to say they were aware of what had happened. They had the decision was made at that stage.
But Mr. Donnelly is saying that right throughout that process, were you making constant, informing the board, or only at that point?
Once a year I made a report, so I think it's in June 2011.
Yeah.
You asked for where they were, I just said in June 2011.
But I'm saying in terms of, maybe I wasn't clear. My point was, because I'm just working from the CNAG's report, in a number of critical areas where the IP was transferred, where the equity was reduced, were the board aware or not? And you said they were, because I informed them.
What would normally happen is the governing body, maybe James can come into this, wouldn't be the final outcome of the negotiations would be brought to the governing body for approval. Today, the way it works is James can tell you since he's responsible for it.
Today, on a day-to-day.
Before you come in, Mr. O'Sullivan, I'm sure your staff and you, Mr. McCarthy, when you were doing this, you make a statement in this that when the equity was transferred, the board weren't involved. I'm sure you would have looked for evidence that the board was even informed.
Absolutely, yes.
And you found you were given.
We didn't find any. We looked at the minutes. We looked at the minutes of the governing body all through the relevant period, and we don't find any record or any reference to it. Now, we didn't obviously interview everybody who was on the board at the time.
But certainly no records.
There's no record of them having been advised or made a decision in relation to it.
And the same for reducing the equity.
No record.
Okay.
Just a point of, well, James can explain the reducing of the equity.
So it's typical that the Tech Transfer Office, whether it's in WIT or any other institute, you would go out and you would negotiate with the company and you would find to get a final position with respect to the equity stake in the company. At the moment, what happens, or what currently happens, is then that would obviously be taken to the governing body for approval.
Okay, thanks for that. And Mr McCarthy, just two final questions. I'm nearly there, Chair, sorry. 4.7, Feed Henry was established and had its registered office in 2008, had its registered offices in Arc Labs. You're making the point here that from 2010 onwards, I think Dr. Connolly dealt with this, there was rent and there was expenses that were incurred by the institute that were recovered, but from 2008 to 2010, there was no record of that. The institute says it's because it wasn't using any of the resources, but I think you point out that it seems to be giving an address and a telephone number based on the Arc Labs. So again, not to get into the rights and wrongs of it, because the institute's response possibly is correct. Is your point in this, I'm only trying to understand why you would put this in. Are you putting that in because the point is that can't be proven one way or the other now?
Yes, and our understanding was that there was activity, there was an existence of the company on the campus.
And did you then...
But we didn't see any evidence of recovery of expenses related to that.
So in the course of you doing your work and your team doing your work, you would have looked at, had an office based, it seemed, based in the Arc Labs, a telephone number and some activity, and you were looking for, well, what activity? You would have sought what level of activity, and what was the response?
That was, yeah, what we were trying to get to.
And what was the response?
That there was little or no activity on the campus.
And again,
but that just didn't gel with the registration of the company and its apparent existence on the campus.
But you don't form any opinion on that?
No, we don't have anything to go on. We don't have information.
Okay. And one final thing then is in relation to the issue of secondment. So 412 is my final one. Waterford Institute of Technology does not have a policy on part-time secondments or how those on part-time secondments have their time monitored to ensure that the hours specified in their contracts were actually done. So before that, Feed Henry reimbursed WIT in respect of the salary of one staff member. The individual was seconded from WIT on a part-time, half-time basis. The total payments were 170,000 were received by the institute in respect of this staff member. Is the point that you're making here again, Mr. Donnelly, was that there's no evidence of what work was done? Is that it?
Yeah, it's insufficient evidence of the work. How much of the work time was actually spent on institute?
And how could that be possible? Would that be your area, Ms. Sheridan? Yeah, not then. But could you maybe help me to understand why that would have been the case? Why that documentation or that evidence, if you like, couldn't be given to the CNHE?
Well, just a point, no academic member of staff clocks in or clocks out. So if you ask me, can I show you any evidence of what the staff are doing? I can't. What I can show you is that the particular member of staff was active in supporting students and carrying on his normal work, I'm sure, and the timetable. So,
well, I think that the point that's been made is that it's difficult to monitor. In fact, the CNHE was saying there was no evidence that this was monitored.
We can't see any
whether
evidence.
Or not that's standard
we didn't see
practice.
any evidence of monitoring of it.
But Mr. Donnelly, you're saying that, well, that's standard practice because who monitors me or any of you to work in the institute? Is that
what I'm saying is it was no different than any other member of the institute.
Do you accept that, Mr.
No, I have a difficulty with that because, and certainly within a research institute where many different research projects are ongoing at a point in time, there is a funding stream. It's available for specific purposes. There really should be time logs. And even if it's on a basis of somebody self-certifying, but with somebody looking at it and discussing it, let's say a line manager or whatever, and signing off on the allocation of time as between
that makes
projects.
perfect sense to me, but given that that wasn't a recommendation in your report, and I don't think, from my understanding of the KTI HEA report, it was in that either, Mr. Bosang and Mr. O'Toole, would that be something now that could be looked at? Would that make sense to you to kind of sharpen up in that area?
Yeah, I suppose I'll have to understand it a little bit more depth, but you would imagine it should be possible to have some allocation of costs for staff to projects.
Okay.
You would imagine that should be the case.
Maybe it would be slightly stronger than that, it would be a good idea. I think it's necessary because you have different streams of funding from different sources to which you have to give an account. There should be a system within an institution which supports the allocation of costs to individual projects.
That's in place now and has been in place for a number of recent years. So all of the funding agencies now insist on timesheets for per project officer, per project manager.
Yeah. You see, the point I was making is the individual in question is an academic member of staff. The academic member of staff would be allocated responsibility for the supervision of PhD students. He would also be allocated responsibility because he was seconded to overseeing some of the management in the TSSG. Now, if you wanted, you could actually go through all the records and pull them all together. Okay? So that was my point. In the terms of somebody who's a contract researcher, because you are charging their time to the project, all those records are in place. The point I'm making here is that this person is a whole-time academic member of staff. Their allocation is distributed under supervision, teaching and areas like that, which you could pull together if you pulled them all together. I do accept the point that we should be more formal, that when we second somebody to a particular project, we should have a formal way of ensuring that that 50-50 split can be measured. I agree with that.
I'm finished, but
very good point.
If I can be a little bit bold, and Mr. Donnelly, if you could, in a minute, could you give us a quick update on the application by Carlow and Waterford in terms of the Technological University?
Sure, Deputy. It takes about 80% of my time at the moment. Where we are at the moment is we have an application ready to go. We've worked hard on that between the two institutes. We do have an issue in the sense that we have an engagement with the TUI, which is the academic union, and we're in negotiation with them to look at how we complete an MOU, which they want to complete before we move to the next phase. So things are progressing, maybe not as fast as we would all like, but I think it's extremely important that we engage the staff, and the staff are fully part of the process.
Finally now, before we go, just a few quick questions before we wrap up. Just in relation to that last conversation, Mr. White, you said there are time records in the last couple. Is that in relation to people who are specifically fully assigned to it? It's not staff who maybe have some of their time involved in their project?
It's been a requirement of all the funding agencies in latter years to insist on the time allocation, timesheets as per the funding that's been allocated to the institution.
Does that apply to your own staff as well?
Yes, to both.
Just to be clear, anybody who's working on a project?
I understand people might have, but it must be possible even for somebody who has a lot of responsibility. Say, look, 10% of my time is allocated,
that's
without
robust
clocking in and assigning in.
that is very robust.
And obviously some people who are there full time, it's very easy to determine that. But people might have a myriad of other responsibilities.
Sure.
It's easy to just come to an apportionment, but at least have some basis for an apportionment. Mr. O'Toole, we were just saying, we'd be stronger now than it's a good idea to do that. We would think it's necessary, because the point we've made here,
Many of the funding agencies actually require all of your time.
Correct.
So even if you're only working 10% of your time on a funded project, you have to timesheet all of that time.
But that's
so they can
hence
verify
our earlier
Yes.
recommendation in a previous report. This needs to be recorded. And
Yes, they are.
there's a step up in that area, so that's important. Now, I just want to, just from the report, there's just two things I mainly want to finally with Mr. Bosang. I see in the report, as paragraph 348, that Enterprise Ireland invested 300,000 plus 500,000, which is 800,000. You're with me on that? Maybe the CNAG is the best person to answer this question here today. And then I look at the chart, and they received 4.5 million for their share. It looks as if they made their investment of 800,000. Is it right to say they made 500?
Was there not follow-up investment post? I mean, they invested to support the commercialisation process, but didn't they invest post-spin out, which maintain their
their
equity share. They weren't
Okay.
diluted
They
to
bought
the same
shares
extent.
in Feed Henry Limited
Okay, so
after
the position
2010.
for the PAC is we want the right to Enterprise Ireland for their full investment, because we want to compare what they actually put in versus the 4.5 million, but that's only part of it, you're telling me now.
Well, they put in 800,000 into two
see that.
specific projects, and then there were two smaller projects as well, back around 2005, 2007, I think.
Yeah.
But they didn't get a shareholding in relation to that.
Yeah.
Then, after the transfer of the IP to Feed Henry Limited, there were a number of rounds of investments. They went in on two different occasions at two different prices. That other investors went in around the same time at similar prices. Those rounds would have had the effect of reducing
I understand
the
Extra shares are
shareholding,
issued
diluting the shareholding.
I understand that.
The existing
But do you know
shareholding.
approximately those figures of what they invested at those stage? Like I don't.
Well, we certainly have further information, and we can get the share issue documentation and let you have them.
Right.
They're public records.
Yeah,
They're
because I'd just like to know what level of profit, I would hope, Enterprise Ireland made out of their total investment.
Yeah, well,
And
they
that
went
might
in. They went in for 800,000, and they came out with 4.5
Yeah,
million.
but you're telling me to put in more after that.
No. This is the 800,000.
Well, then, so my first
in
comment
respect
is
of
right.
which they got 4.5
My
million.
first comment is right. To put in 400 or 800,000 and
They got
back.
4.5
That's
million.
highly profitable.
Now, there's a time value of money would
Well,
have
we
to
know
be.
that too, but just the basic.
They had
good
supported,
return.
that they had contributed to the commercialisation research. They'd spent money in supporting
Okay, so,
in
so the PAC will
developing
write
the
to
IP.
Enterprise Ireland to give us a full picture of their investment, including their involvement in that, and let them come back to us to see how it compares to the 4.5 that they actually cut out, which is, let's hope that's, but it looks as if it is a profitable, very profitable enterprise when it was all said and done. Okay, that's the first comment I want to make. Then the second, the second issue I want to make is in relation to as paragraph 410, Waterford Institute of Technology received, 520,000 for the use of its institute facility staffing between 2010 and 16. That has been mentioned. And also the institute received 474,000 from third parties for the use of the Feed Henry platform. So to some extent, while costs went in, if you pull that together, that is another $1 million that Waterford Institute has received back because of the investment they put in over and above. We've had a lot of discussion about the 1.59, but when I look at the subsequent paragraphs, I see they got invoiced our income of 520,000 plus 474,000. That million doesn't jump out at me.
It doesn't, but the expenses associated with it don't jump out either. So there would have been expenses incurred in respect of which these were reimbursements.
Yeah.
So salaries and
It's
rents.
it's easy with hindsight. Had they charged the expenses in as part of their proportion of share capital and not got paid for it, they could have made 500% profit on the cost they incurred. You get my point. So I know that's easy with hindsight when I look back at how well Enterprise Ireland did in their shareholding, whereas ye actually got paid. Had you carried that, which you weren't to know was going to be so profitable, but had you carried it and built that in as part of your contribution to the investment in the company, but that's with the benefit of hindsight. But you can understand where I'm coming at with those figures. And then it's also important that there was several staff members involved in the staff incentive scheme, and one of the key recommendations is that the HGA should ensure that higher education policies or create reward scheme take account of potential situations where the higher education institute staff have a financial interest in the company. So that's kind of why we're here to some extent today. And you were saying you accept that, and they've informed all the sectors that they're to embody this in the recommendations, but it'll be a year from now before we know if that's happening. That's to happen over the next year or so.
The process is there's a set of new reporting requirements to all higher education institutions that kick in for the returns for 17-18.
Explain that to me now.
So every year the HEA seeks an annual governance statement from each higher education institution.
Right.
So the accounting period is 17-18, and they will be due to be returned to the HEA by the 31st of March this year. So by 31st of March.
September.
For last September. So that's the first point. The second point is these requirements are new.
Yeah.
So the HEI and the KTI agreed, and the HEI said it will carry out a review in 2019 on the implementation of the various recommendations. This is separate to the annual governance statements. And the third component is this revised IP protocol. There was a protocol, if I'm correct, in 2012. There was an evolution of that in 2016, and there's going to be a further one in 2019, which is going to deal in more detail with spin-out companies and revenue sharing arrangements.
Right.
And that is a policy matter for the Department of Business, Enterprise and Innovation, and I think was referenced earlier, will be considered actually by government in terms of the policy.
Can I just ask the question then that how can you treat under this recommendation the reward scheme are to take account of potential situations where staff have a financial interest in the company acquiring the intellectual property. So, like, their shareholding is kind of a private matter. Like, if they're part of the staff, surely they should be treated in a uniform way. If some of the staff happen to have, in their private capacity, shareholding, how can you distinguish the reward scheme just because they have, in their private capacity, a shareholding? Explain this to me now. How are you going to, is it any of your business who has the private shares? I know others wouldn't like me putting it that way, but if it's a private business, because we've been told here today, we're not being told how much Mr. Donnelly made. It's his private business. You know, we might be curious, but it's his private business. So are you trying to stray into the private business of individual staff?
I don't
Explain,
think so.
That's where it reads.
Yeah, the first point in relation to it is the initial expectation is that each institution will have a clear policy in place for how these are managed. It's back to the conversation we had earlier. There's a recognition that conflicts will occur. The management of those means that you have the maximum amount of transparency. And I think it's back to the point, you don't stray into a private individual's shareholding or that, but you have to ensure that whatever they do is in accordance with policy, and that if there are conflicts arising, that they're managed. And I think the thrust of the revised protocol will be about how potential conflicts are managed, such as spin-outs, such as revenue share.
But the reward scheme, you do seem to want to differentiate between those that have a financial interest in the company and staff who haven't. And then you said to me, saying you don't want to stray into their financial affairs, but how can you do it if you don't do that? So explain this conflict. Mr. O'Sullivan has his hand up.
What we've done in our new policy is we've made a decision that if an individual has an equity stake in a private company, that they forfeit their rights to royalty that we receive on their behalf. So we've made a clear distinction to try and remove that conflict, but it is problematic.
So it'll be one or the other. So
Exactly.
are you relying on the goodwill of the individual to be upfront with you? Have they any obligation to tell you?
Well, they have to, under the conflict of interest, they have to declare on external works policy, they would have to declare their outside external interest.
So they'll make a calculation, am I better getting my staff reward or...
Exactly. But we won't provide both.
They have to do the long-term gamble themselves. Okay, well, right, you can see where I'm raising it. And the final point then is more to Mr. Bosang in relation to the letter you issued to the chairperson of the governing body on the 19th of December, right? I just want 2 or 3 quick questions, just solely on this letter. You say, you write back and say, I want to thank you for meeting with the department colleagues and yourself and Paul O'Toole on the 6th of December. Who did you meet from Waterford?
I met with the chair of the governing body on the 6th of December.
Yeah, and who was with him?
He attended that meeting on his own.
On his own?
On his own. Now, he had intended to bring colleagues, but for various reasons, I believe they weren't able to attend with him. We had been told that there'd be 3 attendees, but in the event there was only 1. The other 2 attendees being other members of the governing body. I think he may have a committee, a subcommittee of the board, I don't know whether it's formal or informal, that is engaging with the issues and engaging with
really what and is Councillor Jim Moore just a part-time chairman? Like, he's an elected representative. Like, this is a big issue for any elected representative. Like, I wouldn't expect any elected, I'm a TD and I wouldn't want to deal with this on my own, and I wouldn't think a councillor can. So from your knowledge, and I'll obviously exclude Mr. Donnelly from getting involved in this, who is going to on behalf of Waterford, whether it's legal or whether it's ye or someone else or other members, or who is the competence on the board to adequately deal with these things, because these are very serious issues. Like it's almost, it would be very difficult for just a lay chairman to be able to handle all these issues without some support. So can somebody tell me how the Institute is going to deal with this?
It's my role to support the governing body or any subcommittee that they put in place. So I will be helping them coordinate, the subcommittee and the chair coordinate how this information is gathered. They, however, will have to validate the information
and the obvious question, why weren't you at that meeting?
I wasn't invited to that meeting.
Yeah, I know it's a matter for the governing body, but I just feel at the moment, if there's, like, if I see a senior official from education and I see Mr. Toole down and other officials, and the voluntary chairman of the board is there on his own, I'd have liked to seen a stronger representative. Thank the chairman for attending, of course, but yeah, I'm putting it as politely as I can. You know, it's unfair on any chairman who has a million other jobs to do. This is just in.
Well, Chairman, we are writing to him in his capacity as chairperson
Will they
of the
get
governing
legal
body.
and financial advice externally?
They can do within their terms. They're entitled to get any independent advice
Yeah,
they
and
require.
I expect the chairman can't answer this off his own bat. Like.
I mean, the intention. I mean, we're engaging with the chairman because that's the point of contact that the minister has with the institution. I mean, he appoints the governing body. So he has a relationship with the governing body, not with the executive. So just to be clear, Chairman, our strong expectation and understanding would be that the chairman would be engaging with the executive in the institution to pull together this information. It's absolutely essential that he does, because he won't be able to answer the questions otherwise.
I 100% get why the letter was written to him. The bit I was curious about is who attended, and I'm actually more concerned to hear the man was there on his own. And I'm sure he's a totally competent man, and I'm praising the man.
I believe it was unforeseen circumstances that led the other two members. I absolutely understand.
I understand he's the point of contact. He's the official appointed person. It has to go through him. But I would hope he arrived, you know, in force properly. So I would have expected a similar group to have been there to meet you in the interest of the seriousness. You know, I'd be concerned that somebody wasn't taking this too seriously if they felt only, Asher, the chairman, you go on your own. Like, I'm just a little bit concerned. And you might, maybe I'm misreading it, but based on only one person showing up for such an important meeting, you know, I would say I'd encourage the chairman to make whoever else is offering to be there in future, to be there in future. That's all I'm saying. And I again want to compliment the chairman. I don't know the man himself, but you can see why, because this is an important letter going, because you're waiting for the response of the board, and obviously, all I'm just saying, I'm asking you to convey to the board the important job the board has to deal with this effectively and to give it all the attention and resources it requires to do its job.
Chairman, just to assure you, we have given the chairman, Jim Moore, all the support he needs in doing this, and will continue to do so. So it wasn't that he just attended the meeting by himself. We have had various communications with him since then.
Okay. Look, at this stage, I think we're done. So I want at this stage thank all the witnesses from the Department of Education and Skills, the Higher Education Authority. Some of us have had a long day, and Waterford Institute Technology for your attendance and the material provided, and any requests for information for material I'm sure we'll receive in due course, and also the CNAG and his staff. Our next public meeting will be on Thursday the 31st of January, when we'll be meeting with the National Paediatric Hospital Development Board in relation to their 2017 financial statements. The meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.